All right, all right. There. We have begun. I want to give people an opportunity to kind of like file in a little bit, and then I'll go over expectations and whatnot, how the game that goes with it's going to work, you know, that sort of stuff. I'll spread this link around a little more real quick. I'm going to give my own little presentation at the start of this. And then hopefully we can have some fun over this next day. I'm not, it's still a little bit early. I haven't hit my first wind even, so we'll see when we get our second. I have in my lap here a Kodak Duoflex 2 camera, which just mean it's just a fucking ancient ass camera. It all slides together so nicely. So tight. We'd have to develop fucking Kodak like film from 1956. Oh, hello bears. How you doing? Are you just so excited? Hmm. Yeah, they're ripping me apart in a little cloister chat and Snoot Club there. But also there's an event that's supposed to kick off there. So realistically, I'm in the right. I'm in the right every time. But what I have behind me here is like just a shorter presentation for something I know just some people struggling with. Maybe it can be of help to them. Maybe if they're paying attention. But yeah, no, this is gonna be. I'm gonna try and hit 24 hours again. We'll see if I actually make it to 24 hours. If so, that'd be pretty pog. Everybody's slowly fucking filing in there for their little event. Uh, Lake of Fire. Yep. Yeah, okay, Sauce. I'm gonna fucking kill you. We gotta wind up. All right. We gotta wind up to the fucking energy. That's gonna be about 3 hours when we hit noon. I will be at high energy, and I'll maintain that until 9 p.m. I cast testicular torsion. Anyway, I guess I should probably go over a little bit of what we're gonna do. So, in the background here is going to be a game, like last time, but working a little bit differently. You are going to make bets on the polls that I throw into the chat here. Which I am filling out now. I probably should have had this filled out before I submitting it. Uh, so I set this poll up and I throw it into the thing, and you get to bet on it. Which one of these things you think will happen first is basically how it works, and I will. And I will get it pinned, and I'll go back over, and whoever gets the, I guess, most correct will get moved on to another round where we can allocate prizes from there. The final placings for prizes will probably be done over Jackbox, if I'm honest. If I, just to be real with you of what's gonna likely happen. Gotta keep it real. Anyway, we got quite a bit of time before the guy after me goes, I believe. So likely I will bring a game out after I finish this presentation. Just gotta make sure they, remember that they've obligated themselves to me today. I don't know if I trust joining a Snoot Club VC while live, but I'll try it. Promise you won't get me annihilated.
Oh, it's Obama blew up my fucking house.
What's good?
Hey yo, white boy, I ain't watching that, white boy.
What's
White boy,
wrong?
I ain't watching that shit, boy.
Why aren't you watching that? That sounds like a you problem.
Fuck all of you.
You don't need 50. You don't
Hey,
need
yo,
a Discord stream
I'ma
for your
kill this
YouTube
white
stream,
bitch.
dude.
I'ma kill this white bitch. Hey.
Wow. Such a way with words, so creative. Yeah, it makes me really glad to be here.
Oh fuck.
Oh, boy, I'll show you creative, white boy. Boy, I'll beat your monkey. Yeah, real good, boy. I'll show you creative.
Yeah.
I'll make your ass look like a modern art masterpiece.
Shut your
Yeah.
bitch ass up, white boy.
Alright, well,
Alright,
apparently the
alright,
apes are
fucking
monkeying around. Alright, so I'm actually giving my presentation now. So there's something that I see people having an issue with in this community when it comes to writing their fan fictions, right? And it's not properly describing in their writing how their character is feeling. Which is to say, they don't change the tone of their writing when a different emotion is presented. That needs to be actually get special attention. Like, I'll see people who have a very upbeat writing style, and they'll try to write a sad scene or whatever, and it just stays upbeat despite it's just like it comes out as like, "Wow, I'm awfully depressed, mister." Which, I mean, while that has a place, and I can really like fill in the depression of it, that usually doesn't work unless it's like just an off beat thing. Like, unless it's offbeat to literally everything else. Like when they reach such a level, it comes full circle. Like Bill Dauterive and King of the Hill, it's just like, wow, I'm so depressed I can't even blink because they just fall into apathy as opposed to just sadness. You get what I'm saying? Know what I mean, Vern? And so, there's a few things you should look at to choose your mood, choose how you write it. The four big ones I run into, whether I'm making something or just seeing something, would be location. Pretty simple. Where's it at? Time of day. Usually you're gonna have sadder scenes in the evening or that night is where pivotal moments happen in a lot of stories, television shows and whatnot. Who was with them? Their company is gonna really have a good determination on, you know, how far into the pit they're allowed to go, or if somebody can drag them out, or if they're just having a good time, really. Because a lot of it's just like conditional, like who's around you. If you ever notice in real life, whoever's around you can really have an impact on your actual mood and the situation. Is their dog dead? They go to the theme park. They get on a roller coaster. They vomit. What happened to them? What's making it go on? I mean, yeah, people just keep it basic or whatever, and it's just like, yeah, you're talented otherwise, but like you need to work on like changing your tone. Lower your tone when you talk to me. So like the first one, what I think is the most important when it comes to at least televised dramas and whatnot, which is a lot of what I consume, is location. That really sets your precedent for everything else. What is like you got to think of the character's history at the location. Is it did they go to Disneyland when they were younger? Did they get mugged outside of fucking Denny's? Did they vomit in the fucking Waffle House parking lot? What would cause them to have certain feelings about this place, and how will they describe the experience? You really gotta like put that into the back of your brain, so that then you know how they treat whatever location they're on.
What?
Oh, I hear somebody in here with me.
Oh, I didn't realize we were live. Oh. Sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. Uh, I'm just looking at things that would drastically alter the mood depending on what location they're based out of at this scene. Uh, I've written these down. I've thrown a picture of Crime Alley, which the written locations could be all three of them at the same time, depending on the interpretation of the show. Because I believe in the Tim Burton version, it was his birthday, his father was shot there, and he'd been wanting to go to the opera forever, which the opera opens right out into Crime Alley. Next, you gotta think of time of day, because that'll go back and affect everything ties back into location for me. But time of day will affect how the location can be treated beyond just history. If you have a ballroom during the day, you're not having a ball there. It's an empty building that should be very happy otherwise. But an empty, no, like you know how it is. It's usually there's a party in there, but during the day there's not going to be. So you'll have like some downtrodden like cleaning staff in there. That'll be your conversation you have. Uh, However, the rest of the world during the day is going to be, more active. You got to think of how it affects where you're at and what they're doing. And I'm reiterating myself a lot because I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Uh, I'm doing a lot of bullshitting. Uh, yeah, during the day, they're not going to be thinking about, like, I'm going to get mugged. But there's a lot of night-centric activities, nightlife stuff that doesn't get to happen. Versus at night, there's a lot of you're more likely to get crimed at night, but there's a lot more of your nightlife available to people who enjoy that. Movies and whatnot. And always remember, you can always run a scene contrary to the usual emotion of a room at a certain time. You can always do that, but always make sure you harken back to the area around them. If nothing else, than to create a good contrast. You gotta think of who's with them, which is a shorter slide, I guess. You have two groups of people, largely. Those who like other people and those who don't. And the effects of other people on these is, well, the social fellow is going to blossom in a room full of others. And then he will be feeling very sad the moment everybody's gone, which is something that I go through a lot whenever I'm around people for an extended period of time. And then I go home, it's just like, damn. God damn it. Versus the antisocial person. is fine on their own, basically indefinitely. You know, they'll talk to you if they need something, but they'd rather not be in a large group of people because that wears out their energy and patience for everything, and they'll start getting a little more mean the longer you force them to be out there. You know, like BoJack Horseman has some good examples of this, like Mr. Peanut Butter. I think in this scene that I have up here, the party's over, everybody goes home, and he can't deal with being alone. If this is the scene I remember, uh, I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of this. It's not Columbo. If there's any good examples coming from chat, let me take a look. See. And then of course you gotta have your situational. Like you already have, you know, your group of people. You have your location and your time. Now, what is the situation that ties all of these together? Uh, which, for example, I mean, we'll lean heavily into one example. You're leaving your dad's funeral at a graveyard. It's in the rain at dusk. You have an umbrella, and the only person with you as a young man is your hired help. And when you're writing, you figure out kind of like the viewpoint of the character, your point of view character, and you just write that down. You're not writing yourself, even though write what you know is good advice. Write what you know is not always write yourself. It's write what you know about this person. And I've misspelled this, but obviously this boy has a lot of mourning ahead of him. He's going to be a lot more introspective in life, kind of quiet. Depending on the time depending on what his mindset or what his father instilled into him, he might be a little more active at night, you know, to make sure the same thing doesn't befall other people. But anyway, congratulations, you've made a Batman. Well, you enjoy that? I just figured I'd have fun with this first little presentation. Uh, I don't have nearly well, I have the ethos and the logos to describe stuff like this. I don't necessarily have the pathos. I don't have the job training behind me to fucking be the greatest authority, but I do have the ethics and the logic behind me of knowing what makes a good thing from the experience of other people's works, you know, inhaling a lot of Columbo, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. Those are all good, like, character-driven dramas. And, like, yeah, they're all crime dramas, too, but at the head of it is the characters, for me. And I'd say the best example for handling the different swings of characters are the two Vince Gilligan shows, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. That wasn't it. Like the emotional spectrum wasn't necessarily the point of Columbo, was to catch people up in their own lie. Anyway, Meister, you could come back. I guess I could go through another example of specifically two moods that you might have. Uh, like an example of the same scene written from two different perspectives. So, like, if you're lighting a cigarette, right? If you are lighting a cigarette and you're in a good mood, you're not gonna really think about lighting the cigarette. You're just gonna be go off. I pull the cigarette from the pack and I spark up. Versus if you're not in a good place, you might draw out the description of it, of just like, I slowly pull the fucking stick from the foil wrapping. I bring it to my lips, elevating my lighter behind it. Click, click. I struggle to light up the fag. euphoria. You know, it's just like you're gonna be a lot more introspective with when you're in a bad mood. And like a good saying for this is when you're in the good times, you don't really think about it, but when you're in the bad times, you draw back to thinking of the good times again. That makes sense. Everybody feeling me? I'm alone in this call again. Wonderful, wonderful. I never once told anybody to leave. But yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling you. Come over here, I'm gonna touch you. I've been trained by the best. Anyway, other people have their presentations running longer than I had, but that's an example of what you might expect from, you know, the less experienced talkers. Because I'm gonna be completely real with you. I threw this presentation together in 20 minutes yesterday night. Yeah, I find your body all over this town as well. Come here, Jaybird. Anyway, I suppose I could start up our first game of community outreach stuff. I'm sure everybody around here just loves Jackbox. I think they adore it. All right, so we're gonna get to play a game. Yeah, Bears, come on in. However, you are more than this should be the Jackbox Party Pack 7. I guess hold on, I have a fucking roundabout solution. Welcome in, Bears. Trying to fix a bunch of stuff. This isn't working near as well as I wanted. Anyway. Yeah, Jackbox is running now. Pull out Jackbox TV on your phone, and it should work out pretty well.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Righteous. Let's see here.
Bears, do you know how Jackbox TV works? Yes, you do.
Sorry.
Now, I do fully invite all the people watching the Starman and Snoot Club to come on in. Jackbox censors itself pretty well, in my experience. I'm being dead serious too, it does censor itself. Well, come on, you animals.
I'm in there.
We just gotta be able to spend like an hour before until the next guy comes up. So come on in, you animals. Bears, you're great, by the way. You're fantastic.
Aw.
Yeah. I've been enjoying watching the sweet memories get made again.
It's been a hell of a journey. Firefly has helped me, and this is why I'm so excited to see Firefly's segment. He, as my editor, has taught me so very much about various aspects of writing. And it definitely, it's been a journey. It really has. One that really needed to be one that really needed to happen, honestly.
Yeah, reading like the old version versus the new version, I can really see that you're like grinding the schlop out.
Yeah, no, the original version, I still had the mentality of if it made me feel good, if it made me laugh, I would write it and publish it. That's why Sweet Memories did not have a narrative. It did not have any sort of anything when it comes to a more or less coherent story. I had a vision in my mind for everything, but like writing not purely off the cuff really came by and bit me in the ass in the later half. And I wrote myself into a corner, and that was game, set, and match for the original run. So if I had to impart any wisdom through experience to anybody who's listening, always make sure you have at least a cursory understanding of what's happening in your story before you write it.
Cheers to that. I still need to fucking get a plan together for mine. And it's been a year?
Yeah, and you're right with emotional storytelling. It can be so very intense, especially in first person. First person is where I tread, where I love to write, because instead of getting into somebody's headspace, I more or less try to write through their eyes. Like I try to write as Fang, or I try to write as Anon, or I try to write as Samantha, whoever I'm POVing, you know, as them, not in their head. But yeah, I'm slowly slogging away at chapter 7, and it's a slog. It's a slog, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I just kind of got myself busy with other things, so I haven't been writing at all, really. I did a little bit of writing, I guess, for Columbo.
Call it a blue moment. That's exactly what we call it. Firefly and I call it a fucking blue moment. Holy shit. Hi, Firefly. No, I'm excited for all sorts of things coming up. So
There's plenty. Yeah, there's a lot to be excited for coming soon. I'll fully admit that. I'm looking around and I'm just like really happy with what everybody in the community is doing for the most part.
mhm.
People aren't just starting unnecessary shit no more. Not with me, at least.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. I have no enemies. Because the people who tried were not worth the time.
Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, there's a good resolution, I guess.
I think this may be all the people who are wanting to join in. Quiplash is a good little brain exercise. It helps you. Well, it helps me be more creative.
Well, hello. You've stumbled upon Quiplash 3. Xanadu. Yeah, so I'm Schmitty. I'm the guy who reads stuff and makes it slightly funnier. And if you're not in the game, the next best thing is the audience. Enter the room code to get in there and vote. Ready for round 1? 2 prompts will show up on your device. Answer them however the mood strikes. You'll go head-to-head against someone else's clever answer, and everybody else will decide which one they like better. Points are awarded based on the percentage of people who went for your answer, so make them count.
I just woke up. Well, I don't know why there's a lot of background static coming through. I'd have noise cancellation on.
Okay, if you didn't get one in, don't blame me. So, how do you think you did? Let's see. And the first prompt is the secret thing cats do when we're not looking. Punch in your vote. Next we have, in the republic of this player, the national anthem would be blank. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
We have some very interesting choices.
Let's see how they handle a shocking thing to discover your kids built out of Lego. Time to pick the one you like best. And here we have an adorable name for sideburns.
Face
Okay,
views.
choose your favorite.
Too much overthinking kills a man.
Okay, let's not dwell on round one anymore. Let's see your scores.
Do I need to bring out Old Reliable?
That would be.
Oh, I think you'll see.
Alright.
Ready for round two? I hope so, because it's ready for you. Some of the prompts are a bit crazy, so the points are doubled.
Shit. Fuck, I misspelled something.
I don't understand the question. I really.
This game runs on making us insult each other, by the way. That's just how Jackbox is. It really wants targeted attacks at other players.
I see. Okay.
So just be mean.
Okay, I see. I don't know how to answer this. Whatever.
Go for it.
There's seconds
Yeah.
left. Use a safety quip if you have to.
I didn't understand any of the answers, so like. So you're gonna get some shit answers from me.
You see, I just answered one of these the way that my dad would.
And time's up.
Well, that makes too much sense.
My dad is the
Okay,
funniest guy in the
let's see
world.
'em. Up to bat, we have a terrible theme for your daughter's debutante ball. Have at 'em.
God damn it, I love this country so much.
Moving right along.
Anyway, that was a good example of a
I
skinwalker
promise
sentence
not
is
to
that
tell
question.
Anybody, but seriously, what would you kill for? All right, people, it's voting time.
People ain't voting.
He's a good snail. He never did nothing
And
wrong.
next,
Gary,
what
Gary,
bunch of
come
dogs
back,
filled
Gary!
for Spring break.
Sorry.
Thanks for showing up, though.
Did you not know that
Okay,
Punxsutawney
what's
Phil
next?
is the Groundhog?
If this player had a catchphrase, it would be... That's what we call a gimme.
Kinda, yeah.
Next on the
The
docket,
feather.
the reason you were removed from your grandfather's will. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
What do you mean he found the poop sock? That's not funnier than what I did under Bill Clinton's desk in 1999.
By round 2, and hello scores.
I'm a solid second place quipper, by the way.
Whiplash. A final chance to make a splash. Each of you will be sent a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Remember, big points mean big pressure. And you know what an odd number of players means. You'll be squaring off against me. Technology, right?
I have the ultimate answer. By the way, at any point, people can just decide to fuck up and give more points to somebody by voting in the audience.
Come on, really? It's...
Well, shit, what got fucked up?
It has a word. It has a word cap. Ah!
Oh, you gotta work around it. It's the same word cap as always.
Whatever.
Remember what they say about brevity bears.
Yeah, whatever. Screw it. I didn't have enough time.
Let's
Damn
see
it.
those thrips.
Sorry.
The 3
Word cap.
actions that'll get you banned from the land of Oz.
So this guy just gave up again.
Okay, so I shouldn't celebrate an empty victory, but you know what? I really needed that today.
Giving fucking Schmitty points.
3 things that'll
fucked
put
up.
you right to sleep. And now, pick your favorite.
I have a feeling I know which one's yours.
Yeah, you can tell. I panicked. It's okay. It's okay. Just a free points. Free points.
When you think about it, there are only 3 emotions. They are... Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Dinero.
No, didn't get the mosquito.
Dinosaur women always wins, by the way.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
That is it.
We're in
Well,
like
except for
I'm
this
in
last
3
part.
servers dedicated to dinosaur women. How would dinosaur women win that answer?
I wonder. I pulled that shit out my ass.
Perfect.
It may be time for me to let somebody know it's time
Quiplash
to
3,
goddamn
the
come up.
college years.
Oh yeah, Fireflies
I'm
first.
Smitty, but my friends
Yep.
call me and then hang up. It's very annoying.
Oh yeah.
Time for
Why I
round
woke
1.
up early.
You'll rake in the
Nice.
points based on the percentage of people who dig your response. Got it? Great.
Sabbath before the fall. All right. I've perfected it.
Tick tock, time's almost up.
These are such stupid answers.
You excited? I'm excited.
Throwaway answers. Hell yeah.
Let's get the party started with
What it, yeah.
good hard-boiled eggs. Bad hard-boiled
Toes.
blank. It's choosing time.
I'm such a mystical little forest creature sometimes.
Next one up. The most dramatic way to end a letter is P.S. blank. All right, vote for the one you like best.
That's an easy one.
What do you mean?
It is. It's perfect.
All right, check this out. What the Beach Boys called themselves before they ever saw the ocean. Half of winning this game is just showing up. Here's some points.
Half of working a good job in construction is showing up.
A fun nickname for the worst kid on a sports team.
Hey.
And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Jeez.
Listen, when you're breaking out the word jism,
Name for your butt. Wow. Freebie.
The prolapsinator.
Did Huey just
I took a
drop?
lot
Yeah, I
of
guess.
time for one's hair to remember it by. Let's look at the scores.
I wear the crown, heavy as the head.
I hope you shook off the nerves because it gets real in round 2. The prompts are more demanding, so I've doubled the points.
God damn it, I love Quiplash so much. Oh boy, oh boy. No siree, nobody's gonna figure out what I equipped.
Time's running out.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Shit! Alright, I ran out of time.
Oh,
I hate time shit. I hate time shit
Let's
so
make some
much. It makes me
noise.
panic. It makes me panic so hard.
Let's
I'm good at working on a deadline, I swear.
A thought you've
I'm-
had
I'm
in the last
so bad
24
with
hours,
deadlines.
but didn't share with anyone until now. Okay, shower someone with points. And next is, what is a sexy vampire's biggest turnoff?
Damn, we really getting fleeced for our J's.
I think you just
Let's
dropped.
keep it going.
Yeah, I think people just
A
dropped.
heartfelt dedication in a book that would make you immediately not want to read the book. All right, choose your favorite.
I can't vote. What's going on there?
Maybe you can't vote. It's your own prompt.
Okay, so you trapped a fart in a
I've
jar.
been disconnected.
Now what? Okay, everybody, pick your
Oh, there we go.
favorite quip.
Am I lagging out?
I think Discord's just having a shit right now.
Ah, so the normal.
Yeah, it's normal.
Got it.
What scandal will rock the North Pole this year? Winning by default is still winning, you know? All right, let's put a cap on round 2 and see those scores.
You remind me of the babe.
Yeah, no, Discord
Step
is
right up to
lag.
Whiplash.
Holy shit.
A crazy final round that came to me in a fever dream. And seeing how we have an odd number game, you'll be going against me. Crazy, right?
Schmitty points. I have created the ultimate answer to this question, by the way.
This is just. Oh shit! This has just got real for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
This is one of those questions that I had, and I was just prepared to answer it already, because this is something that, you think about when you're making things.
Yeah. Same here.
Right?
Well, might as
Lord,
well get this
yep.
over with.
Oh, yeah.
Distracting things to yell as someone tries to hit a golf ball. Seriously? I got stood up? Story of my life.
The sarcasm of Schmitty is wonderful.
3 things that will happen on the best day of your life.
I just answered it
Now,
honestly.
pick your favorite.
I know for a fact there's quite a few people who like that that first one.
Yeah.
The 3 things you see right before you die. Time to pick the one you like best.
There's clearly a right answer, that's all I'm saying.
Great job. Now let's see what that did to the final scores.
Goose remains on top.
I am a god, but it's lonely at the top.
Heavy is the ass that sits upon the throne.
Yeah, I suppose.
That's how that works.
Or that lays across the damn sectional. Like, my feet are up higher than my head. My microphone is just like hovering in front of me. And I'm just kind of side-eyeing my TV across the room. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just taking a load off is all.
Yeah.
Sit back, relax. Kick your feet up. All right. We doing another one, or is Firefly up to bat now?
We got a little bit before Firefly.
Right.
Unless they want to come in a little bit early, but that then throws the entire schedule off course. They're welcome also just to come in and hang out if they want.
Yeah, Firefly. It'd be nice to
Participate in the game, you know? More than welcome. We got a long 24 hours ahead of us after all. So why not just, you know, smell the roses? Smell them damn roses. At every moment.
Is that it?
Is that it? I'm not sure. Mosey Slayer. Yeah, that might be it. So basically how these matches end up going is just kind of... You gotta figure out how to pander to one person. But you don't know who the person is.
Yeah.
You have arrived. This is Quiplash 3. No way out. My name is Schmitty, and I'll be taking real good care of you. Don't look now, but it's round 1. You get points based on the percentage of people who choose your answer. Off we go. it's go time. Let us set sail with a bumper sticker a goose would put on its car. Let's vote.
It was very unfair, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Next, remember, never buy, build your own blank.
My mind blinks. Speaking
All
of
right,
blinking,
people,
my
it's
mind blinks.
Let's keep it going. The name of the tamest action movie ever made. Okay, choose your favorite.
Yeah, these smaller pools of people, those rounds go really fast.
Round one is behind us, and the scoreboard awaits. Round two is here. The points are doubled, so try to bring it, okay?
Yeah, Joe, fucking bring it. Yep, that's balls.
Let's do this.
Zap to the extreme.
And here's your first prompt. One thing that is a heck of a lot harder to do if you have diarrhea. Now vote.
Bears, was that you?
Let's see how they handle.
Was that you, pal?
Thanos has gone too far this time. He destroyed half the blank in the universe. All right, choose your fate.
Somebody learned the correct answer. Death.
Next on the docket, you know you're addicted to Wikipedia when you start reading about blank. All right, vote for the one you like best. That was a round two for the ages. Let's see how you did.
God damn it. Time to steal some points.
Get ready for Quiplash, a no-holds-barred quipaganza. I'll be sending each of you a prompt that needs 3 separate responses. Make me proud. And due to the fact that we have an odd number of players, you'll be competing against me. Oh man, I forgot to stretch.
This is just stupid.
I have my answers.
Okay,
This is
it's
just
time.
dumb.
Let's be honest. The only things you really need to become a lawyer are blank, blank, and blank. Decisions, decisions. Choose your.
Can't let Schmitty win.
Dino Law. Dino Law. I need Dino Law.
Ooh, I took that
Whatever that
one on
is,
the
I want
chin, huh? 3 things that are the real treasures we found along the way.
Just too easy.
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Blink Christian, perfect. Jesus.
You did it. Now let's see.
Are those not the realest treasures that you could think of?
I told you I'm really bad with like
You still won.
these timers, man. I won. With my piss poor answers too. That's great.
Get in the car, Morty. We've got some memories, and they're oh so sweet.
Oh God, I love inserting the title of the pic into any chapter I can because it's like, oh, he said the thing.
Roll credits.
You have no idea how badly I want to end the entire fiction on a what I've done joke. Linkin Park.
Yeah. I wish I had the talent to write as goodly as that.
Hey, Firefly's here.
Yeah, Firefly.
Sorry, I was eating breakfast and got distracted.
You certainly did.
Well, at least my time zones were off, but that's fine.
You're a little bit early. You're 45 minutes early.
Okay, good. I mean, it's only I was 15 minutes late. I was like, I'm sorry, what?
CST, pal, CST.
Yeah,
Central Time Zone.
time bang. Oh, Jesus Christ, sorry, 1 second. I had to mute the actual stream because I was streaming double there. It was weird.
Yes.
Corn time zone.
That hurt.
Corn Zone, Corn Zone.
Corn zone.
Oh, that's okay. I'm a mountain baby, so. Good old Canada.
Yep. I was recently in the Ozarks a few weeks ago.
Ah,
How's that?
it's the Ozarks.
The Missouri section. It was fun. Went to the Bagnell Dam.
Come to Missouri. Pay for the meth and the sinkholes in our streets.
And the Lake of the Ozarks.
The Ozarks!
Yeah, woohoo! The Ozark Mountains range goes from fucking wherever to wherever, but most of what I do is in the goddamn Missouri section.
Yeah, no, Missouri has some beautiful hills.
Yes, quite beautiful, but that also moves into like they put parking lots on goddamn 45-degree angles.
Yeah, and like a bunch. I think per state we have like most caves. Yeah, a shit ton of natural caves.
I don't know. There's a fucking somebody set their house up on like a cliffside, and they hollowed out the cliff on the side and just have a sign that says the Bat Cave. I'm like, well, now you're not hiding your secret.
Yeah. Missouri Batman.
Missouri Batman. Everybody knows who the fuck that is.
He's just a meth junkie.
And the house looks nice.
Yeah,
That's what I can say.
yeah.
Or no, it says the Bat Cove. Correction. What's the difference between a cave and a cove?
One's on the beach. I'm guessing.
Really? Is that it?
Maybe.
Cave in a cove? What if you have a cove in a cave, though?
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Cove and cave. What if you have a cave and cove?
Yeah,
Oh.
coves are generally found along coastlines.
So it's just a portmanteau of the two words cave and coast.
I'm thinking of a grotto is what I'm thinking of.
A grotto is inside of a cave. It's like a water feature inside of a cave, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this is so cool.
And it has like plants and whatnot in it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, nice, nice. Somebody just says coves are in the water. That's, I think, what we've come to agree on. I'm trying my very best not to eat my microphone right now. Anyway. Oh, sit up straight. I'm going to put the quiplash away. Make sure you pick up your games. There we are.
Awesome.
Fucking awesome.
Goodbye, Evan.
Goodbye, friend.
Hey, do you want me to beat it while you interview Firefly?
Oh, this is his presentation on the topic.
Yep.
To which I need to grab something to throw onto OBS.
Yeah, we can start. I gotta. It's not a. Oh, hopefully it'll last me an hour. Probably I'll just end up ranting about world building or some shit like that.
Mhm.
Typically, how it goes.
Let me get you on screen with something.
I still need to stream here. Share my screen.
You got some time. I'll get you. Let me get you set up, man.
Love me some building. I want to hear outside perspectives.
It's only like 22 slides, I think, so it's nothing too fancy. My brain broke trying to verbalize this because I never had to present it to anybody before. I think that's the right one.
I've
It's not.
I never got like a stream PNG from you, so you're just a Butterfree now.
That's fine. I realized that in hindsight. I was like, oh shit, I don't actually provide anything. I saw a moth head on your poster for the roundup, so I was like, oh, that's good enough. He's got it.
Plot
I don't
twist.
have anything.
I did not have it.
His PNG reminds me of Mothra in the Godzilla in the legendary movies.
You're just a
I
very large Butterfree now.
Awesome.
I was joking to say just actually get the size of a real firefly, so just this tiny little speck on the screen lighting up whenever I speak.
Yeah. I also need to set up your poll.
Oh yeah.
Which, I mean, that's I'll do that from my phone.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Google has very shitty PNGs of fireflies.
Oh, you know, my cat's almost.
What the hell is that?
Yeah. So
It's
do you have
either.
your presentation?
Yeah, give me a sec. I think that should be the right screen. I hope.
Oh,
Let me turn on, and you should be.
Is my
What are
my
you
mic
doing?
good enough? Oh,
Yeah.
can you also hear me? Hey, yeah, just checking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Your icon wasn't lighting up on your stream. That's why I was like, oh shit. But as long as you can hear me, that's all that matters. Oh, there we go. I shouldn't rely on this. It's delayed anyways. All right. Still set?
Do you want me to jump out of the call while this?
Nah. I will be asking some quote unquote. There's like one or two like live questions on there, so feel free to sit in there because feel free to answer
Awesome. Okay.
just for fun.
Or just
Realize that either I don't know what the hell I'm talking about or people are disillusioned. So we'll figure that out.
awesome.
Fun stuff. This works out actually because this does actually pertain to what Oates was talking about beforehand a little bit, a little more on the environmental aspect side of it versus matching the character scene, but actually how to apply it, I guess is what the right way to put it. But here's let me know when I'm good, Oates, and I'll.
You're good to go whenever.
Alrighty. Well, I threw this together pretty quick, so hopefully it doesn't break on me because I am terrible with presentations, but we'll see where that gets us. So, as the title says, I'm going to be talking about what's called environmental characterization and scene setting. Realistically speaking, I kind of just made that up for a title because I don't know what the hell else I'm going to be saying for it. Presence of a voiceless character. Now, a couple things just to kind of say. The biggest thing I'm trying to do with this one is I think a lot of veteran writers understand, for one way or another, how to apply their scene and like the actual environment to enhance the story. But there are a fair amount of other stories, rather fics in the community that I've seen where they kind of a very vacuum based story in the sense of it's just two characters talking and then nothing else is actually happening. It's like somebody talks, brushes their hair, somebody other talks, puts their hand on their hip, and there's no actual, you don't know where they are. They're sitting in a white room. So, where a lot of the scenes could actually be enhanced, in my own words, for actually applying the entire world around them into enhancing those types of moments. It's kind of the idea for this. So I'm going to guess a lot of this for veterans is going to feel very familiar or something that comes innately. But from the people that I've talked to in some of the other cases, apparently not for some. So if I can at least help one person or something like that with this presentation, that'd be banger. So a couple quick disclaimers. Again, feel free to post questions in the chat. I only have the streamer chat open. So if there's anything else in the actual Discord, I will not have that open. See that? But we'll take chances to answer that. Otherwise, this will be at the end. Unlike some other writers, writers in the community, I am by no means professional or have any relevant education. I work in the medical field, so this is just purely my own gatherings. I used to start with third person fantasy writing for a lot of years. So switching over to a first person view of romance by Dino women no less is quite a different change for me, I will admit. But yeah, hopefully this helps out some. So yeah, I'll be focusing mostly on for the first half of this presentation on the actual most common forms you'll see in writing within the Snoop fiction community. That being first person narratives and more set within the real, well, quote unquote real world. Obviously, Dinophoria and Volcador Bluffs are not actual places, but they base off of real world connections and standards versus a whole different creative of building your own world. That I'll talk about a little bit later on, just because why not? It's usually more fun that way, anyways. The biggest disclaimer I will say for this is what I say in the future may not always apply to your fic or your scene. So be very careful when implementing it, because as much as it can enhance a scene or a story, it can also hamper it or make it worse for what it is. So be very careful when you're picking and choosing that kind of thing. Um, but for the most part, I think a lot of what I say will, in one way or another, help to um, bring out a little bit more of what the story could be, at least in my opinion. So, first things first, what is scene setting and what is environmental characterization? Well, just doing a very basic description of scene setting. Scene setting, as you may guess, in the context of any type of storytelling, screenplaying, writing, fiction writing, whatever, is effectively just the process of establishing your time and place for a scene. You know, orientating the reader, the audience. Where are we? Who are we with? So, you know, weather, time of day, year, location, all that jazz. So, very basic. It's just kind of like the snapshot of, okay, we're in this type of situation. Now what? The bigger part of this that I actually want to play onto with the characterization is also involving conveying the overall atmosphere and mood um, for the most part. Now, environmental characterization, this is my own made up definition just because there's no action, it's not an actual thing per se. It may be, but a lot of these things that I make up along as I go. So, environmental characterization is bringing to life the space around the characters in order to enhance or emphasize themes and emotions. More than just that, but as I said, characters do not exist in a vacuum. So, the environment that they're in can both hamper and bolster what is going on within that scene, which we'll get a little bit into how more so than that case in a sec here. So, first things first, the one thing I would probably just want to bring up is the best case example of show, don't tell. Now, I'm sure everyone's heard that phrase before. Oh, you want to make sure that you're conveying to the readers by giving them actions or showing emotions through environmental interactions. Now, versus just saying, "Oh, he is angry." Fair enough. Uh, so this will kind of play a lot into that. It's how to show more than anything else. Now, there will be times when you do want to tell in some cases. Those are few and far between. But depending on the pace of the scene, what's actually being told by characters. So it is entirely valid to tell in some cases. But so for two examples, you know, she could hear the girls giggling as they played around together, making her ache to join them. So versus saying the character is lonely, um, you give that kind of that physical feeling, plus also a visual, in order to kind of round out versus just stating the character's state. Another one being Harry's heartbeat quickened as his palms began to sweat from the news. Now, news being, you know, character feels excited. He's being given the job offer that he's been hunting down for the past like 5 years. Um, there's many different ways that you can go about displaying the character's emotions or feelings through action in this case. These are just two very brief, basic examples. So take that with a grain of salt. But that's kind of where we're getting at. And now, what I want to do is apply this type of sentiment to the environment itself. There will obviously be character importance within that because the entire description of your environments is based off what your characters perceive. But we'll just kind of in the beginning focus on how, like, what those elements of the environment are in order to go about that. So, setting the grounds. Why is scene setting so important? Like, why do we care? What is the point of it? So, well, as I said kind of earlier, scenes is the fundamental building blocks of your building ventures. If you don't have a scene, you don't have a story. Because without the scene set up, you don't have a lot to propel your narrative forward. Again, what I mentioned before of the white room syndrome. Now, whether you're describing it through a lot of lush prose, as if people read some of my fics, I like just to go way too crazy on prose. just because it's fun. Or if you're just trying to capture a single moment. The scenes are where the characters come to life, where their emotions are displayed, where conflict arises, yada, yada, yada. So if you don't have the scene, again, you don't have a story. You can, in some cases, if you're doing more like an encyclopedia or flashback type of thing, but in one way or another, you have some form of scene, uh, ranging on a scale from highly descriptive to just the bare minimum to get the orientation of it. But it's always there. So yeah, because it allows your readers to transport and get their actually invested into the story, versus having them look from a bird's eye view. Which, now, having said that, again, in some cases, depending on your POV, that is the point. You're a fly on the wall looking at the scene, the moment play out. I can't remember if that's second point of view or if that's third person omniscient. I can't remember. But
I think that's third person omniscient.
Yeah. I only know first person and third person limited. I'm not as familiar with the other
Second
ones,
person
but
is often used for like letters. It's the point of view is like your.
Yeah. Okay. Right. That makes a lot of sense.
Second person is basically the conversation you're having with somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So then third person omniscient. Now, so setting the scene allows you to transport your reader. Can be utilized. So the characters are. So this is the big idea that I'm kind of going with is characters respond to character elements like people naturally do. So it's a flowing movement. A lot of times, people will forget to that their characters are not just standing still. So adding those the gestures, moving around, movement's a big one that I find people often forget is even just a character walking around or adjusting themselves within a room can add a lot of life to it. And I'll get to specifically what that's called later on. That's where a good bulk of it will play in later, and how to apply that. But effectively, again, you're establishing the mood and the environment, and the characters do not exist in a vacuum. So, how do you apply that? Like, how do you bring forth the environment to interact with your characters, interact with your story? Because they could very well just be a character storyization, so on and so forth. So, before we get into that, I would say this is probably one of the more important slides that I have up here for the moment. Making your setting a character. Now, this is just a very basic. You do not need to apply all of these 7 points. I'm just giving a couple different examples of ways in which you can do it. You could use them all, doesn't hurt, but you also don't want to overwhelm your reader in that case. So, as for the actual thing, we'll kind of go down the list and kind of chat about it. So, number 1, consider your scene's influence. How does the setting affect your character's actions, motivations, relationships? Does it shape their personality or create obstacles? Again, just kind of pulling from something with Oates' presentation a little bit earlier, the alleyway, right, with Batman. Because it has such a ingrained personal relationship with the actual character, that may dictate how the character acts in that moment, in that scene, where somebody who may be normally stoic and strong, when they visit a place of pain or remorse, can bring them down a touch in that scene. So if you want a way to connect with a character who has been more or less that strong type, you can present them with a scene in this type of case in order to help bring down the walls that would naturally be too high for maybe a character interaction or a general day-to-day life aspect. Other things you can consider with the setting's influence is upbringing. Characters, how did they like poverty versus luscious life, right? Going to be complete. Even if you present the same character with the same personality at baseline, and then have them interact with different upbringings, that also shapes their personality. Um, so I mean, again, that's one of those most obvious things, but that's why it's important, is because where they go introduces new elements, new obstacles, new benefits. Um, so, for example, if you have somebody in a higher life situation, they may be more, they're good at socializing with people, but not making genuine connections. They don't understand the emotions of other characters, which would make them distant as well as um, potentially narcissistic. Now, you can have actual, like, gentle souls within those situations, but thinking of it from a very basic standpoint, you can get that. Versus poverty, where people take appreciation for what they have, they build those stronger connection because you need to survive. So it overall dictates how that character is shaped. Giving your setting a personality. Now this is a fun one for me. I think this is what I love doing a lot in my own writing. So you're imagining your scene as a person, as I said, with a unique voice, attitude, and quirks. Does it feel welcoming, intimidating, or indifferent? Um, Again, this is where you kind of bring that scene to life. Haunted house versus an amusement park. The lack of voices versus the epitome of voices. Silence versus bells and whistles. So crafting that personality um, can also be a good contrast point. So, for example, to bring out a character's um, mental state, because if you introduce a character with one type of um, emotional package, so for example, say they're depressed, and you bring them into a setting with a personality completely like the opposite of 180 degrees, you're going to see conflict. There's Even if they're by themselves, there's no story real relevance for the sake of this example. Just the character existing in that scene, um, just like how if you have an upbeat character, an introvert character, and an extrovert character, there's going to be some sparks. There's going to be some tension, depending on what the scene is. Of course, assuming they're not best friends in this case. Um, each with their own unique voice, their quirks, and what's so on. You apply the same type of characteristics to your environment, and you can still see those sparks fly. Um, Based off, yes, there may be other people in the scene, but it's more so your singular character is interacting with that scene by themselves, because the whole scene is it's one giant um, embodiment of it. Now, number three, emotions and atmosphere. How does the scene make your readers feel? Does it invoke mystery, nostalgia, fear? Um, Using the sensory details to create a vivid and emotional experience. So again, this is where you want to pick and choose where you apply your description, because you don't want to describe every single little thing in the scene. Otherwise, you're going to bore the reader, you're going to bore yourself from personal experience, um, and just going to make for an overall slog to read. So you usually want to pick just a handful of points. One thing I heard, I can't remember where I heard it from, is rather than describing a bunch of little things, you want to describe either one, maybe two uh, more distinct, unique characteristics. So, say you have a bedroom, um, but instead of, they have a bed, they have a table, they have a dresser, you have a window, right? Um, you pick one distinct fact of that scene to focus on. So, how is the room decorated in the sense of, like, do they have a bunch of posters? Do they have a pile of junk in the one corner from maybe a recent breakup? So they're just tossing all those photos and memorabilia into the corner. Some kind of thing that would pull from the ordinary in order to give that little bit of scene character, a little more of the emotional characterization within it. Again, which we'll go through a little bit later on here. Lighting, sound qualities. Um, Obviously, if you're in an abandoned building with lightning and there's a rainstorm and you're by yourself with a flickering flashlight, gonna be a lot different than if you're in the same scene with sunshine and a group of people, right? pretty obvious stuff on that end, but something still important to make a clarification about. Number 4, dynamic. Make it dynamic and changing. As I said before, like characters, you want settings to evolve over time. Consider how the settings change with the seasons, the character's actions, or historical events. Now, obviously, as I said, well, the seasonal aspect, winter versus summer versus fall versus spring, can alter the scene in whatever case you want. But the reason I put this here is because I wanted to bring up the idea of, so from the beginning of your story to the end of your story, right? The character's going to change. Now there are some stories where they don't change, but for the sake of the argument, characters change over the hero's journey, or what else it may be, to some extent. Usually the main characters or viewpoint characters will change a lot more versus a side character, but typically you'll have some form of change, for better or worse, of characters adjusting. With the scene and the environment around that character, a way I like to think of it is, what is the journey of the environment? Now, the environment itself won't necessarily change per se. It can. So, for example, if you have a rundown school, there's no janitors, the principal doesn't care, or the teachers don't care, and then the students just treat it like garbage. It's going to be dingy, it's going to be dirty, so on and so forth. But as you progress the story and say the story is about, making change within the school or the hearts of people, you can do a contrast point of, here's where the scene was, neglected. But as the characters change and as the plot advances, you can use that initially established conception in order to convey the change in other elements of your story. So things slowly start to get cleaned up. Maybe there's no longer graffiti marks outside the school. People have painted over it. Now these are just very basic examples, but you get the idea of, use your scene, use pre-established locations in order to convey development. Now, having said that, you can also have scenes where they develop without human character interaction, not necessarily human, Saurian maybe, depending on the context. Now, typically it'll be less so for, again, the real world type of environments, but it can still be applied. Is that everything for that one? I think so. Yeah, that's basically what I want to get my point across with that one. Well, with historical events, again, how did a place develop, right? If you take a snapshot of a location 50 years ago, and you take one now, it may overall still be similar, but there's definitely at least some forms of change, right? So if that's relevant to your story, that can be brought up as a important point as well to convey. Metaphorical roles. Setting can be represent larger themes, ideas of your story. So something that I brought up before, as an example, is you have a decaying house, which might symbolize the character's inner turmoil or a decline of the society. So you don't have to, again, that show don't tell. You're not saying the character felt conflicted inside. You can give an example of the scene, either happy part of the scene or a sad part of the scene. Maybe you have geese or ducks or whatever, a happy little family, and like the ugly duckling, right? You can see a scene. You can present a scene or a moment in a scene where you see the family of ducks swimming away, and they're leaving behind the weaker one, or the ugly duckling, and then a character can resonate with that, if assuming that that's what they're going through at the moment. So it shows that inner turmoil, a character connect with the environment, where sometimes you wouldn't think that they would. So using those as examples within the natural world to bring out the characterization. Another one that I like personally is traffic jams. Funny enough, because I guarantee you, when people are in traffic jams, they get angry, they get tired, they get sore. Now you can use that to heighten the irritation of a character, but you can also use it to show um, a contrast to the character in another way of, say, they're on cloud nine, right? They don't care anymore, like about that kind of thing. Maybe they would have, again, kind of going back to uh, number 4 with dynamics and changing. You show that at the beginning of them being um, like everybody else, sharing that type of emotion, and then as the character finds development within themselves, they may be able to show that contrast in changing their behaviors from the characters surrounding them, the environment surrounding them. So while the environment stayed the same, the character themselves has altered their view and their actions based, and is presented through a similar contrasting piece. Number 6, active participation. So you don't want to just describe your setting. As useful as that is to ground your reader, uh, you do want to have to potentially sometimes actively participate in the scene, in the story. Now, again, this is not always. Don't feel like you're forced to. But the question you want to ask yourself is, how does the scene hinder or help the characters? Does it reveal secrets, create obstacles? Um, how does it interact? Is the idea. Now, with going to that question of does it help hinder or help your characters, um, you could say again the most basic example is you have to get two conflicting characters from point A to point B, but in the way you have this giant canyon full of sharp rocks with no bridge, so it hinders the characters, but it also presents a moment for characters to take the time to develop. So say because if it's just a straight line road, characters probably wouldn't actually develop themselves. Um, they could, but by giving them using the environment and the scene setting to stop the characters and force them into a situation where they need to either fail or get over themselves, creates those moments um, in order to push forward that plot point. So you can use the characters, use the environment to say, hey, hold on, wait a minute. If you progress down this story, you're not ready to face what comes next. So I'm going to get in your way, and I'm going to um, push you to deal with this. Now, you very well could fail this, and that's the end of our story. Or you can get over yourselves, overcome this, and be better for it. So while something may seem detrimental to characters or hinder them, that can also be a point that helps them through negative conflict. Now, having said that, there are actual situations where um, the scene does help your character. Um, so, providing an out where there may not have been one, say somebody's in um, an argument and they don't want to be it, they need to find some way out, and then all of a sudden, somebody, again using the school for example, somebody pulls the fire alarm. Oh, sorry, gotta go. You know, now you don't want to do that haphazardly because that's just a Deus Ex Machina. But the point is, if you have a relevant reason to do it, your scene can provide ways in which the characters themselves don't have the ability to manipulate what's going on. So don't forget that. If you're ever stuck or you're ever struggling, okay, I don't know how to get out of this scene, or I don't know how to get into a scene, consider what can the environment do to help open or close a door. Because a lot of times, um, again, I've seen where people just make up, it's like, oh, sorry, I gotta go. And then they don't really explain why, or it's a really awkward introduction. Whereas, you could have the classic romantic version of, oh, uh, I want to this talk to her, but I can't, and then tries to walk away. It's like, and then you bump into her, she drops the books, and you try to help her up, and now you've in that scene setting developed an introduction to force characters to interact where they normally wouldn't. There are better examples, but that's the only thing I come off the top of my head. So bear with me on that. Last one here, using livid vivid language, employing your metaphors, similes, sensory details. This is the most basic one, I think. That's why I left it for last. Um, don't just say the room is red, right? Um, using, the so say the AC was off, um, stepping into the room, I was hit with a blast of humid air arriving that of the sun. Oh, I'm not sure if we lost you. Oh, there we go. So very obvious case where I think a lot of people will come to naturally do this. Now it does come in varying levels. I'm in no place to be saying, what's a good, like, what's a better or worse. You can get too creative with it. So again, you don't want to make the most ridiculous comparisons. Like I mentioned, the sun. That's a bit more of an intense one, so it does vary depending on the severity of what you're trying to go for. But typically, you want to keep it within realms of reality. In this case, again, once you get more into the creative side of things, you have a bit more wheelhouse with it, which again we'll get to. But again, this is, although it's the most basic, I think of all these 7, it's the most important, because it allows the reader, the audience, to connect with the scene at a face value. Yes, you can enhance it, with the other 6 points, but those are all, again, they're not necessary. They're not, um, you know, mandatory in order to have a scene properly, or just do a story. This, on the other hand, I find is what a lot of people sometimes lack. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, there's an example. So it all depends on that personality as well. Like I would describe mine different. Like if I had a heat flash in my house, I would describe it a little bit differently. But you get the idea. Um, life. I think that's it for that one. Now we will come a little bit back to these 7 points later on, just because that's the importance of it. But this is kind of something we'll reference back to. So if there's anything I can take from this would probably be the best one, in terms of making the setting a character. You're not going to give it hair. You're not going to give him clothes because it's not sorry, it can be a tangible thing, but it's not a person, right? So just think of other ways in which to stylize and develop the character that is your environment, that is your scene. It's not stagnant, but it's also not necessarily the biggest character in the room. It could. There are very well.
I
cases.
think a good example for what you're talking about is the actual castle of Hogwarts.
Yes.
The castle itself is a character so much as any of the people are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. Exactly. That's a perfect example. Damn, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, and I mean it's somewhat sentient.
Yeah. Well, sidetrack real quick. Favorite scene from that is when Professor McGonagall pulls down the in the final battle. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen Harry Potter. Well,
it's 20 years old.
Yeah, it's 20. That's on you. Pulls down the statues. That was probably my favorite scene because it showed the cast. Although yes, it used a spell to activate it, but it showed the environment because everyone's in their dire moments. Voldemort's at the door. We have the students, but it's not enough. So what do? You pull the scene, you pull the environment to assist you. The army of stone soldiers. Now again, this is what is kind of the difference between fantastical, creative worlds and real world. You can. It's a little bit harder because you have to keep within the realms of quote unquote reality. But you can have a similar sense within that for what you're applying. Yes, no. Again, with Hogwarts, the moving staircases, the paintings,
the room of requirement.
It's alive. Room requirement. It's alive. And again, like I said, a little bit easier to do when you're creating a world, but it can still be applied in real world settings on that aspect. So that was a lot. So we'll slow down for a sec. Break things down. So we're gonna move on a little bit tangent. So that's basically scene. What is environment? Very basic question. what comes to mind? Is it the weather? Is it the location? Is it physical objects? All in all, it's everything. If it's anything outside of your character necessarily, the ground you stand on, the air you breathe, that's environment. Um, the person sitting in a chair is an environment. So you have a lot to play with when it comes to that. Even the most basic of objects,
Like
a
skeletons in
lamp.
Fallout.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Jesus.
Listen, the moment I hear that there's a bomb coming, I am gonna do something silly so I can become one of them skeletons from Fallout.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, fuck. God, that got me a chuckle. Uh,
World building skeletons, perfect.
right.
It's what we're all destined to become. We all will become
Yeah.
world building skeletons one day.
Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, no. So basically, anything's at your disposal. So from the smallest things to the biggest interactions, even like real world objects again, pencils, your car, a building, uh, clouds, um, grass, a worm. There's so many different things that you can go about. It almost seems overwhelming, but the idea is that you have so much real estate to work with. What connects most with the scene or the character? So when if you say to yourself, oh, I'm not sure like what to use. Well, make a list of what you can use, and then kind of you can tier it based on priority of, okay, what will the character connect with? What propels the story forward? You're asking yourself these questions in order to think, okay, what can I actually use? Because you can technically use anything, realistically speaking. But I guarantee you, 9 times out of 10, if you pick something random, the reader's will be like, what the hell? Why are you giving me a paragraph description of a towel cloth, right? Now, if you can make it relevant, great. But again, it kind of just depends on what you're kind of going for. Okay, so this next slide is, I'm going to be honest, I made these names up because I do not know how else to describe this. So apologies if it seems kind of odd. So there's static types and dynamic types of environmental characterization. So static is, again, I'm not going to get too much into it, but it's effectively speaking just what is something sitting there, right? You have a tree just sitting there, right? It's not doing anything. It's not providing anything for anything else. It's other than maybe you're in a forested area. It's static. It's not doing anything. It's just going to, or has no focus is what I guess I should say. It's an unfocused characteristic of your scene. So it's there, but it doesn't really hold the weight to what you're trying to do. Now, on the other hand, something that I'm just terming here is dynamic types. With these, this is how you can show, again, development of your scene. This is the stuff that I find lacks a lot in some stories. And this is also what allows people to add anchoring, which I'll get to anchoring a little bit later on, in the fun aspect of it. This allows characters to see, and you can you typically tie this into character emotion and mindset, which I'll get to just after these next types, with that specifically. But effectively speaking, so there's 3 types, 2 of which are the same, just subversion. Point A, point B. So you have the progression type, expected ending. So as it sounds, it's very literal. You have your setup, you've developed your scene. That scene changes over time and we're just thinking of a singular scene, not a story. Maybe it's a heated argument. Maybe it's a heart to heart. Maybe it's even like conflict, like a fight, or a chase, right? So progression expected, setup, you develop it with changing factors, and then you get your expected outcome. Hence the name. It's what the reader is expecting to happen as the way you're developing it. I'll get to examples a little bit in a sec here, but this is probably the most common, I would say, of the types, because you are. Actually, I misspelled expected. Whoops, that's my bad. I haven't edited this, so bear with me on that. So this is usually what you'll find. the kind of the I would say opposite, but a different type of this is progression subverted. So again, exact same context. You set up your scene, you develop it over the course of what the characters are doing, but then you change the outcome of what it may be. Again, I'll give an example in a sec here, but effectively what you're trying to do is either, it's not shock value per se, but it typically depends on what you're trying to go for, where it's, yes, I know, I'm sorry, flame me. Minor spelling mistake. Damn it.
You should have known.
We can't
You
all
should
win
have
them.
known.
We can't win them all. We can't win them. I actually caught one before this, and I was like, "Aha! I got them all." And
We are now
I'm
perfect. No. You're either perfect
No.
or you're not me.
That's trust me when I
Grammar,
send my
but officer, I hardly know her.
well when I send my stuff for for editing and for proofing, I'm like, there's 32 comments on spelling errors. Damn it! And then you have to go back through and fix it all. So, yeah, I'm bad for it, but I'm just usually in a rush when I'm writing my stuff. But in any case, so yeah, that's a version of outcome. Is so there's a good example of I heard somebody say this where so say you're promising somebody a certain outcome, right? The ending is dire, and uh, assuming the audience is not has understands the concept of scene development just for the sake of the argument here. So it's like, oh, they're in a dire situation, things are going to end up bad, right? It's getting worse, it's getting worse, it's getting worse. They're trying to escape. Oh, fail. It's not working. And then through reasons that you have developed earlier on, they get saved in the end. So versus them succumbing to that dire fate, the outcome is subverted by them getting out of that. Now, again, you can't just do Deus Ex Machina, they escaped. You need actual reasoning behind it. But again, the general idea is, whereas instead of having them meet the state at which you have been portraying for the development, changes. So instead of giving them what they want, you slowly over the course of that development to make it satisfactory, you introduce elements of I suspect this is how it's going to end, but I really hope they do this. And then when you do that, then Raiders cheer like, "Yay! I got what I wanted." Because you can manipulate the audience based off how you develop the scene, to give them subconsciously the outcome that you wanted them to want. Now, a little bit harder, depends on how grandiose that gets, but that's kind of the difference between the two. The third type is what I just call contrast. Now, there's no real development with this one. It's showing us usually a state of mind, or it's fluctuating between think of black and white. So one moment it's one thing, one moment it's the other. So there's no real outcome. That's not the point. The point is to show confliction, typically, depending on that. So, more specifically, progression, the expected ending, right? As I said, it's exactly what you would think. It's what the reader expects to happen. Now, so you're building up with an intended emotion to heighten the scene. A good example is this is my favorite that I've used myself is, so say two characters are having a very emotional scene, argument, heart to heart, whatever. Over the course of the argument, character A's, so say one character is holding a drink glass, wine glass, shot glass, whatever, and their grip tightens around the glass. Now, the glass itself is the environment acting on the character, because you could have them tighten their fist until they start bleeding, but it doesn't have yes, it has a bit of shock value, but what I find is more in that case, for this case example, they tighten. Eventually, at the climax of that argument, or the final nail in the coffin, last straw, whatever you want to say, the object breaks. So for example, tightening your fist until you bleed is one version, and tightening your fist so hard you break something as a visual indicator that also you end up bleeding both ways. But by having a glass explode in your hand, dinosaur strength, bear with it, even just regular strength, it can supplement that emotion. So other cases, for example, rock throwing bears. I know you love this one. Uh, you can, um, so you get a pile, characters get a pile of rocks. They're chatting about heart to hearts, and they start throwing rocks into the water, skipping it. Little gentle splashes. Doesn't go very far. Um, you know, it's setting up that scene as their conversation progresses. The stones can be further. They can be harder splashes. Um, the characters are using the environment around them. This is more of a physical case. I'll give a non-physical example here in a sec. Um, to convey their emotions, their mindset. So, for example, if somebody brings up in that conversation a very hard topic, or something that really pains them in any kind of way, they could try throwing. Instead of skipping, it plops. It makes a big splash in the water. Or they throw it so far it gets the other side of the lake, right? So you're using the environment to have that progressive development across. Um, so if you can see the stones going further and further apart, the character would expect that eventually the climax is going to be, oh, it hits the end, and you get your big moment. On the other hand, progression subverted. Again, as I said, it's not the opposite of what the reader expects, but it's not exactly how they think it's going to play out. Now, the purpose of this, a little bit differently, it's not just meant to be a 180 on the previous one. It has a different purpose. It's to shift the scene into a different tangent and highlight a scene alteration. So, for example, again, we'll use the same examples here. Over the course of an argument, character A's grip glass tightens. However, as you approach the climax, instead of it bursting from grip, suddenly release it, and they set it down. Or you can hear metal or glass whining under the strain. It's right at the breaking point. Maybe a character admits faults. Maybe a character, over the course of the argument, is trying to deny a truth that the character B is trying to convey as a part of character development. The character hanging onto that glass, or whatever the environment, like a post or whatever within the environment that they can utilize, helps to convey their reluctance to accept or change. But assuming that this is the scene where they do come to see the light, or in this case, the truth, then you can equally use that to show it in the case of them not breaking the glass, or them stopping what they're doing. So say they're about to leave out the door, they're hurriedly going, like they don't want to talk about this. Character finally says something that makes them pause. Door opening halfway, then closing. So it shows the character nearly leaving as they are, but because you convey physically, instead of going through that door and shutting it behind them, separating the two characters, character A shuts the door and leaves the two in the same room, therefore keeping that connection. That's typically, in my mind, how it's used, is for showing that change of heart, that change of mind. Back to, I'll just bring the slide back a sec. For expected, another one is that I want to give versus physical is environmental weather. Weather is a good one. Lighting, wind, that sort of thing. A good one is a storm. Now, again, you can see the clouds rolling in. It's the conflict. It's characters. It can be a personification of the characters' inner or external issues, conflict going on. And, the storm gets worse, it gets worse, it gets worse. Until, now in this case, for expected, the storm does hit as you would expect, but instead of being a big blow up, it's characters reconciling, and then it's them kind of like standing against standing against the storm. So it adds solidarity to a character's actions. Back to Subverted for a sec. I think that was everything I want to chat about with that. Yes, that's pretty much it. Now, last one of these three, and this is my personal favorite, I would say, contrast. This one is very fun and very. I find you have a lot more. Sorry, it's not as easily implemented, but when it is, I find it has a greater showing of character emotion. Now, so multiple reasons where you have contract, to show conflict, uncertainty, conflict, confliction, same thing, or even hope in a scene. So, two examples. Negative, we'll start with. Character is walking through streetlights. Their mind's a mess. Maybe they just had a breakup, or they had a fight, or their dad just died. There's so many different negative things that could cause a person to become conflicted. And as you're walking down the street at night, through the street lamps, okay, you can show it as a conveyment of the darkness versus the light. So they step into the light. They have, maybe a moment of clarity. Are they fighting? They're fighting to decide whether to follow good conscience or leave, vengeance thoughts to win. What I mean by that is, do you let the evil side or the good side of the character win in this case? And both are valid depending on what your goal is. But you're using that visual of literal light versus darkness to match what the character is feeling. So in this case, they're under the light. They have a good thought. They go between lights. They're in the darkness. They have a bad thought. And if vice versa, it goes back and forth. It jumps. It's contrasting. Now, again, typically, the core of this element is not to give you a resolution, but it can. So again, you can do a contrasting with a unexpected subverted element. So for example, say there's two ways you can do it. A character again ends up after the scene stops under a light, either by coincidence or as in they still have negative emotions but they end up in the light, or they have positive emotions that end up in the light. For the negative emotions one, you can have it so that they're negative in the emotions. They look up at the light, and then the light bulb bursts, therefore showing a false sense of hope. Characters down, but there might be a chance for them, and then that light breaks, therefore, and then that might even dampen their mood more, where it shows, oh, things are not fine, without the character even having to say a word. Alternatively, you could have the characters on a positive note, again, and in light, and it stays on, that kind of thing, where it helps to signify the coming of resolution within the character's mind. Or again, going back to the hope one, the negative example, character is losing their fight internally. They're not in a good place. They're not winning their fight. And in that scene, they don't. Or more in the context of they don't have a change of heart, or they don't see what they should be doing. Sorry. I caution against doing things to convenient. Have a light bulb randomly burst characters' negative thoughts. Awfully convenient. Yes. Yeah. No, thank you, Starman. I'll mention that in a second. And then they stay under the light, and it kind of lost my train of thought there. The character stays under the light, and it doesn't burst, and then so although the character themselves are feeling still conflicted, they're staying within the light, so it gives you a sense of hope. Just to kind of clarify, because I kind of read this really quick, Starman was saying, be careful of convenient application of it. So again,
Unless,
light
of
bulb
course,
suddenly bursting.
You're dealing with something supernatural, then that can work.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, depending on your scene, your context of what's happening, generally, it's a very good point. So again, I just use the light bulb as a very clear cut example. But absolutely, that is totally a valid point, a good point to make for convenience. Again, you want things to stay with us in the sense of realism. I'll be honest, I can't think of I'd have to actually think about it for a second.
I mean, you can still go with the light bulb and just have it flickering instead of
Yeah, flickering.
bursting. You're just in a
Or-
room
or-
with a light bulb that's going out, you know? Like
Or
my living
again,
room.
yeah. I'll use Storm for example. Say the power outage goes out, right? You don't necessarily burst, but say the weather itself. Basic realism, though, you got to be here. Yeah. So that's the point you have to balance. Is you know, is something too cliche? Is something too much of a oh that's awfully convenient that just happened? But there are more subtle ways you can do it. Out here. The light represents safety. The person needs to first step out of it. Yeah, yeah. So here's another one from I don't know. Sit. Siphus. A neat way to twist it could be that the light represents safety. People need to work up the courage to step out of it. The lighting propping would be those inside are unprepared for the unexpected or darkness. Yeah, so you can use that as a point of safety. All in all, regardless of the examples that I've given, the point I want to make, just to outright say it, is the character doesn't need to say anything. You don't even need internal monologue of I feel conflicted, I feel safe. You know, you can use the environment itself in one way or another um, to voicelessly or non-verbally convey that emotion as well. So don't
If,
so if hmm?
so if I may interject, you could
Yeah,
make
yeah, go for it.
you can make it quite literal too, where instead of a light or a street lamp or something like that, it is a fire that the character is gathered around, and when it looks like the flames may be able to carry them through the night, a gust of wind snuffs them out.
Perfect. Yeah, exactly. There's so many different ways you can do it, um, and then that option is up to you as the author. Um, but so you want to think of you don't need to sorry. You can if you want to not preach. You don't want to tell again the show versus tell, right? You don't want to tell the reader um, things aren't looking good, right? You can give these physical interactive environments the chance to show it for them. Um, so that's why also scene setting, where you set up your scene, countryside, beach, city, room, then that introduces different environmental interactions depending on where you go. So that's why it's important to know. So it's not just persons. If you're trying to figure out how to set up a scene, you don't know where to put the character. You want this argument to happen, but you don't know where to go. Think, okay, what can I use? What are good examples to help me enhance this scene or to show it without speaking a word? And then that can sometimes help you pick where you want to put the characters. Now, having said that, sometimes you don't have a choice. So, say the way the plot is developing, and you have to be in a certain scene. That's just sometimes how it goes. But there's always a way. In my opinion, there's always a way to use the environment to convey those emotions in one fashion or another. Sometimes it's tricky, sometimes it's easier, but at the end of the day, you have that option. So if you ever feel stuck, look around, have the not literally look around you, but look around you. What do you have at your disposal? Um, those are very useful tools. Okay, last part of this. So character influence. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but there's one big point, and Oates' presentation gave a very good point of this. You know, the character's point of view and personality. This is what not dictates. This is what the reader is seeing through. So how the character is affects the description of the environment. Pretty obvious. I know everyone knows that, but I want to address it because it is a very important aspect to convey. So it influences how the environment is perceived. So it depends on the person's personality. Do you have a very fast-thinking, fast-moving kind of person with a billion thoughts, and say they're in a rush, right? They're not going to spend as much time looking at the environment. You'll have one or two things. Versus somebody who's taking their time, you can get more of a chance to explore it. The idea of character POV and mood also helps to convey this as an interactive piece. So, a very very sappy, a very very crappy example is I have a picture of sun poking through the clouds, right? Everyone's seen this. Everyone knows. Depending on what your character's mindset is and their mood, it could be two completely different things. So say they're happy or there's a moment of hope. You use this as an example of, the sun is peeking through the clouds, therefore indicating hope for the character or a light at the end of the tunnel. This is the kind of glass half full or glass half empty kind of deal, depending on how you want to portray it. Versus, it's the character sad or did something bad happen, and so it's the light is being obscured by an object, so the clouds. It's the exact same scene, exact same display. It's just how the character perceives it. So that's something to also be careful about is making sure that the description and the interactions match the character you're utilizing. This is more so again in first person POVs. Still a point for third person, or second person, but yeah, that's kind of one thing you want to consider. This is the most obvious one. That's I only dedicated one slide to it, but just again to talk about it. Yeah, like staring up at the moon if it's night. Perfect example. So there's so many different ways you can present it. I guess the general idea is you can if you want to have a striking moment, in my opinion, you can have, or if you want to really point out a character's mood, you sometimes present an environmental piece that's like, oh, this is normally in most day-to-day lives something that would be happy or sad or whatever, and then by having the character react or perceive that thing differently from what you would imagine that most other characters or people would, brings out a kind of a hook to it. It's like, oh, this character is not, I don't want to say I'm not like the rest of them, but it gives the idea of, okay, there's something different about this situation compared to them. So it kind of pulls the character out from the mob and highlights them in a sense. Okay, so what does this effect do? Grabs the reader's attentions through altered reaction, brings out the depth of a character, and can be done with anything really. There's so much variety you can do. That's the general gist of that aspect. I don't have much more to say with that. It's again, if you have a character, it can also be a quirk. Like if a character is in danger and they're laughing, that by giving the environment a hostile feature that normally anyone would be scared about, and then having the character react to it in a way that's not a subverted outcome, right? It brings that kind of contrast to, oh, this character is not reacting the way I would, or something else. Why is that? That's interesting. Is kind of how you can convey character quirks as well through environmental interaction. So, changing gears, that's the bulk of what I have in terms of very specifically into this new game fiction, first person narrative kind of thing. I do have a little bit more I want to talk about, and this is less stringently on real world application. This is more on the creative side, but I think it's still going to be something that can be applied. Now, having said that, before we go on that, we'll take a breather. Does anybody have, well, by anybody, I guess, in the chat or anybody in the two other people here in the
yeah, me
call,
staring directly into your soul.
yeah. Are there any questions about any of that? Or any comments, I guess, a discussion piece? If there isn't, I'm just giving the opportunity to take a break.
I don't have any questions.
Nothing.
It's
Everything makes kind of sense so far.
Yes.
Yes.
Nothing.
I'm not rambling like
topic.
I'm not rambling like an idiot, and everyone's like, "What the hell is this man saying?"
No, you're good.
Like I said, a lot of this is pretty common knowledge, but there are a few people I feel don't quite realize the importance of environment. So I just wanted to kind of put forth how and why that's such a important piece. Now to the fun stuff. So, real versus creative. As I said, I come from a background of fantasy writing. That means creating my own worlds, creating more like original worlds. I'm not going to get not too much into that backstory, but the point is, if you're approaching a modern reality as much as like real world versus your own world is, there's quite a bit of application that's different, um, which we'll get to in a sec here. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because again, a lot of times in like a story doesn't need to be within the same context. Um, you could very well write, I cannot remember for the life of me what it's called. Uh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, there's one fic that takes place in an altered history, um, where it's kind of like it is Pangea, but it's kind of like a different situation, and it's a bunch of overseas. I can't remember what it was called. Apologies to the author on that. But the point is, they've effectively created their own world. So this is still a valid application, and a lot of these elements can be applied to just real world creation. But I kind of want to give it more of a free form. You have a lot of leeway with this. Either way, application is equally important, regardless of what type of world you're creating or trying to convey. Uh, Now, in this case, setting is important, but it's not the most. You can have a good story with good characters, good plot, and a shitty setting. Um, there's the trifecta of character, setting, and plot. Character and plot usually are more important. Not to say neglect your setting or neglect your world building, but um, it doesn't matter as much to create a good story. Is the moment of that. So your environment, your world holds a slightly different meaning when made from scratch. What's this comment? I think it was when worlds collide. Maybe I'd have to double check and look it up. So yeah. So again, everything I've said applies to uh, real world settings or world settings, but it's a little bit different. So honing up this purpose. When you do venture away from real world um, settings, when you're applying your environment and you're applying the scene setting, you cannot rely on a reader's common understanding anymore, because the further you stray from modern society, um, you it's less likely that you'll be applying certain elements that are common knowledge. Um, I might butcher this example, but I think I saw online for an interview of some authors. It's like or an argument where a reader said, we're in medieval times here, just making a very plain example, and the person sat on or put their feet on the ottoman. I can't remember what the exact conversation was, but essentially along the lines of an ottoman was not that word ottoman or the Ottoman structure was not developed until after that time period. So the fact of the author utilizing that as an example um, doesn't make sense canonically. Um, Typically, in the sense of giving an example, um, original world stories, specifically, usually like in third person, um, you're conveying the story as a retelling from a person reading the story to the author. So they could use the lingo that way. Um, but law. So going to the next comment here, selecting a handful of things to focus on: culture, politics, economics, food, fashion, flora, fauna. All these elements, depending on how you develop it, can be vastly different from the real world. And so, you have to be careful what you utilize as an environmental piece, because if it acts differently from how a person might understand in the real world, then that adds that bit of confliction with the reader and the story. So you have to make sure you convey it properly in order to maximize its influence on the story. Because if a character doesn't understand an environmental piece or within a scene, um, then it can worsen that scene tremendously. So you have to be careful with that. Now, typically, when you are developing an environment or a world, you want to select maybe just a handful of things to focus on within your story. This is usually a story based conversation. I am kind of leaning away from characterization and scene setting a little bit, but this is something I want to just talk about real quick. Um, you can you pick instead of trying to when you're trying to develop a world that will therefore set up what kind of scenes you can use, um, or I guess more so the importance of the scenes. You don't have to do everything. Pick a handful, pick a couple things to focus on. Is your story going to involve more of the political side, the economic side? Again, just using the examples provided, or the environment. If you have a bunch of characters sitting around or doing like a camping adventure in a foreign world, right? Flora fauna going to be way more important than economics. So you have to depends on what you're trying to write about. In any case, the vast majority the idea here is uh, know enough of your story um, to make it seem like it's like the iceberg example, right? The vast majority of what you know about your environment will not see the light of day. You have to learn to accept that. But you give the illusion that you know more to the story than there actually is. Again, this slide is a bit of a tangent away from what I was talking about prior to, but it is also something I want to just point out there. If you are going to create a more original world, is being careful and making sure you convey the focus of it so that when you do apply the story and the environment within it, that it has a stronger groundwork when doing so. Is the purpose of this slide. What do we got? All right, next one. So here's again. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this slide. This is just a very much a um, going back to that 7 point thing that I did in the beginning. Um, things again, all the whether it's real world, original world, first person, third person, doesn't matter. When you're presenting your world, presenting the scene, you give it a backstory, a history. It depends on the relevance of it. But you want to flesh out the dynamics revealed over time. Again, that kind of depends on what you're using. Um, you know, return to the idea of the personality. How does it interact, forging your world? Um, with a real world, you're a bit more limited um, because you're grounding it in already existing um, elements. But the more you forge your world, the more you create it, the more personality you can give it. Um, One example is, if anyone's a reader here, Brandon Sanderson's Way of Kings. We don't have a giant ass storm that ravages the entire landscape every week. That forges your world, forges the characters, and adds a new element to um, the environment itself, because the environment itself is a world shaping event. Um, and it has a huge personality. It's devastating. People build a religion out of it. So the environment itself can influence society as well. I won't spend too much on the last part. Help or hinder. Again, same thing. Examples I gave before, showing the setting, influencing, and responding to the plot. How does it alter? How does it change? How does it? Uh, Man of the Way of Kings has even a standalone such a good book. Yeah, absolutely. I got the signed leather bound editions of those books in my room. It's absolutely fantastic. But in case, so like characters changing over story, how does the setting change? Maybe something that's feared becomes more understood as time progresses, or if there's something that the characters that the society thinks they understand, um, as you understand or as you progress the story, they realize they actually don't understand a lot. They understand a very small fragment of it, and then that adds a world of mystery to it. Um, in either case, and then because of that, you are able to uh, bring forth different types of environments to more. Sorry, let me say more unique scenes and more unique environments, depending on how that world is created, to then give you more tools in order to uh, convey the characters and to convey the plot. Um, it's typically the best way to put it on that end. Now, this is the last point. There's a couple slides of this, but this is the last major point that I'll make on this. This I will admit, I borrowed from Brandon Sanderson just because it's such a good point that I want to convey. So, the pyramid of abstraction, or ladder abstraction, however you want to put it. So, at the bottom here, you have your concrete details. a floor, a door. Abstract, more the philosophical ideas. So typically, when you're describing a scene or describing an environment, you need to ground the reader. Because if you just start talking about things that don't have a lot of weight, or not weight to it, but a lot of concreteness to it, the character can start to lose function of where they are in the story. Um, so no rule or law in our world can be taken for granted with this. Having a foundation of your concrete, so laying a layer of concrete beneath the reader will allow you and earn you the right, the ability to use abstractions as you wish. And I'll explain this a little bit better in a second here. But for example, love. I'll probably get one of you guys, if you don't mind, just answers. Where would you put love on this pyramid? Towards the top or towards the bottom? Is it more abstract or more concrete?
Yeah.
Depends on the type of love.
I,
Depends on the
exactly.
situation.
Yeah,
Yes.
depends on the story in general, doesn't it?
In a way, yes.
It becomes more
So
concrete an object the younger it is. I think.
So tips, yeah. So looking at a poll that I looked at online, a lot of people, in most cases, put it love on the top, more of an abstract kind of thing. Yeah, so more on the top, right? So for the sake of the argument, we'll put love near the peak. A dog. Where would you put a dog? If I asked you, picture a dog, where would you put it? Concrete, abstract, somewhere in the middle. Middle. Okay. So the funny thing about this is, you guys have basically the right idea, but the point of is these things shift on the pyramid of abstraction. And so, I guess, sorry, what I should clarify first and foremost about the pyramid of abstraction is when you are in a scene, as I said, if you don't ground it, the characters are floating in space. This applies to movement, interaction, but also then again that aspect of description. So, going back to the love idea, how many people know what love is? Have they experienced it? How does it feel? And how similar do people feel with other people? Now, typically, for the sake of the argument, assuming everyone's not a loner, it's more of a concrete aspect because there's only so much variation in general. Like, and this is the very rundown explanation that love can be. Yes, there's different types, but all in all, typically can feel a similar form of affection. Typically speaking, whereas with a dog, because I mentioned the word dog, I guarantee you, everyone, well, not everyone, but most people are picturing a different type of dog. Because there's so many different breeds, different colors, different shapes, sizes, all that stuff. So when you're manipulating your description of a scene or of an element within the environment, such as again the dog, the more words you use, like the more description, brings it higher on the abstraction scale and lower on the abstraction scale. So, for example, if I gave this example here of if I told you that if a person was walking down the street in the rain and they look to the side at an ATM, there's a woman there, and they see a dog. But if they see a big, very shitty example, a big wet Doberman sitting tall stoically in the rain with its eyes scanning over the passing people, protecting its owner, you're gonna have a pretty good idea of what dog I'm talking about. You don't have to be that specific, but from the idea of just saying dog, from the higher point of abstraction, by giving it more description and more details, you bring it down on the concrete level. Now, there's a thing you do have to balance this though. So, again, I said you can pull things up and down depending on your word choice. The more words you use, though, the longer the story gets. So you have to be understanding of that. So, I'm bad for this. I'm very bad for this, where I will, in some cases, artificially bloat my story because I give too much description. In some cases, and that lengthens and it can hinder your story. It's a push and pull between info dumping and critical description. So you have to be very careful what you're picking and choosing within a scene to ground the reader within it. because otherwise you could do what's called navel gazing. Quote, an excessive focus on a character's internal thoughts and feelings to the detriment of the plot and external action, often involving pages of internal monologue where the character dwells on their own emotions and lack of engagement within the story events. So, a very basic way to put this is if you have a character sitting on a bench, says character A sat down on a bench, and then you go through like paragraph after paragraph of them talking about their lost love or more philosophical, abstract based discussions, you tend to have the person floating in a white room. Where that's the idea is you have the character's voice, but you're staring at a white screen. You don't know what's happening. Don't have the character grounded in the scene. So that's what you have to be very careful about when you are, because it's not a bad thing to discuss these. Like, 'cause again, every story needs to some extent the characters to um, do this. But when you do it, make sure that prior to engaging in it, you have a very strong foundation. Which is again what I meant a word I mentioned before, anchoring. So when you anchor a scene, typically, again, taking the same example of somebody sitting on a bench, you sit down on the bench. You describe a little bit of the bench. Maybe it's grainy, maybe it's smooth from freshly being painted. This like a smell of spring air, and maybe a visual. So you've set the scene. The audience knows where they are, what the environment is looking like. Then you can go into your dialogue, your internal reflection, for a bit, and then you probably want to introduce an action beat or a couple. Um, so, say for example, they're sitting on the side of the bench, and then during that rumination, another side character, or a random passerby, stranger, NPC, sits down on the bench next to them, and then starts feeding pigeons, or they um, lean forward and put their head in their hands. Something to break up that. So because you start, even if you anchor in the beginning, if you don't reestablish that anchoring every once in a while, it's going to slowly develop back into the white room syndrome. So being sure that when you are discussing with a character, their internal monologues or whatnot, um, don't forget to re-establish the environment or some kind of action of the character, even a little bit like brushing the hair from their face or wiping tears from their eyes. Something to remind the character or the reader where the character is at, and then you can go back to more of it, and then you can end that scene with another anchor. Um, you can use all the senses. How do you feel? Um, for example, with Dune, for example, if you have Paul Atreides talking about his role in the grander scheme of the universe, his destined um, role, that's a very abstract conversation piece. But if you have him sitting in a cave in the shade, um, and then you have you describe what does the spice of the air taste like, the heat again, despite being in the shade, the heat, the taste of the water, because those Fremen suits reuse the water, uh, the saving grace of that water, by introducing those elements, and you're grounding him in a scene where the reader can feel what the character feels, that you are on Arrakis, you are in that scene, and because the character or the reader's in the scene, you can then drift more to the abstract side of things. That's why this scale is important. You need to have a balance of it. Um, but the moral of it is, once you have established your anchor within the scene, then you can go off and talk about those more abstract points. But then don't forget to come back once in a while to reestablish it. Otherwise, you may get lost. Is the biggest idea. Smell concrete in a city, exactly. Uh, I was in Japan like a couple years ago, and it was like 38 degrees out. So walking through concrete jungle in plus 38-degree weather is not fun. But
Every time
if I were to
going to your grandma's house in the country, it's just, oh boy, that smell of frying chicken.
yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, so by giving those descriptions, that's what allows you to ground somebody, and then you can just kind of adventure as you wish. Um, yeah, that's it. That's all. That's all I got. I realized the latter half did kind of lean away from that original piece, but again, I kind of just want to cover a little bit of everything for everybody. Biggest two things I'd say is that 7 point structure when you're creating a scene as a character, and then the ladder or the pyramid of abstraction when you are actually developing a scene, anchoring your reader and making sure that they know where they are, because otherwise they'll get lost and then they may lose interest in that story. They'll be like, "What is happening?"
Yeah.
Wow, that actually lasted an hour. I'm kind of surprised. But yeah, that's all I got for that. I'm not sure if there's any other uh, questions, concerns from that aspect.
Not so much
was
questions.
It was actually pretty concise. Thank you very much, Firefly.
A very well rounded presentation, I would say.
Yeah.
Have you done a presentation on anything like anything like this before?
Nope. Not since high school. I guess university, but
Dog. Same
I
basically. Well,
man, I so many years out of that. I just whipped this shit together, and I would have had all the bells and whistles of like things fading and stuff. And I'm like, I look at presentation, I'm like, I don't even know how to put this into presentation mode. Crap.
yeah, that was a big issue people were having last time was trouble with presentation mode, but you just click the slideshow button. But that's also not anybody's fault in particular because probably since they've used Google Slides or whatever last, the UI has been changed because there used to be a giant play button on it.
Well, you know what's funny is I didn't even know the Google Slides was a thing until I watched you do your presentation because I built it on PowerPoint.
PowerPoint works a lot better, I
and
think,
but
but it
this
costs money.
computer, my laptop has it for work, but my personal PC here does not. And so I was like, oh crap, how am I going to give the presentation? Oh, I'm gonna copy this all into Google Slides.
I think it just
Perfect.
straight imports into Google Slides too.
It does.
It just reads
so
it and then converts it. So that's pretty nice, I think. I like using the Google Office suite because it's all free.
Yeah, I gotta get on that. I don't do a lot of it for my work, but it does help occasionally.
Yeah.
So
big fan of just free things.
Yeah, stuff costs way too much in today's
Dog, like what the hell are you on, Microsoft? Ain't no way this operating system is worth $300 for the personal version.
Bullshit. Bullshit that Adobe Photoshop costs $400. Bullshit.
And then you have to pay for it every year.
I'm just using Paint 3D over here.
Yeah, okay. Let me just fucking grab out Affinity Photo real quick, and it does everything Photoshop does. All right, cool.
Just let me go ahead and use the downgraded versions of CapCut to make my brain rot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I use Affinity Photo. It costs $60 once.
Yeah.
As opposed to $400 yearly. And also like every like 2 months it gets closer and closer to being Photoshop, just being Photoshop.
But you get the entire suite that never works when you need it to. Adobe Premiere has crashed. You know.
Yeah, I use a lot of DaVinci Resolve. I use all the free stuff that's been recommended, and I use, like I said, I use Affinity because that's what my art teacher recommended I start learning, just because it's cheaper and it has basically all the same shit that Photoshop and all the Adobe stuff has.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it gets ridiculous sometimes with all that. Oh, 1 second. I think we got 2 things. Odd question, but if you had to describe a tower and one person sees an empty prison or another person sees a mysterious object, would it boil down to the character? Yeah. So like I said, it kind of depends on the character's point of view. I guarantee you, if I had to describe it, if I had a tower presented in front of me right now and I had to describe it versus Bears over here trying to describe it, they're probably gonna end up a little bit different. So it is, quote unquote, in the eyes of the beholder. So, and then also just like their overall personality will boil down to how it's described, in my opinion, at least, on how it works. really any object in that same case. Again, it's the are you looking at a glass half empty or half full? It all kind of depends on who you're using.
Yeah, exactly. Who's in the tower, or are you POVing as the person maybe trapped inside the tower? Are you feeling thoughts of hopelessness, waiting for the quote unquote knight to come rescue you? Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And are you the knights at the tower and it's foreboding and blah? Yeah.
This is effectively the wizard versus princess situation where like it was more of a meme, but empty towers. They're either used to house a captured princess or to give a wizard solitude, right? You can have the exact same tower, but if you look at it from the eyes of a captured princess or the eyes of a solitude wizard, then it's going to be completely different. One's going to love it, one's going to hate it, right?
Oh, yeah. Teleporting
so-
towers are always so cool.
Oh, these are Castlevania.
Yeah.
That's a good show. And then I think the PowerPoint version is labeled Libre Impress. Oh, I did not know that.
Did not realize.
Huh.
Huh.
Facts. Yes.
Fun facts with the mantis shrimp.
Yeah, that's all I got for my presentation on that end. Just no more questions. Again, like I said, it's nothing too fancy. I'm sure a lot of people already kind of realize these types of facts, but like I said, I've never actually had to explain it this way before. I just kind of understood it, so hopefully I conveyed it properly. I'm sure there's a couple things on there that are a little like odd, but for the most part, I think it's a decent explanation.
Describing things a little odd is just part of being a creative, I think.
Mm-hmm. If I had to take one personal note, don't do what I do and over describe everything. It's fun, but man, does it slow down your story quite a bit. Like one chapter of my fic is like 20,000 words just from that alone.
I believe Stephen King has said before that the best thing to do to write is just to force yourself to write like a chapter a day.
Yep.
And then you revise it, and if it's all bad, you get rid of it, but like you have to write it.
I try to at least push out at least 1,000 words a day so I can just keep into a groove.
Yeah.
Which 1,000 words in a regular book is a chapter. Just about.
Yeah. I thought I think in my head, at least the books that I read, it's a lot of like 2,500 to 5,000 is usually how long a chapter is. But, so
Yeah.
in my mind, if you're writing a chapter a week, novel wise, is about that. But
You're good.
yeah, I mean, I think not last night, the night before, I wrote 4,000 words in one night working on a scene. That was fun.
Yeah. Not everybody's ready for those long haul writing sessions though.
Yeah.
Get your 1,000 words a day and then go from there.
Yeah.
One time I was able to do like 5,000. I was able to do 10,000 in 2 days. It was absolutely absurd.
I think my best was
fucking
7,000 in 4 hours.
Yeah, no, I remember that. That was actually.
I wrote a whole chapter in one sitting. That was nuts.
I don't think either of you have yet beat Arlock with his entirety of Inko noted in what, 5 days?
No,
like a week.
I don't snort Adderall. Sorry.
He doesn't either. He just has sleeping issues.
He may have had
got
medical
3 hours.
intervention.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Good to see you here, Smooth Rock. I can sense you.
Ominous, but yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I like my sleep enough to not do that to myself.
I try to sleep. I'll fall into bed whenever I can, but like, no, I can't do 100K in a week. That's
not a chance.
Nope. Depends on if I'm feeling the chapter too. Good example is this chapter's being an absolute bitch to write, but that's just how it is right now.
I don't know if I have the right updated sprite for you.
No, did you
stop sharing?
For Smooth Rock, I mean.
Do I still have Barack Obama legs?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I swear I had them put somewhere. Oh well. We'll be fine. So, and good morning, Smooth Rock.
Good, almost noon.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Yep. And I go on in like what, an hour?
Yeah, yeah.
We all
Cool.
started a bit, right? I started like a good half hour early. I was like, we'll just get this going.
Okay, well, I'll give people a little bit of a break so I can also like sip my tea and recover my throat just fine.
Quite. You do a little talking? A little bit of exertion on your throat last night?
Well, I was a little sick last night, so didn't feel great, and today I'm better. So right now it's just a matter of relaxing, getting ready, and not blowing my shot early with my throat on this presentation.
I suppose. That does make sense. There you go. That's your updated sprite. Oh, you're not in the right spot. There we go. There, I fixed it. Andrew, Discord. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm just slowly dying here, by the way. I believe that's just the human condition, though, isn't it? It's to be slowly dying.
That's maudlin, but okay.
I'm hacking up a lung. But alas, the show must show. For show.
Well, I'm going to double check my presentation. I'm going to just hop off of team, just going to mute my mic, honestly. So I'll be ready to go in, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes. Give everyone a little bit of a break and relaxation time.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Now would be a good time to pull out more of something, some sort of party game. I could run a Kahoot on some meaningless stuff really quick. Do you guys know what Kahoot is?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. No, I've never played.
It's another game you can play off your phone.
Oh, okay. My brain is.
And we
Sounds
can have
familiar.
a lot of people on this.
I'll join. I just gotta pull it up. Just Kahoot, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
I know. No, I do not want to buy it. What are you talking about?
To play, it's not a purchase.
Oh, it's an app. Oh, it's not it. That's why. I see.
You have to use your phone for this.
Yeah, it's another.
Or
You can use your
or you
PC
can-
too.
Okay.
I'll use my phone. It's easier. Be back in 2 seconds here. Just gonna mute.
I'm getting this thing set up for everybody. Dang, hold on.
Alright, I'm back.
I'm trying to fix a thing up. Apparently, Kahoot is something you have to pay for. Well,
Yeah, that's the original thing that I opened up on. I was confused.
well, to run it.
Quickly, everyone donate in the chat.
Yeah, everybody give me like 5 cents. It does not cost that much, thankfully. Yeah, I'll just... Yeah, I'll get it up. We are gonna run some fucking dinosaur Kahoots. All right, I've about got it.
Very nice.
There. I've done it. All right, everybody, you're free to join this Kahoot. If you go to kahoot.it on your phone, you can then put in your game pin.
I got it on my PC. Is that okay?
Yeah, that'll work. Whatever makes you function.
Yeah.
I should be in there at least. Says I'm in.
What's the pin?
It's on the screen. 2938121.
You gotta choose your little character.
I'm a smart skilly. The damn monocle.
Yeah. Don't mind the fact that I'm, for some reason, an eagle.
Betrayer of your kind.
I'm sorry. What's the pin again? 2983.
2938121.
There we go.
This is just a game that my school used to play, and it makes them for everything. Now, this is another thing that the audience can participate in very easily by inputting this number into Coot.it.
Okay. It's not wanting me to join. Sorry.
Really. I don't know why it wouldn't let you join? Question mark? Doesn't make sense by any means.
298. Just run that.
293-8121. And like I was saying, Father Sisyphus, Jack, you two are more than welcome to join for these games. More than welcome.
There we go.
There we go.
Because the Guardian Angel helped him a bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's about right.
I think there's a bear. Not sure. I wasn't really looking.
Shit, there might be a bear.
I think it's a brown bear, though. Yeah, maybe. There's got to be.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Character. Yeah, that works.
Burr. White bear.
Burr. Yep.
Burr. Well, I give other people a choice to join or not. I like playing a lot of these little games. It keeps you sharp. Anyway, this is dinosaur trivia.
The reason why I was asking all of this is because nobody's live right now on Discord. That's.
No, there's in the in Snoo Club under Cloister. Starman Super is live in this stream.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid. The window, oh my god, I had scrolled down in the YouTube window. Ah, that's why. That's why I wasn't seeing anything.
There's about like 6 to 8 people in there.
Oh shit. Okay.
Right, what are we doing?
Oh, I should probably throw this up for you. That's on me.
Oh, I'm getting a delay on seeing the options.
Yeah, hold on. Let me fix it. There, that good?
Oh, let me just. Let me just.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
Why can't I...
Give myself an unfair advantage real quick.
Yeah, alrighty, there we go. Okay, now I can see. I was watching the YouTube stream on that one. Okay. Back up. Yeah, we should go next. It's okay. Give you a handicap.
What is the dinosaur? Hey, look, it's a standard theropod.
Yeah.
I am terrible with the images.
Try this.
Yeah.
Incorrect.
Yeah, I was wrong.
I didn't expect it to be like, I was expecting it to be more general knowledge, just not, what is this?
Man's rigged the system.
What is the dinosaur? I swear to God.
I sort of forgot. Yeah. What? Why did I say I got it wrong?
The Kentrosaurus is spikier than that, I assure you.
That's wild.
Ah, it's Anon and Inko. Ha! Baldy.
All right, so here's the thing: is there's two that are very similar on this.
I'm just going with whatever I think is closest. Yeah,
Like
yeah, I
that's
would know that.
yeah.
Put it all on red. Fuck it.
That's from the movie.
That's blue.
I got one right.
That was a raptor. Bullshit.
I got one right. Oh god, what the hell's that? Whatever.
Oh no.
Well, that's clearly a Spinosaurus.
That's a Giganotosaurus.
Of course, that's what that was.
This is why I stick to my 4 types of dinos and fix. Fuck this.
Exactly.
Listen, I'm
help
educating
me.
you in some weird extent, okay?
Oh, I gotta remember all
I
this.
swear to God, if there's a Leopleurodon on screen, I get it wrong, I'm gonna scream. Fuck.
All right, so look at the skull
Liz.
shape here, and look how big it is compared to them trees.
It's Liz.
And also look at it; it's somewhat upright posture.
Yeah, I got
That's
something
right, it's
correct.
Brachiosaurus.
Yeah, I was gonna do
Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus were the same thing for like 20 years, and they just found another dinosaur. Like, all right, you're now Apatosaurus.
God damn it.
Brontosaurus is actually a misnomer for the first
I
30 years
look
of the
at-
terminology existing.
I look at Diplosaurus as
Oh,
the long
God.
ones and the Brachios as the tall ones. Hell.
Well, all the rest of these are pretty well known.
Fuck it, whatever.
The Gallimimus is a herbivore theropod.
My study is not dinosaurs, it's human anatomy. God damn it. What the hell's that?
That's a very bad fucking thing.
Nice image, dude.
Nice fucking image.
Whatever.
Don't pick a different
And
answer.
Apatosaurus is a long neck.
Whatever.
I've never seen that word in my life.
This is a very bad Kahoot.
This is not going great.
Yeah, I know this one.
This is
I'm
a
gonna go for the other
Plodicus.
one.
It's the long one. Brachio is the tall one. Bleh.
So is
Diplos are the
Apatosaurus,
long
but
ones.
its head is different.
Thank you, Walking with Dinosaurs.
So we already had Triceratops.
But that's not a Triceratops. No, there's no third.
No third horn.
You see, these Chinese
Something
dinosaurs are hard.
As long as I beat Bear, it's all that matters.
Still, it matters.
Probably will. Let's see here.
That's a Brana.
Weird.
It's clearly a Trudon.
I was expecting to be more depth to the questions. Oh, damn, I killed it.
Wow.
Wow.
Oops.
I totally knew that one.
That's not Naomi, is it? No. Wait. Yeah. That's Naomi. That's hyper realistic Naomi.
It's not what you wanted?
It's perfect. Just get her a pair of red frame glasses, and that is the Allosaurus.
I should have trusted my gut on that one.
The Allosaurus knows what it is at all times.
Carnotaurus has a face
and
like a
gives-
bulldog, by the way.
and gives its enemies no mercy. The Allosaurus knows all. Thank you for being one of
I
my
think it was
favorite
Receiver K who set me
dinosaurs.
onto the goddamn... Oh, fuck. Which one is it? Oh, no.
I don't know, I just guess.
Zulong.
Chompy? I don't know. Fuck it.
Campto. Listen, Hadrosaurids, there's a lot of them, and they all look very similar.
Speaking of speaking of campies, or compies, is Tracy a raptor or a compy?
I don't
Is
know. I usually say
is it
she's a
coin toss?
compy.
Yeah, that's kind of what I get to. Because I'm not seeing raptor qualities with the feather tail and such.
This is a compy. Troodons are bigger than compies.
Yeah.
It's all the same little tiny guy to me.
What are you doing here if you don't know dinosaurs, man?
I know 4 dinosaurs. That is it.
Is that's not Mrs. Roberts, is it?
Ceratosaurus isn't even an option here.
But Mrs. Roberts is a wait, no. It's not a that
Mrs. Roberts is a ceratosaur.
Is she really? I thought
Yeah.
she was I thought she was something else. Not a T-Rex. I thought she was a Carnosaurus.
A Carnosaur is any meat-eating dinosaur.
Yeah. Isn't she a meat eater?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
So she eats meat, but that's not specific.
Oh. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay.
Well, the one in the green, that's what I'm thinking.
Carcharodontosaurus?
Yeah.
No.
I thought that's what
That has something to do with shark indention or shark teeth dinosaur.
whatever.
The answer was Albert. Again? I think this guy just likes Albertosaurus.
I'm just random.
I cannot see that image. What the hell?
Yeah, this is a very bad image.
Go with iguanodon, whatever. Bitch.
All that matters is that I stay winning.
Oh no.
Ah. There's no crests on said. That's your hint. There's no crests on its
When in
head.
doubt, put it all in red. When in doubt, put it all in red.
Hey, you're right.
I won!
It's Indian.
It's great.
Rajasaurus. It's just the Indian T-Rex, basically, is what they went for, as opposed to our Tyrant King lizard.
When in doubt, red.
Oranosaurus. It's Uranosaurus. Named after the god of the sky.
Of course.
This is the first sexual predator.
Oh, the egg stealers?
No. I'm very disappointed in you that you thought that was a Troodon when it clearly had a beak.
Oh, okay.
What is a beak? No.
What is it? What do you mean? What is a beak? It's just like a hardened keratin dentition.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Hey, this guy's about to make me write some haiku.
I like how my character is so fucking done. My avatar.
Hey, look, it's Abigail from Devlog.
Awesome.
I think, yeah. Unless.
That's easy.
Is this a Taurus?
I think it was easy anyway.
There's two potential ones that this is maybe.
Yep, that was easy.
Oh,
Used to
fuck,
have-
I paused and I didn't answer.
Used to have a giant picture book as a kid. Had
I have a
one
giant
like-
dinosaur book next to me. I think I know what this is. This is a very large theropod. I think it delivers oranges for the puppet pals. Nope. Hmm.
Still, it's so beautiful.
I love Stella so much. It's great. I think she wants a hug.
What? Of course.
What do you
Why
mean?
not? Of course, why not?
Hold on, is that actually Ankylosaurus, or is that supposed to be one of the subspecies of like the Gorgonopsids, or I don't give a shit.
Dinosaur is dinosaur.
No, not quite.
I see club and I think automatic ankylosaur.
I see the armored back, I'm like,
See the face.
probably.
Yeah. Armor plus club.
What is so funny?
Like a giant turtle.
Oh. Saurophaganax.
I got it right.
This is... Wait, there's multiple dinosaurs in this picture. What are you referring to?
Probably the big one.
God damn.
5 errors. What the hell is that?
Going with literal terminology because that was small.
How do you know it's small? That could
It
be the
looked
size of a
small on
bus.
screen. Fuck it, we ball.
There's your Miss Roberts.
Yay.
Dino MILF. Ah, my hip. And then Reed comes in and says, that's hot.
Is that a Kento?
I think so.
It's not a Stego. Stego's got really big plates.
It's a Taozhongosaurus.
Oh, okay. It was. I knew it wasn't a Stego, but a Stego's got those really big plates. Yeah.
This is obviously Euplophlowus. Because we already answered Ankylosaurus.
I thought they were gonna double back and do a double question or a double whatever.
Wow, double. That's Dimorphodon. Tetradactylus means 5-fingered. 5-fingered flight, I think, is Tetradactylus. This is very famous.
It's the meat of it. It's the meat that
It's
makes
the girth.
Yeah, that makes the Tyrannosaur.
We already had compies. Yippee!
Haven't seen that word yet. So let's try that. Why not?
Congratulations, you're getting good at word association.
on red.
Well, like a Carnotaurus is called meat-eating bull, and it has a very thin face. Or like short.
Try that one.
You wanna?
That's isn't that the one from Disney's Dinosaur?
It's
One
one
of
of the first dinosaurs ever discovered, along with the Megalosaurus.
What was the dinosaur herd from the Disney dinosaur?
I don't know.
Obviously I'm gonna pick the italicized Kaji. Yeah.
Kaijongosaurus.
Of course, that's the one. That's exactly what I meant to say.
Well, apparently it was the Helioceratops.
But of course.
Hey, look. Chicken mimic.
Is that the
Anyway, around. Well, there's nothing else it could be because this hasn't been used yet. But if it is, it's a very bad picture.
That one's from the movie.
They could have chosen a better frame. I haven't seen the latest Jurassic Park movies.
That's from the one the movie Bears was talking about, I think.
No, it was from Dinosaur. Damn it.
Yeah.
Edmund. It's getting easier, is all I can say.
There's a lot of just it's a process of elimination now. Or
Or not.
What does that say? The green, does that?
That's Moposaurus. We've already had it.
Moposaurus. Alright.
Tarbosaurus. Ah, damn it. Well, alright. Apparently I need to get better. Oh, I know what this is, though.
It's Liz but tall.
No, that's quite. It's a small sauropod.
Imagine Liz but tall though.
Tetradactylus or pterodon. Oh boy. Alright, I think this one wants a hug.
She needs to be in a wheelchair. Perfect.
What, are you threatening it?
I will hug that gator.
The big wheelchair, mate.
Yeah, just imagine. Bet it all on red.
Yeah, should have.
You know, I'm glad I've stayed in the front like I should. It just means I'm the most autistic in this group. Oh, it's Scalar.
Oh,
Really? What is the from Land Before Time? What are the egg stealers, by the way?
I don't remember. It might be Troodon. Oh, I know what this is. This is a very basal thing for sauropods. I don't know if it's the most basal sauropod ancestor, but it's one of them.
Turbosaurus, hell yeah.
You mean Tarbo?
Turbosaurus, it's Turbosaurus now.
It's Tarbosaur.
It's
love
very fast,
Turbosaurus.
it's a Turbosaur.
Stardust. Did I? Well, did you learn anything from this?
I suck at this. That's what I know.
You shush.
I'm gonna stick to the 4 I know.
I will stick to I'm gonna stick to Fang.
Give
Or
me a
Fang
wider
Fang.
range of fucking. Fang's not even a pterodactyl. She's a fucking something else. She's a tetradon, I think.
Yeah.
Probably.
And I'm
I
pretty
think-
sure that she, like, her dad is an Ashdarkid of some kind. Pretty sure Ripley's just a big flyer.
Rip's dad is a Quezzle. It'd be funny.
Or another of the Ashdarkids.
What are you guys doing here?
I mean, what are we doing here?
While we wait for...
Yeah, we're waiting for Smooth Rock to get ready for his presentation.
I'm probably gonna have to dip in like 30 minutes here to go do some stuff, but...
Yeah.
What exactly do we do here?
I mean, it's the roundup, man.
Well, I mean, this is the first one I've been to, so I don't know.
Well,
There's a
you
bunch
get
of...
scheduled, and there you give a presentation.
Like
I just
on the
finished my-
stories or what?
Yeah, whatever you want. I just did one on environmental characterization, scene setting. So now we're just waiting the downtime. For the next, I'm not sure what Smooth. I'm not sure what Smooth is presenting on.
It won't take long.
Something or other.
Yeah, and I'll be here, for 24 hours. Suffering by the end of it, hopefully.
Are you gonna fall asleep in the middle of Shuhan's presentation again?
I might.
Specifically for Shuhan.
Exactly.
To be fair, all right, okay. So to be fair, I had been awake for 19 or so hours at that point.
Yeah, that doesn't sound healthy.
What's your point?
You talked a
Weak
big
numbers.
game about limiting it to 12 hours last time. So what happened there?
Huh? I don't know. I was tired. You ever been fucking sleepy, man?
Yeah. And the
God.
next day you said, I'm not going to do that again. I'm only going to do it for 12 hours. And then where you at?
I said, you know what? Never mind.
Finicky. Fickle.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I am a fickle animal. Fate. It be a fickle thing.
Well, I don't know how much time I would have if I were to be able to be scheduled because I gotta go.
Oh, we're
tomorrow
scheduled
morning.
up until like after 2
Uh-huh.
a.m.
Hmm.
tomorrow. So that's a big
But I just gotta say, read Middle Gator solid.
yeah. I did.
What do you think of it?
I think I told you what I thought of it. Pretty decent. Pretty decent little enjoyable thing for people like Metal Gear.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
Like
you're talking about the
I like
Mario
how
campaign
you
right now.
took the little mission start gag from Phantom Pain. I think that was nice.
That was the previous story. I'm talking about the one that I'm doing now.
Oh,
Middle Gator solid. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't read that one then. Maybe you finished? Wrapped up? Alright, cool. Nice. Nice, 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 nice.
I need to implement that one side of the Mikula pillow into this chapter on AO3 because I already put the image in on the Google Doc. I just need to put it in there.
I do not know how to input images into AO3.
Well, I know. I'm just saying that I have to do that right now.
It can be a little finicky, and
It's plenty.
I
finicky.
use Flickr over Imgur.
So you just have to upload it to one of those sites and throw the link into the thing?
Maybe
have
I've
to
got to
use an
copy the link
embed.
of the image.
Yeah, typically you want to use the HTML code editor, not rich text. Rich text is pretty hit and miss. If you use the HTML code to put an embed, it's typically a little bit better.
I
And you can more
use
easily
the
mess up the size and
rich
placement.
text.
Learning new things about AO3 that I haven't touched in a long time. It has honestly been a while since I've played with anything in AO3. Maybe I should get to it. Maybe I should cook something up live now. Has anybody here ever seen anything that's just like kind of fucked up recently?
Like in the stream or just in general that
Just
things
in
are fucked up.
life.
Oh yeah, I mean, Israel attacked the Iranian nuclear power
Oh, I was
plant.
talking more along the lines of like I saw a fat guy get his gut stuck in some machine.
Well, you're asking for like Chinese live leak videos then? What?
I mean, a little.
Waiter, please more steel
Waiter,
workers,
more gore, please, more gore.
more steel workers, please.
Waiter, more alcoholics at work, please.
Jesus.
Waiter, there's a fly in me soup. Don't worry, sir, I'll save him. Fucking dives into the table. Howdy.
I joined accidentally, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're alright.
Right, actually.
We're waiting for.
We need more.
Oh yeah.
We're waiting. Very patiently, might I add. Because I'm a good boy. I guess we could run another Kahoot of something.
It plays like a damn fiddle.
Wow, there's so much dinosaur stuff. Somebody's saying that the guy who made Tracy didn't like state what she was. She's just dinosaur.
Yeah. It's just anyway.
Some
I'm
form
just,
of raptor.
yeah. I'll go with compy or vaguely raptorish. I'll flip a coin.
There we go. Beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, I was talking about what I'm doing right now. Putting the image in.
It fits. Does it ship
Yes.
anywhere in the country?
Goose, do you want me to give you the AO3 link or the Google Docs just for when you want to read them later? Because I can't
I will read them later.
Yeah.
But you could still probably just DM me the link.
Well, you want the docs or do you want the
Just the AO3 is fine.
AO3?
I don't need nothing special.
Gorcha.
Gorcha.
Yeah, Gorcha.
Has anybody here seen the any like the playing trailer, like the gameplay trailer of Tracy's game that she came from?
No.
It looks like something that would be like fun for exactly 2 hours.
What's the game?
So basically, it's like just Tracy's she cooks, and like the mission, like the point of the game is to deliver ingredients to her cauldron so she can cook them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it an actual game?
It never released.
What was it called?
Tracy something. Tracy Cooking Dinosaur or something.
Cooking with Tracy.
Yeah, Cooking with Tracy.
Is that where she's from?
Yep.
Wow.
And the Caveman got in contact with her creator, and
Huh.
Oh.
Cool.
We only got the one video of the playtest.
Huh. Okay. That's actually cool to know.
Yeah.
Art style reminds me of Ty the Tasmanian. Or, bleh. Yeah.
I don't blame. I don't blame.
I kind of like that art style.
Nice and light and airy, and it's fun. It's just fun.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a. I think Falling Sun's just having a argument with me. That's one-sided.
The cat?
He's saying rabble, 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 rabble. I only have so many monitors. Oh, I'm so full. So full of images. Is that what you want? There's very little difference, I'll have you know. But yes, I changed the image for Smooth Rock, if you can tell. Even. If you can even see it.
Uh,
I have no idea what got fixed by you falling. I'm sorry. I cannot tell the difference in all honesty. Listen, I cannot tell at all. There's no difference. It's the same picture. It's the same fucking picture, man. Later in the day, of course, we'll have to play Sensei's little video he sent.
You sent a video?
Yeah, he did. Sensei Ninja Pig?
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
He's my friend.
Yeah.
Where did he post it at?
He just sent it to me.
Was it like it was like a time thing, wasn't it, or like a?
Mm-hmm. Oh, apparently his arm was fucked up. That's what the difference is.
All right. Well,
Are you
I'm back.
finally ready?
Yes. Jesus, I got water to get ready. Good lord, can I not do that?
No, you're not allowed. I'm sorry.
Well, that's damn shame, isn't it? All right, let me share my screen.
Thank you.
I'm gonna bounce for the call, but I'll be watching you guys. Okay, peace out.
All righty. So we can.
And thank you very much, Firefly, for your presentation. Appreciate it.
So we can see my screen.
Yes.
Everything's ready.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Let's just get started with this then. This is Peanut Paste, a history, the life, times, and rise of peanut butter. So what is peanut paste? In the Americas, ground peanut paste was started by famous American typhoon John Kellogg, the anti-gooner. Too bad he's beaten by Marcellus Gilmore Edson of Canada just a few short years beforehand in the 1800s. But then again, John Kellogg, the man who hated masturbation and made bran cereals in order to curb that appetite and that nasty little behavior, had money, and he made it popular in the Americas first, more so in the US. But why peanuts? Peanuts were cheap and a good source for a food substitute he wanted to package up cheaply. It would act as a good replacement for meat, reflective of his Seventh-day Adventist faith, which, for those who do not know, prefer to have a vegetarian diet and cruelty-free, quote-unquote. And though it was somewhat successful, it became vastly popular as a rationing agent during the First World War. People get out there, they need a quick energy track to, go charge the trenches, deal with PTSD/shell shock, maybe do a few bayonet charges into oncoming machine gun fire. Yeah, energy pick-me-up, peanut butter, chocolate, good little sugar rush. Fun fact, peanut butter came before sliced bread. So peanut butter is older than Betty White's corpse. When the carbo goodness came about, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches were a commonly adapted food staple in the US and Canada. Who would have thought that we had something that was so old, it predates World War I and II. But there is a slight little hiccup there. The Incas did it first. There is lots of cultural evidence that points out that South American cultures started using the funny little legume in the 1500s. It was in the 1700s that we saw the food travel to the Americas. But what kind of peanut butter is there? There's creamy peanut butter, steamed-based original peanut butter from the 1800s by Kellogg. There's crunchy peanut butter, which has a weird mouthfeel, in my opinion. You know, who wants to have nuts inside their creamy peanut paste? There's honey mixed peanut butter, maple mixed peanut butter, my personal favorite. Chocolate, which is not Nutella, Anyone who says otherwise, shut the fuck up. Nutella is not the same as chocolate peanut butter. Chocolate peanut butter just has cacao beans mixed up and roasted into the roasted peanut mix that becomes peanut butter. Don't at me otherwise. You're wrong. Salted peanut butter, which we see most of the time, and then the very classic roasted peanut butter. This is what you pretty much see on most food shelves. It is this type that has the best shelf life as well, because it's been burnt. So, what can we do with peanut butter? Well, George Washington Carver was a bit of a genius in that regard. So, George Washington Carver, for those who do not know, is an American agricultural scientist born to slavery in the 1850s. He was one of the first African-American scientists of renown, actually. Professor, innovator, and economic revolutionary, the man sailed into history on the back of funny little legumes. He first brought together the use of peanuts to help African-American farmers improve their soil depleted by continual cropping of cotton. Because, as we learned, thanks to the Dust Bowl, if you just do the same cotton or the same crop for generations, it's going to deplete the nutrients of the soil, make it really, really fucked up. With peanuts, he encouraged sweet potatoes, and as well as corn, maize, all kinds of funny little plants that actually could be staples for food and economic growth for the, at the time, rather poor farmers. He was also a huge environmentalist and managed to gain enough recognition to be lauded outside the Black community. In 1941, just such case, Times Magazine called him the Black Leonardo of science. George Washington Carver saw many harshness in his life, harsh events in his life. Lynching, being kidnapped by night raiders, sold and split from his family. He pretty much lived a life of constant fear and loathing from people outside of his immediate family for the first 10 years of his life. And when he finally got to be part of a family, he tried to find some education. This education was 10 miles by foot in a black allowed school. After being rejected as an adult from Highland University as an adult, he homesteaded a plot of land nearby. He raised and experimented with his own crops that he grew, such as fruit trees, corn, potatoes, rice, and more. His initial rise to fame was thanks to his insistence of allowing nitrogen to return soil thanks to Pacific crop rotation. So much so that he was able to consult large swaths of farmers and even led lectures on the use of agricultural reform in several universities, thanks to his own research that eventually became academically recognized. Then, to spit in the face of God, he became an actual professor at Highland University and became a widely recognized expert. So, what did George Washington Carver really accomplish? Well, we can see he made at least 300 products delivered from peanuts, contributing to the American South. This included soap, oils, over 100 different types of food, 12 different types of drinks, laxatives, medicines, cosmetics, such as hand lotion, face cream, fat-producing cream, dandruff cure, a shampoo, dyes for leather, cloth, wood, and paints, fuel, gas, rubber, ink, insulation for housing, and shoe polish. The man literally created so many things that it's kind of hard to track down all of them. We have a very wide estimated guess of what he did patent and what he did create, but there might be some things that kind of fell through the cracks of history. Regardless, this man made a fucking ton of stuff. So let's get down to the brass tacks. Why is peanut butter good? So, peanut butter as a peanut byproduct is a highly beneficial, naturally occurring lipid or fatty nutrient occurring food. Unsaturated fatty acids are more prevalent, which makes them simple chemical compounds to break down. So, to explain like you're 5, simple fats, very good. Peanut fats, very good. They make you less fat. Complicated, saturated fats, like fast food, make you fat. Peanut oil is also a cholesterol-free substance. Considering that high cholesterol is the leading cause of heart health issues, this is highly desirable for most adults, as it has been shown to even help prevent some forms of cancerous diseases within the gastrointestinal tract. The benefits of peanut butter, microbiota, slide 2. Depression, health risks, and a variety of diseases can be linked to poor dietary restrictions. If you only eat fast food day. You're going to feel like shit. And it's been proven that gut health and gut biome have a direct link to your mental state. Peanuts can act as a cheap, easy to accessible metabolic staple that can help supplement one's health while offering highly desirable macro sources of fats, proteins, and acids of the human body. Their cheap growth and market rate make them highly sought after for mass consumption, and their plant mass nutrient profiles are easy sources of daily caloric goals. In this figure we see here on the right, we can see more of what that means. Peanuts, legumes, nuts in general have a very simple, similar chemical compound breakdown. Lots of very good fats, like I mentioned earlier, unsaturated, easy to break down. Proteins galore. If you're into bodybuilding, if you're into like just a healthy snack, the proteins is what most nutritionists really want to get you to focus in on. Carbohydrates, low amount, very good. Fiber, necessary for, getting the plumbing going, as it were. And then you got polyphenols and vitamins and minerals. Main sources of stuff that is good for the human body, not necessarily an essential facet of what makes peanuts and nuts in general great, but you see the breakdown over here. We have coumaroic acid, isofuric acid, resveratrol, niacin, folate, thiamine, riboflavin, bannic acid, palmitic acid, linoleic acid, oleic acid, and more. Literally so many things coming from these nuts and legumes that are highly beneficial as a snack source and a main food source.
Can you answer me what are some of the main benefits to rubbing peanut butter on your skin? I think I heard something about it as an exfoliant.
It can be an exfoliant. So George Washington Carver did use peanut oil to make a dandruff-proving shampoo. And he had this funny idea that back in the day, peanut oil would be to help infants from paralysis. So I can't really tout or support that idea without scientific evidence, which I do not have on me at the time, but he swore by it. And we can say that peanut oil is a base oil in some hand creams and some lotions that is healthy for the skin. It helps repair and moisturize. So there's that. It's not SPF proof, so don't put it on your skin and expect to go to the sun and not get sunburnt. That's just dumb. But it could help moisturize and repair damaged skin cells for, say, laborers, blue-collar workers. Just consider that.
You're saying I should just grab a scoop of the Jif peanut butter and just kind of rub it on my neck at the end of the day, right?
You might help the local pest population as they start to seek out that sweet neck butter on your body, but I'm not going to support that action. I'd rather you don't. Just get some peanut oil instead. Try that out.
But in
All
a
right,
pinch.
so in a pinch, wash. Yeah, sure, do that, but wash it off afterwards. Don't let it sit there all day. Don't let it get crusty. That's weird.
But like, I'm led to believe
And fiber composition.
By certain things I've read that it has a very good like skin feel.
Oh geez, I wonder what thing you are talking about.
I wonder what gave you this idea for this presentation.
We'll have to talk about that later, probably. But to reiterate, the chemical makeup and fiber composition of peanuts may help with gut microbiota and flora. Bioactive compounds from these complex food sources have shown beneficial effects on critical digestive enzymes and bacteria to help propagate a healthy gut biome. So, for instance, let's get a dietary source of whole grains, fruits, nuts, vegetables, and human milk in young infants. You'll get some nice rule of fibers such as digestion-resistant starch, pectin, beta-glucan, and inulin, which will help feed the gut microorganisms, get them nice and healthy, breed properly, make them very, very active in the body, which, whenever they have the chemical byproducts of digestion, will break down to acetic acid, propionic acid, and butyric acid, which, as we know, helps local gut digestive issues disappear, get things moving quickly, get things moving healthily, absorb nutrients better throughout the intestinal tracts, and just help kind of make sure that all the other pipe work is working out well. Blood, arteries, blood vessels, things like that. So now we're going to move on to the antioxidant properties of peanut butter. So this is going to more so reach out to peanuts and nuts in general, but because peanut butter is a nut product, I'm still going to refer to the main source of peanut butter. Antioxidants can be defined as molecules that reduce oxidative stress on cells that are plant and animal based. To better aid the internal workings of people, antioxidant-rich foods may aid in improving overall health. Based on serving samples provided by the USDA, nuts and legumes such as peanuts, chestnuts, walnuts, and peanut butter compounds contain higher antioxidants compared to most other fruits and vegetables. Cell walls can remain stronger, endure more stress environments, and lead to overall better health. These continued benefits may see the rise of increased overall health as human bodies adapt and recover from various stress events, be it from injury, surgical intervention, and other physical traumas. It's like they say, you are what you eat. If you get hurt, you get some bruises, maybe even a cracked bone and whatnot, nutrients are how the body repairs you. It's how they make you stronger. Whenever you go work out, guess what? You're tearing up your cell walls of your muscles. Your muscle nutrient values to repair, to heal, and to improve. That's why whenever you see, say, someone go out, work hard for 2 hours at the gym, come back, they get a protein shake. A lot of health gurus will also tell you, yeah, throw in a spoonful of peanut butter in there for an easy little macro source. Guess what? It's because it's got the necessary fats, necessary proteins, and a little bit of carbohydrate goodness to make sure you can keep going on for your day. So, having peanut butter as a nutritional supplement for aging and at-risk populations can help provide key macronutrients needed to help stave off diseases thanks to their ability to keep cells and organs healthy. The appeal of a soft, easy-to-digest foodstuff
Now you're
I'm just. Okay, so if I talk again, am I coming through on screen? All right, so I'm on stream again. Oh no. Okay, so I guess I'm good again. All right. Wow. I'll just start a little bit back. So let's just try this again. So the health benefits found in various legumes and nut sources can be potentially providing ways to keep mental physiology within desirable levels, such as brain fat, blood vessel elasticity. What I mean by that is ways to measure and check to make sure that people do not have strokes. Because plaque and fat are ways to help make sure that brain vessels go pop. We do not want that. Healthy fats, amino acids, and other nutrients. So all make it sound like things are healthier because they are. Proper nutrition is the way to ensure a long life, to ensure longevity. So just be mindful, be aware of what you're eating, and find healthy alternatives, such as nuts, peanuts, peanut butter. So what does it all mean? Like, why are we here? Is it, should I eat peanut butter? Should I eat peanuts? Why am I so obsessed with this? Should you use peanut soap? Oil, like Oates earlier mentioning using lotion for the peanut butter on his neck. Should you be a farmer, making your own food, grow your own food? Am I unhealthy? Should I read that one really fucking weird fic that Smooth made about peanut butter? Probably not. So, the questions can all be answered with a very simple answer. Do you like to be healthy? Yeah, do that. Are you vegetarian? Yeah, eat it. Do you want to hit your macros for good goals and weights and diets? Hell yes. Eat nuts, eat peanuts, eat peanut butter. Do you have to role play as an herbivore on some kind of snoot chat RP server? I don't know that answer. Probably don't involve me on that one because that's really fucking weird, and I'm not going to help support that. You be you. You do you. I'm not gonna help back you in that corner. I'm not. Do you simply have good taste and don't want to live like a basic bitch?
I think you've given enough clarity to some people where you have, in a roundabout way, endorsed them doing exactly what you just described.
Shush. Okay. And that's it. I'd like peanut butter. That's my answer. It's
good
tasty.
for you. It's
You can go home now.
It stays stable in your car.
If you're allergic to peanuts and nuts in general, I'm sorry that you suffer a lesser form of living. I truly am. All right, we're excited. So, list of products made from peanuts by Dr. George Washington Carver by Tuskegee University. So, Koschik, Lukonik, Jarman, Korchinska, Kozbek, health benefits of peanut seeds and peanut oil consumption. Molser, potential health benefits from peanut and peanut butter derived bioactive compounds and microbiota metabolics. Blumhoff, Carlson, Anderson, Jacobs, health benefits of nuts, potential role of antioxidants. Hetiarachi, Fayesa, Dali, Georg, and Georgosopoulou. Scott, Baguli, and Tan. Effective peanut butter supplementation on physical and cognitive functions in community-dwelling older adults. Study protocol for a 6-month randomized controlled trial. And that's it. I am now opening the floor to questions.
All right. So, what made you decide that Naomi likes peanut butter in that way?
I don't know. It's just a retarded idea that came to mind.
But that idea eventually led to this, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, no, like entirely. It started as an idea of, man, herbivores need to like probably hit nutrient goals pretty hardcore in order to like, not
Live.
starve or have nutrient waste going on in their bodies. What's an easy way to do that? Probably nuts. Oh, probably like peanuts, like peanut butter.
A lot of them also
Yeah, that
eat
worked
like
out.
smaller insects, but that just because insects are pure protein, they're not really meat.
Yeah, but not many herbivores or vegetarians really want to eat insects because it makes them feel yucky.
Well, I suppose the more
But
complicated protein bonding structures would maybe give their stomachs an issue.
hey, like I said in this presentation, it's a very simple chemical compound to break down for macronutrients, and it's healthy in a way, as long as you properly treat it right. Like, don't cover it in chocolate and dip it with like fucking candy bars.
Listen,
or
man,
whatever.
it's okay every now and then to be kind of a sweet tooth guy, but like not all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Moderation. You got to be able to like make sure that you eat properly and be aware. Portion
Yeah.
control too.
You're allowed to
that's-
have all the bullshit, but
Yeah, but
Not all the
should
time.
you actually have all the bullshit?
not usually.
Good.
But every now and then it's fine.
Yeah, man, that food pyramid we were taught when we were younger was really skewed in that regard, wasn't it?
Oh, it was mostly bullshit.
Oh, it is.
It said that grains should be the bulk of your diet, man. That's stupid.
Yeah, no, it truly is.
That's
Veggies
incredibly
and,
bad for you. That's why so many people have like gluten intolerances.
yes, where really you should be having more so like nuts and veggies and that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, so like the steak and collard greens is basically what the cornerstone of your meal should be. It should be whatever protein you like, and then a fuckload of vegetables, and maybe a little bit of bread on the side. Maybe.
Yeah,
But
it should have more
be-
vegetables.
It should be by and large a fuck off huge ass bowl of vegetables with meat.
Yes. And to reiterate that, that's why I made the first half of the presentation look like utter dog shit, because I was like, oh, what's it like if I don't have peanut butter in my life? I look like an idiot. To, oh, actually presentable,
Yeah.
because I have peanut butter in my life.
You just did that because you thought it was funny.
Oh, yes, that too, entirely.
It was a good bit, I think. I like the non PNG Pogger face floating around. That was great.
Thank you.
Fucking
So-
opaque background, white.
I do see some questions here. Hold on. Someone asked me, Jack Pass asked me, smooth or chunky? Smooth. Smooth peanut butter. Like, no questions asked. Smooth peanut butter is better.
Depends what I'm doing with it. If it's
If
on
I'm
a
gonna
sandwich or
have,
going into
like-
a pie, it's smooth. If I'm just eating it straight, it's chunky.
Okay, here's my thing. If I'm having it, peanut butter jelly, pie, what you said, sure, whatever. Smooth peanut butter, that's good. To have like raisins or celery, I can see chunky. I could see it. I've had it before. I just prefer smooth peanut butter overall. It's a better mouthfeel for me. That, and I don't really like the feeling of like having peanut butter in the mouth. I wasn't to chew on something like hard, like an actual nut. That freaked me out as a kid. Didn't like it. So let's see. Oh, Meister's saying that for the insect conversation you brought up earlier, Trish secretly wants to eat mango. That'd be a nice plot point. Yeah, someone should write that. Someone eats their pet.
I mean, it
Do it.
happened all the time back in the old days.
Oh, it sure did. It was like during scarcity and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. You gotta go pretty far to make a man eat his dog, though.
Oh, yeah. I think there was like a recent headline that it was somewhere in Southeast Asia, like a bunch of people had dog that was apparently exposed to rabies. So now like 11 people are under medical quarantine and watch for any kind of signs of or symptoms of rabies right now. It's like, oh,
Well,
God,
that's
food
just
terrorism.
people.
Yeah, I mean, food.
They saw I had rabies and ate it anyway.
What is it? What is it? That thing? It's like zoophilus. It's the phenom of whenever a disease is passed on from animal to human because it just jumps whenever they consumed. Oh, is there a legitimate advantage to fancy organic peanut butter by falling? Less sugar, probably. less preservatives.
What? Oh, you're
Because-
talking about zoophagogenesis?
Yes, thank you.
I think is the
Zoophagogenesis.
word.
Yeah, because phagy for consumption. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
But-
it's I always like everybody calls me a racist when I say that they should just stop eating whenever they find on the floor in Asia. But they should.
Well, the theory provided in Wuhan, China, is that it was at a wet market, like an actual live animal kill and eat market
Yeah.
of a bat that COVID originally came from.
They should stop eating whenever they find on the floor.
Mm-hmm. So, back to the following question. Is there a legitimate advantage to fancy organic peanut butter? So, yes, I would say so. It's going to be way more expensive, and I'd say if you're going to do it, have it all in one go with some friends or family or like an individual package. Because that stuff is, it's tasty. It's very tasty. And typically, organic stuff, freshly made stuff, will spoil quicker because less preservatives. And they'll also have less sugar because America has a problem with sugar added to almost every little food source they have. That's
Dog,
packaged.
you can go into the grocery store and half the vegetables have sugar added. It's not good.
Dog, go to the fucking bread section, check the fucking sugar factory.
I fucking know. What, you think I'm a goose and I don't know this? Fuck.
Yeah, no, bread makes you fat because of the carbohydrates, but also the sugar. Jesus
The
Christ.
sugar is the primary thing in the bread here that makes you fat.
Yeah, exactly. Go to Europe. Go to
It's
Asia,
not even
try the
real
bread
sugar,
there.
it's corn syrup.
Mm-hmm. It's gross. It's fruit. It's glucose. But
It's
yeah,
cheaper and sweeter than regular sugar. Delicious, cheap fucking corn syrup. Fatten them up like the little piggies they are.
Oh yeah, we got to get the Americans real nice and fat with them breads.
Nice and fat so that the Chinese can come over here and eat us off the floor.
And that's why we have a food pyramid telling us to eat bread all day.
Yeah, because the grain lobbies came together.
No, yeah. It's like when they said, "Oh, sugar doesn't make it."
There's
isn't
no
addictive.
such
Sugar
thing
does-"
as big meat except on black dudes, okay?
What? Oh, I'm gonna nope. I'm gonna ignore that. So, man, what were we talking about earlier? We're talking about like people eating their pets.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Okay, going back to insects. Honestly, I fuck with insects. Like personally, I fuck with it. It's a pretty good food source. It's pretty tasty too. Like a deep fried cricket, not deep fried, just like oil fried cricket. Delicious, actually good, very tasty. I've had that. I've managed to get a bite of scorpion one time, and that was covered in like a soy sauce glaze. Pretty tasty. Gotta recommend it, honestly. Really crunchy though. It's
I
that
mean, it's
weird
not-
thing where it's crunchy on the outside, but a little syrupy, gooey on the inside.
It's not all that different from eating lobsters and crabs. It's my like standpoint.
No, it's really not.
They're
very
all
similar.
fucking arthropods.
No, yeah, exactly. They're arthropods. They got all that meat juice, that like open circulatory system, kind of like spiders do, all in the insides. That's why whenever spiders and crabs and arachnid and like just arachnids in general, like spiders, I said that, goddammit, scorpions die, their legs curl inwards because their little meat factory pumps no longer work, so everything just curls back inwards.
Mm-hmm. Because it basically how they move is like they have a band of elastic on the underside of their limbs, right? Or some similar material. And when they pump, it makes it like pressurizes it so that it'll extend outward.
Yeah, it's essentially a pneumatic press. Like it just one part moves and just cinches closed so that the pressure makes the hydraulics open up the other part. It's a fascinating little thing, but also delicious. Can recommend. Much like having chicken heart, chicken liver, gizzard, turkey heart as well. I've had a lot of turkey. I've had a lot of hearts actually. Weird.
Every time you consume a
weird
heart,
food
you gain
stuff.
the powers of that creature for about half an hour.
What's the power of eating a chicken heart for half an hour?
Stupid, fat, retarded.
Can I get that like gyroscopic head ability they have?
Yeah, sure.
I want that ability where I can just like keep my head on a swivel and like move my entire
What,
body.
you
without
don't
moving
do
the
that
head.
already?
No, I want it though.
Duh, you just gotta like it's training. You can train yourself to do that.
No, true. I mean, I'm pretty spoiled. I've got like
I mean, our eyes do that basically. The chicken has to have its whole head
True,
do that
true.
because its eyes don't really move. But our eyes can
I'm pretty
fucking stay on target of something pretty well.
I mean, I have to say, like my food adventures are pretty spoiled. I've lived in a family that's hunted a lot of its own meat for years and years. I've had, say, the spine of a deer. It's covered in a meat called backstrap. Cover that in some bacon and a blueberry glazed chipotle sauce. Delicious. Lots of duck, lots of dove, elk, ram one time from big rams in the middle of the Colorado Rockies. Lots of fish, lots and lots of fish. I've had pickled pig's foot. Oh, actually, Jack Dash just mentioned in the comments. Pickled pig's feet. Not too bad. Very gelatinous. Kind of weird. Not my favorite, but good for the experience, we'll say. And then there's, let's see, chicken liver. Yeah, that's also true. Honestly, pretty good. Liver for most animals. It's very
Have you
it's very
eaten
healthy
any
for you,
rodents
actually.
besides the rabbit? Have you eaten a rat?
I have not eaten a rat.
Have you
I've had
eaten a
rabbit.
rat?
No.
Please don't eat rats.
You're not gonna
Yeah, it
stop
is
me,
Meister.
Okay. All right.
Well, like I was saying though, lots of fun food stuff to have adventures with. Like elk is delicious. Swordfish tastes like just pure steak. By the way, it's basically just all muscle fish.
Yeah, it's like
And,
what, like the full size tunas are. It's all muscle. Or if you look at ahi tuna.
Oh yeah, that's why you look. It has all kinds of red meat. It's
I
delicious.
fucking love tuna. It's great. It's my favorite fish.
Yeah, tuna and salmon. You can have that shit raw for a reason. It's delicious. It's perfect. It's amazing. Best food sources out there. My wife hates it, and I want to cry.
It's my favorite fish because it's the least fishy fish.
Yes, that is a very common complaint for a lot of people. That's mostly, in my opinion, associated with white fish meat, which you can see in, like, say, bass, catfish, trout, things like that. Not a lot of people like the fishy taste of it. It makes them feel icky. But really dark red meat from tuna.
So the fish I hate the most is, of course, the tilapia. I don't know that I have to tell you why, but tilapia just does not taste good. That is the fishiest fish.
Oh wait, hold on. What about fish and chips? Cod.
Cod? That's not as fishy. It's not as bad as tilapia though, and also it's covered in like goddamn batter and oil and lemon juice.
How are you preparing your tilapia?
That's a good question.
I don't, because I don't like tilapia.
Okay, then you're preparing it improperly.
I just don't like...
Tilapia pairs very well when you bake it with a strong flavored root vegetable. Specifically, like if you do fennel. Right?
Listen.
Roasted fennel bulb, carrots, and then you put it into parchment paper with some kind of a citrus, usually lemons, and then you bake it.
I have
until
not...
it reaches a proper internal temperature. That is how you prepare tilapia. Because otherwise, yes, tilapia itself has a stronger flavor, but if you prepare it with the proper complementary flavors, it's much better.
This is not just my conclusion. This is my entire family's conclusion. The last time we had
That's great.
tilapia...
Your entire family...
Hold on, let me talk. The last time we had tilapia was at the end of the housing crisis when my family was just dirt poor.
So you have a bad memory associated with it.
Yes, and I will not eat it.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, that sucks, but sorry to hear it.
That doesn't mean that it tastes bad. It tastes bad to you.
It's incredibly fishy, man. I just don't like. I'm not gonna.
I think
have you tried like covering it in the sauce like a white wine?
It is possible too that what got supplied to us was the worst of the worst for tilapia.
Very, very, very likely so. Many places.
We do live in like the second most landlocked state in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, question then. How do you feel about sushi?
I like sushi.
Okay, was the tilapia frozen or was it fresh?
I don't know. I was like 6.
Okay.
Right. I'm just trying to absorb this information now. Honestly,
I have no interest in trying tilapia again because of it harkens back to the bad times.
But you're willing to eat bugs and rodents,
yes, right? Because I don't have bad memories associated with rodents except them biting me. Hamsters. I got bitten by a hamster, and that's like I'll just eat you.
Well, I guess you go to Argentina. I believe it's Argentina. They have like roast guinea pigs.
Peru.
Oh, thank you, Peru.
I mean, I'd try it.
Yep. I was
I'd
just
try it
about to
once.
make a joke about how guinea pigs are a great portable snack.
I'd try it once, okay?
Just pull one out and eat that some bitch like
if
a
it
burrito.
swims, flies, or walks on this planet, I'd try it once.
No, fair. Like I said, I've had like deer spine meat, backstrap, pure delicious. Livers, it's a very different kind of taste considering what they function as the body.
I ate a raccoon last week.
How did you prepare it?
Okay, so I was on a job site, right? I didn't prepare it myself. He just grilled it because he says it tastes off if you do anything but grill it.
Was it roadkill or was it caught and prepared?
He shot it in the face because it was eating his neighbor's chickens.
Okay, so it was
That's
a fresh
better.
kill. Yeah.
Okay, better.
Well, that's what he told me at least.
There is a movement in America for eating roadkill.
Yes,
there is.
Like, I'm not too sure how to explain it properly, but there are people who are
Virginia
willing to go.
specifically has made it easier to claim your roadkills.
Wait, say that again. Wait, what?
Virginia specifically has passed legislation to make it easier to claim roadkill.
I'm not surprised. It's Virginia. I'm not surprised. That's Virginia. Yeah, no, for people who are kind of confused, don't eat roadkill. Don't do that.
You got all sorts of shit from your car in there.
You have no way to validate how old that roadkill is
unless you kill it yourself. Yeah.
Unless you kill it yourself, even in which case you would want to make sure that like the intestines didn't rupture and cause a lot of the meat to become fouled.
Or like other digestive organs.
Yeah, enzymes aren't flooding all over the meat. Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to have a very small amount of meat compared to body ratio.
Ford Ranger is not a recommended hunting weapon.
How about the Honda Civic? So my first car got destroyed by a deer.
I've killed a Canadian goose with one before. I didn't try to take its meat though.
Yeah, no. My first like hunting kill was with my first car, a Honda Civic, a few years ago.
Hell yeah.
By which when I was driving home, it was 2 a.m. and a deer just kind of fucking put its head in front of my grill, and I just brained it, I guess. We did not claim the roadkill. I had no way of getting it anywhere.
Just tie the son of a bitch to the top of your car.
The car wouldn't. I couldn't. I had to basically walk to the next town. It fucked it up.
Wow.
It sent my fender into my wheel. The car's back to driving, by the way. Some African kid has it. We sold it to an immigrant. But I offer good price. Does that make you feel warm and cozy inside?
I mean, I'm just hungover, so.
Yeah, you did quite a bit of drinking during Factorio, didn't you?
Yeah.
You should go have some peanut butter.
You should go have another beer.
Yeah, I should. But yeah, I just wanted to come on and say that corn syrup is terrible and it makes things taste terrible. I swear to fucking God, I don't know if I hate any other food additive more than I hate corn syrup. It doesn't even taste as good as sugar. Red 40 is.
Apparently, it makes you more autistic.
I mean, I don't know if that's possible to make you more autistic.
It just makes it play up more, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Joking about that. Corn syrup is God. It's so
corn syrup is so incredibly bad for you.
It makes candy taste bad. Candy that's made with corn syrup, chocolate that's made with corn syrup, objectively to me. So I guess subjectively to people, whatever. Objectively to me, it tastes worse. And I genuinely just do not eat candy that has corn syrup in it. Not because it's like, oh, it's corn syrup, it's food additive, it's cheap, whatever. It just genuinely tastes worse to me. And I fucking hate it so much. And it's the reason why, so like you said, so many fucking people are fat because everybody fucking puts corn syrup in their shit to make it sweeter because it appeals to people's fucking lizard brains.
Yes. Well, also, the reason that we started using corn syrup is because of all the goddamn corn subsidies brought on by World War II. And they can get
Right.
depression.
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah. And if you want to go down that rabbit hole, talk about government cheese for a while. Woo, baby.
Several
Got
people
milk?
have died for
Remember
government
those?
cheese. The fucking cheese caves in Missouri, I think. I think they're in Missouri. Yeah, no, they are in Missouri. There's the cheese caves.
Yes, they
They
are.
still have fucking cheese in them.
Oh, they do. The United States Strategic Caloric Reserve, also
Yeah.
known as Wisconsin.
No, the cave is in Missouri where they keep it.
I know. I was making a joke about fat people.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be on later. Bye.
Yeah.
Well,
I
that
will
was
throw
great.
myself in the building. Yeah, no, it's
Oh,
just
don't do that.
I just land like 4 feet down, man. It'd be fine.
Don't hit your desk. Let's just do that. How about that?
I don't have my desk out here.
Oh no! There's no wife for you to beat this time.
I'm laying on top of the body pillow. I'll have you know.
Oh well.
Yeah.
I'll. When do I send you a postcard congratulating you on the marital bliss?
I don't. I mean, I'll give you my address. I guess. A shit.
I will take that conversation off screen and off air because let's not dox you to all these people and watching this.
No, it'd be great. It'd be great. What would they do? What would they even do?
I don't know. Probably like let that shit leak and do something really awful with it. Don't trust people, man. We're all internet strangers. Don't do that.
Yeah. I try to air that there's an inherent goodness in everyone.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair. But being anonymous helps kind of make things muddle the ink, which is a proven psychological phenom. Just I can be online and mysterious and not suffer consequences. Woohoo!
CIA knows anyway.
Yee. So I guess the question is there any more questions for this? Like, is there any more comments, concerns, or anything else? Otherwise, we can just kind of draw it to a close and let you play more Kahoot with your adoring audience.
Yes, more Kahoot with the audience that doesn't want to play Kahoot, apparently. I was just trying to have fun with you all, you know. Oh.
Oh.
Tons on pizza you have to pay for.
Oh, yeah,
What?
that's true.
What, Jack? What does that mean?
They're talking about mailing you pizza. and
Oh,
whatnot.
yeah. No. I don't think the pizza places around me actually let you do unpaid pizza. It's all prepaid.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're tired of
actually,
that.
Jack has a nice little question. Has a question. What kind of peanut butter snacks would I recommend? What I really like to do is just a no-bake peanut butter ball. So take some coconut flakes, roasted coconut flakes, get some balls of peanut butter. What you want to do is try to get the peanut butters into like a little ball somehow. You can make it a little bit more less tacky, less sticky by putting a little bit of, say, coconut flour on there. Roll it around a little bit, roll in the coconut shavings, put it in the freezer for like 30 minutes to an hour. That's a nice little treat. It's a good little snack. Not overly indulgent, not too much added sugar and whatnot, but a nice little woohoo! Got a little snack to munch on, essentially. How about you, Oates? You got a preferred peanut butter snack or food product?
Preferred peanut butter snacks? I mean, I'm pretty similar to you in that regard. No bakes are fine, but so all right. I'm sure you know what puppy chow is. I can't remember if that's standard to put peanut butter on that or not, but that's what my family does.
So this is extremely Midwest. You will have to go find an image right now and stream that so people understand what the hell you're talking about.
All right, so I'm gonna tell
Not
you.
everyone else will.
I'm gonna describe it real quick. Is Chex Mix cereal covered with peanut butter and chocolate, dusted in powdered sugar.
I'm going to get an image because you refuse to.
Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it. I was just reclined back. I gotta lean forward for my keyboard.
Why the accent? Why that?
It always goes back into Cowboys.
I don't understand. Okay.
It always does.
Okay. Well, to make this easier for all of us.
Oh no, I've opened Snoot Game.
Oh. Really?
Every day, I accidentally open Snoot Game on this computer.
Well, I've already streamed it straight to the share screen, so that'll pop up pretty. I mean, people know what this is like now, so that's all right.
Yeah. No, it's just like it's got peanut butter and
Watch the
whatnot
stream.
inside of it. It's nice.
Hit the watch stream button. Come on.
I did.
Okay, good. But yeah, that's probably chow mix. It is Midwest as fuck because all it is just chocolate, peanut butter, powdered sugar, and Chex Mix cereal all mixed together. I'm not sure how this became a thing in these states.
But it's damn
very
good.
odd. It's super weird. Let's be real. Like, this.
I'm not discrediting that. I'm just saying it's good.
Granted, I can see that. But if you're going to have this before a gym workout, I'd recommend not doing that because that's a lot of extra sugar in there that's going to make you have a bad time.
The point of this is to kill you, by the way.
Why is it to kill us?
Do you know that's so much diabetes in there?
Oh, you're talking about the sugars. The sugars. Yes. Get that good old blood fall off disease.
Yeah, no. If you have diabetes, this will kill you.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. It might also just cause diabetes if you're not too careful. Cause the beatus.
So yeah.
All right. Well,
watch your blood sugar. If it's low, eat something. If it's high, stop eating something.
Yeah. No, it's a
smart.
pretty valid part of life. Is just recommended to have control.
Moderate your input. You can't really moderate your output though. That's just gonna come when it comes.
I guess that's fair.
Now, the magnitude will, of course, depend on your input, but, regardless, you will be getting rid of excess stomach acid that you make.
Also true. Well, my section's done at this point. So, question is, who do we have to look forward to next?
Well, let me pull up my schedule here.
Yeah, let's give people a little preview. Because they had to sit there and suffer through my Indian ramblings. They have something else to look forward to
now. Dead Man next. 4 p.m. I should have scheduled these tighter.
So, Dead Man at 4 p.m. CST. What's his topic?
He's talking more, but he's talking, I think, about Deltarune for a while.
Oh boy, topical.
Yes. And then I have Magic Man, and I guess Reed may not be available to do that. That's okay. Magic Man's talking about tabletop role-playing games, how to get started in doing them. I think also for DMing versus playing, just being a player.
Mm-hmm.
Then after Magic Man is Meister T. There's 3 potential topics. I do not remember which one. So it's either Hollow Knight, something about alcohol, or it's design of circuitry.
I mean, he is pretty hungover at the moment. So
that is
hopefully he can recover and rally.
Yes. And then we have Cyrus talking about starting a workout routine, getting yourself something that works for you. Then we have Starman Super at 11 p.m. Then at 1 a.m. we have Shuhan.
Which is 2 a.m. his time because he's East Coast.
Yes, but also he works in the Amazon slave warehouse, so that's just when he leaves. That's just when he's awake. Am I wrong? Is that not what Amazon is?
I would not want to do that. Oof.
Yeah. I know.
Alrighty. Well, I gotta say, thanks for having me on here, Oates. It's always been fun. It's very entertaining overall.
Yeah.
And I look forward to the next one. Hopefully you don't fall asleep at 2 o'clock in the morning for Shuhan's bit this time.
I'll try my best.
Alrighty, well, have fun with us to stream.
Yeah, I cannot make you any extra promises. I'll try my best.
That's all we can ask for.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah. Oops. Should have scheduled it tighter. I was expecting everybody to do a longer presentation like they did last time. Damn. file that under just malfunctions of me, I guess. Who's to say? Anyway. Anybody in the audience have something they want to jab about for a bit? Otherwise, I will literally throw Factorio on the screen. Hmm? I'm not above it. I'm not above just turning Factorio on. It is not Italian, but I will boot up Factorio for you people. Hello there, Magic.
Coming to sit in here with you because you look so lonely.
So very, very low. We've got a little bit before yours starts.
I know.
Quite a bit, and quite a bit before Dead Man. Yeah, no, I'm kicking myself. I should have, honestly, scheduled tighter.
You should have.
But last time they weren't this brief.
They had more time to prepare, though. You got to give it to them.
They did have more time to prepare last time.
They did. Like mine. Mine was very rushed and very shitty.
I told you before I told anybody else.
Yes, I had things happen to me.
All I'm saying is that your rush was not my fault.
Says, hey, I have not blamed you, sir. I have rushed myself.
I had a hell of a time.
I did fix a lot, though, so I am happy.
As prepared as you can be.
What's the worst that could happen? Me being fucking on a bike?
Hmm?
What are you playing, sir?
I'm throwing Factorio into the stream.
I will mute myself that I am eating pizza. I will be watching intensely.
Yeah, just, until the time is right, Factorio. I do not have Space Age yet. I did just start playing last week. By the way, the world name is Cock, and the password is balls. Anyway, Chad, I need to expand my factory a little bit. As you know, we constantly need to do in this game. And I cannot see chat anymore. I've now turned the chat up onto my phone. Anyway, you can see my factory here. It's coming along. It's very much just coming along slowly. I'm learning little bits and pieces here and there. You can see what I made and then what other people made is over here. This handles a lot of resources. This here makes ammo. I have another ammo maker, I guess. And I have a way to, you know, defend myself. Anyway, what do I need to make next? I have no clue how to make combinators work. I have no clue if this is the most efficient thing for doing labs. Maybe I should make a processor to just build blue science. I have a sulfur plant somewhere.
And I am back. I'm wondering if I should drink during my or start early.
I don't know if that's a good plan, pal.
Listen, you have alcohol as well, sir.
I do have alcohol, but that's just called mutually assured destruction.
Well, I do have Smirnoff, sour apple, Smirnoff. I have a lot of Smirnoff.
One could also argue too much Smirnoff.
I don't know. How much I do have a lot. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bottles of alcohol. No, one might say too much, and I say not enough.
You know, sometimes I feel bad for your liver.
Yes. Listen. My liver is strong. It hasn't killed me yet.
That's a way to put it.
Well, so I don't want to hear from you. You smoke a lot.
I do smoke a lot. I smoke too hard, they say.
Ah.
Oh, husband, you smoke too hard. I swear, there is our chemical plant that does sulfur. Yeah, I'm straight up just expanding my factory right now, by the way.
I've honestly never played this game.
You know, I don't recommend it for you.
Why is that, sir?
Throughput. Oh, shoot, I need to get rid of you, too. I ran out of gosh dang underbelts. Shit. So anyway, I have a machine that just makes so many belts.
Do you have a question? Why didn't you just ask Dead Man if you want to start a little earlier?
Because I don't think he's home right now.
Hey, he's online.
Online does not equate to home.
You have a point. You do have a point. I could also make an Irish coffee.
Mr. Good Ideas Haver over here.
Hey, I never claimed my ideas were good.
Fucking Mr. Brilliant, Mr. Goddamn Fantastic over here.
Yes, please, stroke my ego more.
I mean, you got nothing else getting stroked, so maybe it'll be your ego.
You hurt me, sir.
I need more iron plates. I go to my chest of just random bullshit. By the way, I have completely fallen for this game. It's so charming.
Yes, I feel like you would. Looks very... I don't know, this looks very grindy, though. You have to grind a lot.
Oh, really? Your machines grind for you, you see.
I don't know. I am very into, like, FPS games, like Borderlands, all that fun things. Like, I am honestly very hyped for Borderlands 4 when it comes out. It looks very good if you don't look at the spyware.
Hey, look, I've automated blue science.
I'm surprised no one has wanted to interview you, to be honest with you.
You know, I'm waiting for it. But asking for it's one of them things.
Listen, if I had a better computer and an actual channel, I'd ask you. I have some hard-hitting questions.
Do you have actual hard-hitting questions?
I actually do.
How hard?
I'd say mild, maybe. Maybe a gut punch at best.
Why would I want to get gut punched by my friends, man?
That's the fun thing about being a friend. You get gut punched.
Constantly. Please,
Yes.
for the love of God.
Listen,
Help me! For the love of God!
friends are about one thing. Either nut chucking you or punching you right in the gut.
For the love of God, please help me! Anyway, yeah, no, I've automated blue science, so now I'm gonna start getting a trickle in of blue science. And I know this means the fucking nothing to you.
It does not. But it's interesting.
Yeah, no, I enjoy this game.
Passion is a very good thing.
I wouldn't say passionate, but I'm just saying it's an enjoyable experience overall.
Fanatic. That would have been a very interesting topic. Covert cult. I don't know why that came to me. I'm doing a history on cult-like people.
The cult of personality that I've established.
The cult of the goose. Well, pay you all cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
And NFTs.
I do not give out NFTs. That's incorrect.
Thousands of NFTs. The same thing. A monkey with a 3D printed shotgun.
I suppose I don't need sulfur that far out. Anyway, you can see my screen on the thing, right?
Yes.
Alright, so I've made something that... This is just scalable, actually. I can just make more of these units and it'll increase my efficiency for making blue science.
And what does blue science do?
It lets me research blue things.
Wow, so complicated.
That's why I love this game.
More the color. Blue.
So it's chemical processing is what blue is. So it lets me go from like oil, diesel, plastics, napalm, you know, that sort of stuff.
Ooh, napalm.
Yeah, it's chemical research, and black is military, and then red is logistics 1. And green is something else.
You sound like a company that would like make like calculators, but on the side they make like fucking napalm or like
you
fucking.
mean Texas Instruments?
Hey, yes. You just make fucking like machine guns. It's like, see this calculator here? Now look at this machine gun. Art ink.
Alright, now I need more arms. Alright, I'm gonna have so much fucking blue. By the way, this is the whole point of the game, is just to manufacture and automate making of these just fucking science packs so you can build a rocket and leave.
And while killing aliens as well.
The aliens attack you. They're just hippies, you know?
They're just hippies. You're killing their planet, and they're like, fuck you. Like, no.
Anyway, it spits out 4 at a time.
So what you're saying is you're the big, like, companies who drill the earth for resources while people are protesting.
I mean, you could make that comparison, I guess, but they're hippies, so they're just not in the right, you know?
That's why you gun them down.
Yeah, in the street like a dog. They're hippies, they don't deserve rights. What are you, stupid?
No, I'm not. I agree with that fully. I feel like they should be gunned down on the those fucking granola munchers, you know?
Anyway,
with their open-toed sandals.
Mm-hmm, exactly. Nobody wants to see your fucking stank-ass feet.
Unless you're into that thing.
No comment?
You ever hear, folks? The goose is in defeat. There's no comment. Means he responded fully.
Kill yourself?
Listen, I have no access to weaponry, so invalid. I don't even have a butter knife.
I need another splitter to be made. I don't have a place that just makes fucking splitters. What I do have is a chest full of iron plates. And a dream. Anyway, I'm making so much bullshit.
And what is that dream, sir?
Having splitters.
Fascinating dream. And what do splitters do?
They split things. They split conveyor belts in half.
I feel like this game was made for like 2-year-old. Like,
This game
what does
is
this
made
do? It's
for
a splitter.
autistics. I'm serious. This game was made for those with autism.
Do you actually have proof about this, sir?
It was made by a Czech guy? Anyway, I guess I should start using up all my fucking science points. Holy Jesus. I have so much green science. Is this the riveting content the people at home are subscribed for?
I don't think so, Goose. But
I think they want to talk to people, but like, this is just what I find interesting, okay?
you must commentate more than
Yeah, no, I enjoy this. I have set up blue to be producing at the same scale as green is. It's just green is a lot closer to the science building, so it's backed up, versus blue has to make a distance.
very riveting content.
Yeah, riveting gameplay, riveting gameplay. And I'm waiting for a bunch of splitters to craft my inventory. Oh yeah, I also have like a working train station.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And how did can you use the train station at all, or is it?
Alright, so if I attach to that, I can grab this train, I can select it, and I can make it fucking move. But it doesn't have any cargo in it? I can just tell it to come over here. Right now it's all manually controlled. I don't know how to make the trains move automatically. I just have to tell it, hey, I want you here to collect this bullshit.
Damn, Larry King, that's foo.
Yes, Shingo, it's a 24-hour stream and it's Factorio. You got onto the Factorio segment because I'm waiting for somebody. Congratulations.
I need to create a rival to you now based on Larry King.
Why? Why would you need to create a rival based off Larry King?
For you.
Oh, it just wasn't full. That's why it's doing this. Alright, so apparently it does go automatically. It just has to be absolutely full or empty. So I did it. My train works. Can you say the same about your train? I might be having trouble with automating trains, Father Sisyphus. You have a solution for that? Don't mind all the damage belts and whatnot. Some fucking jackass is throwing grenades in here. And for once, it wasn't me. Somebody's messaging on Discord and I just can't see it right now. Alright. Well, blue science is going. At what point do I rip this factory down and just fucking start it all over? Wow. Okay, what should I try to automate in this meantime that we have?
What are your options, sir?
Uh, I guess I'll call Father Sisyphus in here to help me route trains around. Father Sisyphus, come to the stands. You can find me on Discord, you know where I am. I've done nothing but teleport bread for the last 3 days. My only source of caloric intake is fish that I catch in the river. I must automate the factory.
What type of alcohol do you drink, sir?
Whiskey. It's always whiskey. The answer's always been whiskey.
What type of smoke? So people are wondering, what type of smokes do you smoke?
I do cigars.
What brand?
Whatever's cheap. Cigars kind of range in price. So for one cigar, it can be like $1, or it can be, you know, $40 for one. You know, it really depends on who made it, what the thing is, and they're all for different occasions, really.
And do you believe in the higher the price, better the quality? Or
Not necessarily. There's just some that like the name attached to it makes it worth more, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's better. Like a Cuban cigar it's a style, basically. Made of Cuban tobacco, and it's rolled in a very specific way. There's no and so you can get like cheap Cubans technically, but there's also the Cuban company, and those are expensive. If that makes sense to you.
It does. And have you ever tried the flavored cigars? Like the ones that say they're cherry or all that?
They're okay. They're okay at best.
And how do you serve your whiskey, sir?
Neat on the... Yeah, neat, not even on the rocks. Just straight whiskey.
So warm whiskey.
The whiskey's been in the freezer. It shouldn't be hot.
Well, most people keep their, booze in like a cabinet or like on a shelf.
And the most common thing I see out here where I live is it goes in the freezer. Whatever you drink most often goes in the freezer. So in my case, my freezer right now is 2 bottles of whiskey. One that is more expensive than the other.
And have you had a single drink today, sir?
Not yet. Not yet. I was gonna wait till 5 p.m. so I could be sloshed for yours. I figured it's right there.
That does make sense.
Hey man, you're gonna be drinking. I may as well be, right?
Well, I'm having coffee right now. I have to get my I gotta get fucking wired first, then.
Yeah, then have a heart attack like what 4 Loko used to make you do.
Exactly.
Man, I love just consuming alcohol and caffeine together, so I don't feel the effects of either, and I have a heart attack.
That's when you mix. That's why you mix Red Bull, and vodka.
And Jägermeister.
That's when you do that. And Jägermeister.
Any alcohol that makes you say its name is probably very bad for you.
That depends on the alcohol, though. Vodka is very. It's poisonous.
Anything in moderation, Magic. Anything in moderation.
But the thing is, I've seen someone drink 100 proof vodka, and it's basically I'm trying to remember the name of the brand. Absinthe. You're basically drinking absinthe. That's the word. Honestly, I was surprised he lived.
Yeah, no, absinthe does terrible things to a mind and body. I watched my dad rip a door off its hinge because he was drinking absinthe.
May I ask why he was drinking absinthe?
He thought it was fun.
That sounds very dangerous.
Yeah, well, we're also just naturally strong people. So
Who
anything
drink
that
absinthe?
destroys the not prohibition. Fuck, I had the word on the tip of my tongue. Anything that might give us the inclination to destroy is probably not good.
The sentences, your body, your liver.
Inhibition. Oh yeah.
And have you ever drunken absinthe?
Not personally.
Would you ever try drinking absinthe?
I mean, I'll give anything a try once.
One day now we gotta go on stream and drink absinthe together. See how that goes.
No. No, Mr. Squidward.
You have to try it once, so record yourself doing it to have proof that you did it.
No. Fuck no.
Fine, I'll take a shot at absinthe just for you. I wonder what the world record is for someone drinking absinthe, the whole bottle. I am now tempted to do something. I need to buy my time though. I make more coffee.
How do I make this work? Oh.
But I do actually have a hard-hitting question. Why did you choose a goose of all things as an avatar and as a
Well, all right. So it comes from the need for self-improvement, because geese wildly are just kind of annoying, much like me. But they can be like the subject of very well-structured comedy, or just ridiculous. Like they can become the underdog, you know, with some effort. They can decide not to be a stupid piece of shit. Geese are very intelligent. They're just kind of fucking annoying and silly.
And do you ever feel like the underdog here, Father O?
Man, sometimes. Fuck. Usually just say what the underdog is.
You don't know what an underdog is?
Who decides it?
Oh, I guess you're the one that decides it. Or it's the people around you.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe just.
Maybe just. And why did you get into YouTube and not something else? I know you work a job, but why YouTube?
I just enjoy it, man.
Mm-hmm. Do you enjoy the people you're around, or
Yes,
content?
I do enjoy the
being
people
free?
I'm around.
Mm-hmm.
Because I get to choose to be around them.
Mm-hmm. And do you ever think of branching out more from interviewing?
Every now and
Because
then
I know
I
you're
think of
working
it.
on data.
I got a mod, I got a fic going. I would love to like have a daytime TV like network act like a daytime TV show, you know? I think I would thrive in that situation. You know, the kind of shit that you'd watch when you're like sick at home.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would
interesting.
thrive in that situation.
What would be your ATV show?
Honestly, it'd be a lot like what I'm doing now, except it'd be like I grab just like local people off the street to show off like whatever weird thing they do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because everybody does something a little weird.
It kind of gives me like Eric Andre vibes, where you
Oh
just
yeah,
do the funniest shit possible just for your entertainment.
yeah, just because I enjoy doing it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you do have a lot of big projects currently going on. Bad Apple, your Columbo mod. Are there any updates on that?
Columbo mod, it's going alright. Bad Apple, you're gonna have to wait a second. Reed's busy.
Mm-hmm. And do you have any projects after these two?
Maybe.
Or are you not that far yet?
I'm not super
Maybe.
far ahead of it.
Hmm. Heard that here, folks? He said maybe.
Maybe. Fuck. I might be. I might make it depending on the how Columbo mod's received. I might start working on making a full game.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
And will it be Snoot still, or will it be
It'll be of the variety of scaly visual novels we've grown accustomed to. I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. I bet people are very excited for that. There's a lot coming out currently.
Yeah, there is a lot
None
of
that are-
those coming out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I do know how stressful that could be sometimes to meet deadlines, keep people on track. How are you feeling between all this?
Well, you see, I don't usually whip people. It's just like it's out when it's out, but sometimes I tell them, hey man, we gotta get it done. And I'll just give them a deadline and say, I will pull the rug out from under you if you don't get it done.
Mm-hmm. I'm guessing like voice actors, animations, art.
It's been mostly like animations for that. It's just like, hey man, just give me whatever you have done, and that'll just be it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is your deadline to be working on it.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been mostly dealing with like volunteer-based stuff, not like I haven't had to pay for some of that stuff that I've been like, hey, this is your deadline for working on it.
And that does show people that are dedicated to this project. That shows a lot of dedication.
I mean, I suppose so.
But volunteer work is also not risky, but if people are working for free, it's kind of on their own time.
Yes, so that's why I don't, get angry with them or whatever.
And that's very understandable. Let me see if I have more questions. Can you give us a little more insight into the Columbo mod? A little bit of the story.
I mean, it's Columbo. Like Naomi killed Sage in the very first act. That's not like it's spoilers or anything. That's just how Columbo episodes go. Is it shows the crime immediately. And you gotta figure out how Columbo's gonna figure it out. There's gonna be, I think, 3 different routes depending on fucking how goofy you get. If you get the main route, the actual true route, it's pretty straight laced. But if you fuck it up, you get some fucking zany goofy shit happening in the background. All it takes is one wrong answer to fuck it up, by the way, to where you end up getting another ending. Or you get the super silly fucking Columbo theory type of deal, you know?
And how long do you want this mod to go for?
It should run about the length of a Columbo episode, so about, hour and a half, 2 hours. Per playthrough.
And how much of it's currently done?
Maybe half of it.
Does that include the art, the script, and all that, or?
So as far as scripting goes, that's all done by me. That is at halfway. Script, like story, that's halfway done. Or no, that's like almost, that's 3/5 done. And as far as art goes, that's the main thing I'm like waiting on. But I don't have a strict deadline for that. I mean, that is paid, but I don't have a super strict deadline. It's just before the rest of it's done, I guess, for the stuff that's earlier in.
And do you have a time of release yet, or is that under?
It'll be done by Christmas, I'm sure.
I'm assuming you're going to be playing it first, showing it off.
I will. I'll throw it over to Humo. I'll throw it to Snoot Club. I'm gonna rub it in fucking Roach's face that I got done first. So long as I do get done first. And then I'll graciously throw it at, actually no, Receiver K will probably throw it at Devlog.
To show your superiority.
Yes, to show my superiority specifically for, leading a project. I hate to say it, but those guys at Devlog are like the perfect people for writing a postmodern experience. Yeah.
And what about your other projects, like Bad Apple? Do you have a release date for that, or is that under?
Bad Apple, it'll happen when it happens. I'm gonna be honest with you. People got busy. There's a critique of the Minecraft movie that I plan on having come out soon. I'm waiting once again for Jack to get his lines done, and then I'll edit it all together and have something real nice. Because after all, everybody's a critic, so just may as well put your money where your mouth is and actually release what you critique the movie to be.
Let's see here. So, any questions? Any more? Can you name your top 5 games?
Top 5 games? Okay, so let's have a good think about this for a moment. Factorio's cracking 10, I know, but as far as top 5 games, well, 5th spot is Minecraft. 4th spot is Halo 2, honestly. I like Halo 2. And then in 3rd place, it's ODST, then Fallout New Vegas. And then for 1st place, Red Dead Redemption 2.
Very good choices.
I exist in a vacuum of just wanting to, be the guy, you know? All of those just have me being the man.
Will you ever release a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption? I feel like
Dog, do you know how many hours it takes to beat Red Dead 2 once?
A lot, but it's fun.
It's like a 50-hour experience minimum. I guess I could do that in like 3 days if I really wanted to. I could make a run of it in 3 days.
What about non-stream content? Because most of your stuff is
I'm waiting
green
once again
line.
for Jack to get through with his part for everybody the critic, and I'm waiting for Bad Apple, and I'm wanting to get like more scripting done, but I want to work with other people to help me script those videos and whatnot, because as much as I hate to say it, I'm not very clever, I'm not very smart. I just happen to be decent at delivering a lot of stuff at once, or decent, delivering lines and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all right, so if I had like a wish list of people I'd want to help me write, for like shows and whatnot, it'd be you, Farian, and then Meister T.
Oh.
Just because you all handle the
I'm-
moods that I like the best.
Mm-hmm. I'll keep joining and leaving. There we go.
Ooh, there we go.
Mhm.
Hello there, Sisyphus.
Hello.
Welcome.
I have a Steam friend code sitting inside of the friend code channel on the social network. Or no, the gaming center has friend codes.
Oh, the gaming chamber. Found it.
Yes.
There it is. Yeah. How are you both doing today?
I'm doing wonderfully good.
Very nice.
So far, you see, at some point I'm gonna crash and fucking die. But that's just the nature of the beast. That's just the nature of the beast.
I've just been interviewing this man right
yeah,
here.
he's doing a counter interview on me. Are
I heard
you
about it.
John Helldiver? What the fuck?
I'm John Helldive at the moment. I got very into Helldivers for a while, and whenever I re-download it, I change my name.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are sitting with John Helldiver. How's him illuminate that?
They're off the fucking Super Earth as they need to be.
I have killed all of them personally.
Yeah, my friends and I got really into that when they were invading Super Earth.
I didn't play for that entire thing, and yet I'm the press correspondent in one of the auxiliary unit discords. I'm there to fill the space that Arrowhead said you had to fill, I guess, to have like a official backup regiment.
Excuse me.
This talk has now made me very, has made me contemplate starting now my own interview channel and just fucking have my thing like Larry King, but with a sword.
Fun.
They are. They are. There's
I
one
have
rule
mine
though,
more
on
set to be a
interviews.
revival series Top Gear. Are you Mr. America Factorio?
Mr. I love oil. I got a bunch of different names apparently. Yes, I'm Mr. America.
My cigar will not light. Awful, terrible news. Anyway, I know you guys. You can probably see my factory just fucking sucks.
I don't think it sucks. Outside of the damaged belts that drive me insane.
I don't have any repair kits on me right now. Sorry.
It's all good.
As you can probably tell, my power supply it takes a hit during the night.
A bit. But at least you have most of your energy coming from Steam, so
Yes.
it shouldn't be that bad.
I mean, it just makes some of the auxiliary stuff stop working. Meister T joined the other day, so you can see where the coal belts go down. That's all he'd accept from us. Was coal. He wanted to start his own factory, but he wanted our coal. And I'm looking down here, and he set it up wrong, so he has to manually feed his coal into his units.
What in the world?
Yeah. That's the thing about burner arms, is you can use them to fill your furnaces.
Yeah.
And he's not really setting it up good to continue automating off of.
Yeah, a lot of Factorio just comes with experience and trial and error.
Listen, I've only been at this for a week, man.
Mhm.
I got this game last Sunday.
I wouldn't expect. Yeah, I would not expect anyone to be I hate to say this, but good in quotations that Factorio in any less than like halfway through their first playthrough. A lot of it's just trial and error, and you'll get good with it in time.
So far, it's working. Everything works.
Yeah.
Somebody
No,
helped me do all
your
this stuff
base-
here.
Yeah.
Some Russian guy came in and just started building shit. So I'm like, all right, cool. I'll leave you to it. And then
When
I
it comes
made
down
an
to it,
item
your
bus.
base makes stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I made this item bus over here to hopefully build the rest of the factory off of. Which, I mean, it works? Question mark.
Yeah.
It
The
works
main
better
thing that
for me
you have
now.
to take into account with a main bus here of just all these resources is as long as you can put a splitter down, you're good to go. And you can put a splitter down anywhere here.
Except for in between these here. But
Well, we
I
don't talk
fixed
about
that later on
here.
down the line.
Yeah. Best part is we don't talk about those two things.
Yeah. We don't have to think about it too much. As you can see, like I started making guns over here.
Yeah.
I don't need a lot of them, but this machine will make them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about
Yeah,
halfway full for what I'm allowing it to make.
That's a lot of guns.
Yeah.
Do you have ammo being produced somewhere?
We do have ammo being produced somewhere. It's at the north side of the factory. And there's a belt that goes to our coal plant. This line down here slowly delivers ammo.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to show you something kind of cool real quick. Do you have an inserter on you?
You know it.
Fantastic. If you insert ammo into one of these guns, and you have an inserter down between them both, it will transfer ammo from like the bottom one to the top one. There's no power to it currently, but if you only want like little clusters of turrets, you only have to bring ammo to one of them.
Yeah, that sounds like some of the basic mechanics. I don't know if they probably intended it, but they wrote a code that allows it.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'm getting a little sick still. I'm getting over being sick.
Yeah. You see, I fill myself with a lot of smoke, and nothing can survive that.
Fair enough.
Including me, but like nothing survives it.
You'll survive it for long enough. Yeah. But you had questions on trains.
Yes, I need help to make a decent train network for just bringing resources over here, because my mines are gonna dry out soon.
Gotcha.
Like
so I can give you a rundown on the basics of trains that is not a 2-hour-long YouTube video.
The 2-hour YouTube
Those
video
trains
is just isn't that just like the very basics of it? Is the 2-hour video?
Yes. Yes.
Does the guy just like talking?
There's a lot you can do with trains. An insane amount, frankly. Alright, so you've done what is probably the hardest part, which is you have a train down, and it does bring resources here. And you've messed around with signals, I say.
I could not get anything working with that.
Okay. Do you have a few signals on you that you can just toss over my inventory?
Do I? I do not have them in my inventory. They're probably in a box over here.
Oh, yeah, that'd be lovely.
There's a
I need
box.
little bit of space to work with.
It's in my start my bus area. I have everything maximum zoomed out right now.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm short-sighted, so I have to zoom in a good bit to be able to actually see things in any kind of reasonable detail.
Over here in one of these.
Alright, let me yoink a few things. Perfect. Alright, I have everything but the train engine, which it'll be fine for now. So I can make one. Locomotive. Iron, copper, steel engine.
We have a machine that makes engine components already too. Around
Yes.
here, I think it.
Oh, perfect. I'm
dumps
right
into a.
next to it,
We have a
actually.
box of them right here. I turned it
Okay.
off, but
Yeah, I just need a few more pieces of steel, and that should be good to go.
and then we have a box over yonder by our gear maker that spits out extra steel plates.
But that's iron.
Oh shoot! Steel plates are up
I
here.
found some steel. Yep.
Steel plates
I
are
got
up
some
here. Here's a box.
I'm just gonna grab some off the belt.
Here's a box right here.
Oh, excellent. Perfect.
Oh, yeah, whenever I make it like a resource, I always kick it off into a box somewhere, at least.
It's very smart.
Even if the box is just in a random fucking place on the factory. Chances are I'll find it later.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Alright, so this is a nice little open area we can use.
Yes.
I'll give you just a quick little rundown on trains, and hopefully I'm not too incorrect here. Okay, alright, I'm so used to a few mods. Alright, it's a little bit higher. Okay. There we go, perfect. Little ring. So, there are two things you have to decide when doing trains, and they're both really, really easy. It is whichever way you want your train to face, because you can have trains that go this direction and go clockwise, or you can have trains that go counterclockwise. And it looks to me that if you hover over a signal, which I'll place down here, if you hover over either of these signals, you'll see that there is some yellow arrows that light up on the tracks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so having your trains face whatever direction does not change the function of them. It just changes which way they'll go and which way you'll have to place the signals on the rails. So whether you want them on the left side or the right side. Right now, you have everything on the right side, which is perfectly fine. It is totally simple to do. So we're just going to keep with that for now. But in case you ever run down the line and you're wondering why trains don't work, you may just want to check your signals and make sure they're on the right side of the tracks. Thankfully, whenever you have a signal and you hover over the green dot you can place it on, it will show you a projection of where those yellow arrows are. Now, when working with signals, it's really, really easy, because as long as you actually have a signal on you, which I will place one on the ground for you to pick up if you don't, right above you, you can see everything is color-coded. Do you see the blue and purple lines on the tracks?
Do I hover over it? Not yet. Do I need to go
If
to
you
my map?
hover over the signal, then press Q. Q is the grab the alike button, kind of.
I see it now.
Yeah. Whenever a train is on top, a train or a cargo wagon is on top of that colored line, it means that other trains cannot enter that colored line, as long as you have a signal there. So, you see how this signal right here is red, that I'm standing over? If a train ran up to here, like a red light, it would stop. And that is because there is something on the tracks over here in the blue section. So, if I were to grab this train and actually do this because I placed it wrong.
So I could use these signals to make branches out so I can send have a mega station that pulls resources of every type.
Yeah, you could have a giant ring effectively that has constant a bunch of branching paths, and as long as the signals are aligned correctly, trains will never crash and it will be totally functional. So I'll actually show you an example of that right now. I'm going to move the train forward a little bit, and you'll see that the signal on the right just turned green, and the signal behind me just turned red. That's because I'm now in the bottom section. And because the pink line is occupied, any train trying to go around would stop on the left until I exited and went on the blue line. That is really the most basic, simple setup you need to know. You now can effectively make trains that don't crash into each other. So we'll put this into practice right now.
If I threw a signal over at the front of this, where this train goes, and at the back, then that would be functional?
Yes. As long as it's... Oh, I can see the problem here, actually. You have something called a chain signal. Chain signals are a little more complicated. they mirror whatever signal is past them. They're used for big loading bays when you want to hyper efficiently move your trains around. So I see that you have stone here. So the train comes up and it picks stone off of the train and puts on a line.
Mm-hmm.
All right, excellent. Let me take a quick peek here. Looking around at everything else here. Okay. And which train is on the line?
Just the one.
I see. I'm gonna move it up here. You can interact with the trains from the map and bring them places.
That much I did figure out.
Yeah, it's really useful.
You can just bring special loads. You see, I don't know why it's breathing past the station.
I just entered it. I'll stop it once it gets like closer here.
Is it because the line there is full?
Probably because there's... Oh, that's interesting. There's some coal in it, so maybe that's a problem.
Did it fill up all the way in full?
It had a bunch of coal in the first cargo bay. Oh, I see. Okay, so it empties the inventory down here? No, it fills inventory.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, I see what's going on here. I think you just mixed up the conditions here, because it is currently waiting for its cargo bay to be emptied. So you are at Pizza Shit and you want it to fill up with stone and go up to Trumo. So you would add the weight condition of a full cargo bay.
At Trumo or at down
At Pizza Shit, where you're loading up the stone. And then at Trumo, you would add a weight condition for empty cargo. I just changed them up in there. If you wanna hop in a train, just press enter. And then in like 10 seconds it will go from here. So while we're here, we want the cargo bays to be full. So it will wait until it has a full cargo bay, and then it will head to Trumo, and then it will wait until it is empty.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we just filled up here. And then let's wait and see what happens.
That explains some of the misbehavior.
Yeah.
That we're having.
Alright, perfect. So because the line is currently full, the train won't empty its inventory onto the line. So it will hang out here until it has a chance to empty its inventory.
Yes.
Yeah. So does that make sense so far?
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah. Have any questions?
Not yet. I guess I just had it put in backwards, and that's why it wasn't working great.
Yeah, that's what I would assume so.
All right. Well, what if I wanted to like make the set of tracks like branch off somewhere to go get something else?
Awesome. Yeah, I'll show you. Let me just grab all the stuff from in here.
Like, what if I wanted to go over to this oil field up here and get another train working on this network?
Gotcha. Let's take a little bit of a peek then. Once I grab up all the rest of these tracks.
I also
where's
need to
the oil
grab some
field?
train tracks. To the northeast there is an oil field.
Oh, over here. On the right. All right. So you want the oil to come from the top side there and come all the way down to where the current tracks are right here.
Yes, to this track, so I can put a pipe on it and throw it out.
All right, cool. I can show you how to do that then. We have another little example track being made up here. Can you blow up these trees? Oh. I don't know. Oh, there we go. I had to get so close to them. I'm pretty used to playing with mods that extend your reach a little bit, or give you like researches that can extend your reach.
I mean, I could also just throw a grenade.
Yeah, that's a good one. Okay. So usually in order to have a train tracks that intersect, you need to have a bit of like a lodestone area, somewhere where the trains can go to and change themselves. So like a roundabout, effectively, is what I'm trying to describe. So we can have this roundabout implemented to the tracks over here, because this is already pretty much a circle where I'm currently standing. But I'll give you the example over here in a sterile environment, so we don't accidentally mess up the train.
Mm-hmm.
Trains are generally pretty smart. If you tell them to go to a place, they will calculate the fastest route to go to. So you won't have to worry about trains that like going long routes or weird routes. As long as they have a route available to them, they'll take it. And if there's a shorter route, they'll go for that. So you would probably do this by setting it up as such. You'd have a track that goes up to the northeast, and it comes down here. And then you would have the opportunity for it to unload somewhere. Actually, I kind of messed up. Let me recraft this. There we go. Yeah. So the train would come down from the top right, and it would stop, let's say, here. You would pump the oil out, and then it would have to go at this train track, let's say. It would pump the oil out, and then it would go back down around to the ring and go back up. So you would do a little triangle intersection, effectively.
Yeah, so you would pull it there, and there'd be another access to the route like down here.
Yeah. I'm trying to put one down right now. Whoops. Here we go. I don't know why it's not merging. I may have just misaligned this a little bit, but yeah, you make a little triangle essentially.
Yes.
The train can come down, and then it will loop back around, and it can ride up back onto the same path. But it gets a little fucky-wucky when you have signals that like don't really match for them both, which is why we're having the train always like facing the same direction. Let me take a peek here. Yeah, so having a train come down, and right now the current trains you have, let me grab manual control. It would need to be able to loop around in a strange way to be on this side of the track. You see right now where I am.
Mm-hmm.
If the oil field, you had a track expanding as such.
So I would need to like turn this into a loop, cut out my section of walls here, and then put a loop on it.
Exactly. So let's say let's say this here is the oil train. It's coming down, and you need a spot for it to be filled at. Where would you want the oil to be processed at?
Well, I have an oil processing zone right up here already.
Perfect. So let me back this up a little bit, and we can construct a little bit of a loop here. Can I move some of these walls?
Yes, go ahead. I just had a bunch of my inventory and I didn't empty it.
I hear you.
Oh no, I've fucked up my train tricks. There we go.
That shouldn't bother anything.
Like what I understand with trains is like their large boon is that biters don't target tracks.
Basically, yeah. They're less resource intensive than just building one long belt, and biters rarely target them with their tracks. I believe. Yeah, you see, this is a perfect circle now.
And so if I were to want to continue this so that I could actually go, I would...
You have 2 minutes before your 4 p.m.
Do.
Yeah. I know you have your next thing coming up soon, so I'll hurry myself along here. Yeah. Or you can just set it back to automatic, and it will follow its route. But I gave an example station here. If you wanted the oil drop off here, the train would park itself here, and you're able to pump oil out right here. Because the line would let it come down, loop around, and then stop at the track right here.
I see. So I just follow this out to wherever I want it to go.
Yep, and and at the end there, you construct another little loop so it can turn itself back around.
All right, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Here,
And
I'll
I
put
would
a
use,
test down with
for
all my
instance,
resources
signals
here.
to make sure that my stone train wouldn't crash into it and destroy it.
Exactly, yeah. Popping a few signals down. If you wanted to even, as long as the little center area here has its own color, you should be fine. I don't have any signals on me. I just dumped my inventory in a chest for you. So let me grab.
I have one
quick.
here.
You might want to get ready for your next slide.
Here.
Goose. It's 4
Message
p.m.
some other time. I'm happy to help then.
All right.
Yeah. All my inventory is in the chest there, so no resources lost. If you have any questions, just give me a message some other time.
Yep. All right. See ya.
Thanks.
Save. Quit game. God, I love Factorio. Fuck, man. I love Factorio so much.
A bit too much.
What? So it's CST, not EST. I have an hour.
Things are weird.
I have an hour.
Right, your central time.
Yes.
So it's 3 p.m.
Why would I, as somebody who lives in the Central Time Zone, work off of EST?
Because it's the most well-known time zone.
That is the most well known. Yes, you have bamboozled.
No, it's not the most well-known time zone.
Yes, it is.
No, that's PST is the most known time zone because that's where all the fucking Californians live.
I am on Eastern Standard
What
Time.
about New York?
There.
What about New York?
Everything I have designed has been for CST forever.
Oh. Get him back in here.
Get him back in here. We're not done. Daddy's not done talking to you about trains.
God damn it.
This is why you're high on the autism list, Oates.
I am a Renaissance man, okay? I'll have you know. Extra especially, I am a Renaissance man.
Yeah, you could say that extra special part again.
Man.
I am of the greatest of men, okay? That's all I can tell you.
I'm modeling. I'm gonna put this here.
What are you modeling?
It's not Stella, it's Silhouette Cat.
Damn.
I'm still gonna put it up. I'm gonna also turn off my audio. Okay, it's off. So you don't hear the Swedish man talking in the background?
There's a Swedish man talking in the background?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
Wow.
Swiss man. My bad. Swiss man. Very different man. There is a Swedish man online though. Joel's playing something.
Varg Skeletor?
Yeah, Joel. He's online playing something.
From Vinesauce?
Yeah, he is playing. I think it's hold on, Deltarune. Never mind.
Everybody's playing Deltarune except for me, because I don't really, I never got into it.
I never got into Undertale.
I never got into it. You scheduled these slides way too far apart, Goose.
Well, yeah, but people generally ramble longer. That's not on me. That's people don't want to ramble. They don't want to ramble, you know?
I know how to not ramble.
Cyrus, I cannot hear a word you're saying. I just see you lighting up in the corner.
That's why.
I just see you lighting up in the corner there.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying anything. That's why.
Oh, okay.
When you
Sometimes you
can't
catch
hear a
background noises.
word, they
You
say.
also do have a break coming up, or are you going off?
I changed the schedule. That's where Dead Man is.
God
You have
damn.
not changed the schedule, sir. It is still the same
Starman has the
on
updated
day.
schedule.
Do you know
Okay.
that schedule's not changed?
I'm gonna blow up a Denny's. That's what I'll do.
You don't need to.
For your own.
You don't need to.
Well, you could.
I could. I can
Denny's
do
isn't
whatever I
that good.
want. Okay, I can do anything I want.
Is it worth it?
No. They're asking if it's worth it. It's like, was it worth it blowing up the Denny's? Like,
Hell
what?
yeah, it
It's
was.
more
It
incriminating.
was worth it to blow up the Denny's.
You're making it more incriminating. See, this man here.
It was
is
well
insane.
fucking worth it. All right.
I think of. Are you sure?
I'm pretty damn sure. Okay, I'm pretty sure it was worth blowing up the Denny's for.
Did you mean to blow up the Denny's? You mean
Hell
Denny's
yes.
here closed, so we don't have an issue anymore.
There are no more Denny's because I got to them.
Okay,
Next-
we sent you to
next is the
life in prison
IHOPs.
now.
Next is the IHOPs. I know it.
But they were scheduled for detonation.
Just because you don't like a food chain does not mean.
I love Denny's. Okay, I'll have you know.
What?
You like Denny's? That is
I
disgusting.
listen. It's the place you just end up at the end of the night. Okay.
I like Waffle House more.
That's a
thank
Waffle
you.
House, though.
No,
See?
Waffle House
Waffle House.
is after the Denny's. After you that depends. Are you gonna get into a fight or not? That's where you go.
No.
Denny's is
you-
boring. At Waffle House, I could watch a fight.
Yeah, it's dinner and a show. God, I love walking into Denny's. Well, you see, the issue is that there's no Waffle House around me, but there used to be Denny's.
That's a you problem.
Yeah, there's only
stupid. Why
one
would they
Waffle
have Waffle
House anywhere near Kansas, and it's on the Missouri side of Kansas City.
Yeah, they just don't want to end up in Missouri.
No, it is in Missouri. That's where
Sorry,
all
they
of them
just don't
are
wanna
near
end
me.
up in Kansas.
It's-
Sorry.
They're afraid of just us eating all their damn waffles.
They're afraid of they're afraid of even touching a Midwestern state as they go even far left.
I don't think that's the issue.
Ohio has only like one, and it's in like an hour away from us.
Yeah. Here's
it
the
might have
thing.
like 2 or 3, but like one near us.
Yeah, we just don't got them. We just don't got them no more. We don't have any White Castles anymore.
White Castle's a strictly northern east thing.
No, White Castle started here.
That's funny. I've only heard about it in New Jersey and like.
Yeah, no, well, it doesn't survive in a spot where you can't smoke weed.
Yeah.
That's the thing about White Castle is that's what it's for. It's for like when you got the munchies and you're high, and you're like, I want to spend like $8 and get like a good sized meal.
Have you ever been high, sir?
Once or twice.
It's okay. I don't want.
I have eaten a
It's okay.
cheeseburger in the most disgusting way possible while high. Yes.
In what way was that?
Center out.
You are disgusting. I don't know if we can be friends anymore.
What do you mean? That's just why I don't do it. I don't do it because of that. Because that's just disgusting.
I don't do it.
It wasn't even a good hamburger. It was just a Burger King burger.
I have never ever gone high and eaten a burger from the fucking middle. Like, how do you do that? How do you fucking do that, sir?
Mouth. You put the middle in your mouth and you kind of fold it.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't know if we can be friends.
So all right,
You
so like,
hurt me.
so fold a
You hurt
tortilla in
me.
half and take a bite, and then unfold the tortilla.
That's a tortilla.
Congratulations, center out. You
That
can
is
do
a
the same thing
tortilla.
with a value meal fucking cheeseburger from Burger King. I
No,
assure you.
cannot.
Yes, you
Burger is
can.
It is full on stuff, and
I said a value cheeseburger, okay? I didn't say like a
This is
full-on
why-
fucking actual cheeseburger. I said a value cheeseburger where it's just patty
A
and
value.
cheese.
He's having
And
a hard
pickles
time.
if you're lucky.
That is also disgusting. That is disgusting too.
The fact that I ate that's disgusting. Anyway, have you ever had a rodeo burger? So basically, all that is it has onions, and instead of ketchup, it has barbecue sauce on it.
Barbecue sauce.
And they sell them for like $1.50 still at Burger
That's
King.
really good. I think some. I'm not sure. I think Burger King has that.
Yeah, that's Burger King. It's $1.50.
Yeah.
I don't know. You want me to start like talking about fucking how Burger King's entire business model is to piss off McDonald's?
I love it.
It's great. It's great. Like, there's no discernible business model other than that. Because most of the time, whenever you see McDonald's, there's a Burger King across the street.
Dude, have you ever seen like the old ads of like Burger King, like King just like fucking up McDonald's shit?
Yeah, I love those.
great.
Why dine with a clown when you can eat with a king? Or like, how about those Jack in the Box commercials where like Jack comes up and he's super buff and he rips the sleeves off of his suit and says, "If I'm saying something that ain't true, do something about it." He just like that's like all of the Jack in the Box commercials were just him assaulting people until they ate his food.
Dude, I need your opinion.
Why do you need my opinion?
Have you heard about how there was like Burger King stuff where if you just order in a McDonald's you get a discount?
Yes, that was like if they clock you in a McDonald's and you order in the Burger King app, they would give you a free Whopper. And for a while, there's a promotion where if you prove to them that you unfriended your friends on Face, like if you unfriended your friends and said #blocked for a Whopper, they would give out free Whoppers.
That's really funny.
Yeah, it's great. The art of trolling by Burger King. Yeah, Wendy's is kind of sassy on Twitter, but Burger King just like, kill your family, dog.
Would you kill your family for a Whopper?
Shit, maybe. I'd sell you for a Klondike bar.
What would you do for a Klondike bar?
Kill a man.
I'd skin the goose alive.
You would do that for free. You don't even need payment for that. You'd do that for free.
Hey, I have to fake being enticed by something else.
Yeah. I made you do that.
drinking.
I have to try and fucking seduce you on D&D. I know.
You listen. You make me drink. I am drinking a pucker sour apple.
You would be drinking regardless.
Oh my god.
No. I'm
Independent of knowing me, you would be drinking today anyway.
I'm drinking coffee. It's in the middle of the not really in the middle of the day. It feels like my middle.
4 p.m. somewhere, and it's 4 p.m. right
The expression's 5 o'clock somewhere, and yeah, it is.
You shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's why I was waiting for years.
This is
wasting away again in Margaritaville.
This is why I feel like I'd be an excellent interviewee.
He's from my state, sir.
Just fucking cuss you out.
I'm really good at giving interviews. I gotta be honest with you. I don't even know what I'm doing right. I'm just doing it.
You were quiet for mine. You were quiet.
Yeah, my mic was fucked up, okay? Alright.
You are a quiet man.
No, my mic was fucked up at that point.
Your mic is always fucked up.
It's not currently. It's fine. It's working out. Okay.
So earlier it was fucked up.
That's because my cat unplugged it.
Blaming the cat.
Yeah, my fucking big ass fat black cat decided to just grab my cable and yank it out of the computer.
Mine. Also, it feels like
That's one for the bingo card, by the way. Dot that in if you
It
haven't.
was just me, but like Jimmy Buffett feels like he was from Florida, but he's not.
Yeah, he's from Georgia, I thought.
He's from Mississippi.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah.
Well, he's dead now, so it's whatever. He just go to Margaritaville. Go to one of the Margaritaville locations, drink a lot, have some the cheeseburger in Paradise. There used to be all right, so he had two restaurant chains for a little while, and the one was called the Cheeseburger in Paradise, and there used to be one on the Legends Plaza in Kansas City.
There's also another one named after his daughter Lulu.
I did not know that.
Her restaurant. Yeah. My dad was.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a restaurant called Cheeseburger in Paradise. It was on the Legends Strip in Kansas City, and it was.
Have you ever been to?
Pretty decent.
Have you ever been to Dick in Las Vegas?
No.
What? Where?
It's a pretty good place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His childhood was in Fairhope, Alabama / Mobile. I used to live there.
Mobile, Alabama. That's somewhere I don't want to be.
Yeah, I used to live there.
Ah,
It will-
shoot. Don't go back.
Yeah, don't.
Don't go back.
It will
There's
just bully
nothing
you
good
for
for
no
you in
reason.
Mobile, Alabama. There's nothing good
It's
for
not
you in
my
Greenville
home.
anymore since Rabbit Pitts died.
Wait, what?
The car guy I was showing you before.
Oh. Oh yeah, sorry, Lucy. Her name is Lucy.
The Juicy Lucy sandwich. There was I lived at a place that had a restaurant called Lucille's, and it was themed around the television show called I Love Lucy.
My brother, my
Do you like Lucy?
Up. Oh no.
That's
I
another
do.
good example of a character drama. And also that's where all modern laugh tracks come from. Is I Love Lucy? Is they recorded
Let me
it from
fix
that.
My mess up. That was his sister, Lucy, Lulu. My bad. It's his younger sister, and then the other one is Lori. I didn't know that. I thought it was like his daughter.
I got that
But-
cheeseburger in paradise.
He actually tried taking care of himself really well.
The
He
beef
was
is
not the
sweet
type
with
to-
mustard and fries. Well, yeah, I mean, considering that he had the party lifestyle going on, he did live a shockingly healthy lifestyle.
Yeah.
Like, it's shockingly healthy. Like, he had his seaplane was just like, what, it was like the Party Force 1 or something? I know the audience at home was signing up for us to talk about Jimmy Buffett, but god damn it. A lot of that music is pretty good. And I'm tired of pretending it's not.
What? That his music's good? It is.
Yeah, Jimmy Buffett made some fucking banger tracks, okay? And if you don't agree with that, I will skin you alive. It's that simple.
He'll also make famous covers of other people's song, which I kind of appreciate that because you can also go back and listen to the original singer. It just makes him more well known if you think about it.
He was collaborating in like country music up until I think the day he died.
Yeah.
So he was still performing live music as well until like 2023, which is I believe the year he died. Chat, fact check me.
Recently. It was 2023 September
Chat,
1st.
kill me now.
Is
Why?
anyone still listening out there?
Yeah, we got 7 people.
They're waiting for the next. Fucking
They are waiting
slide.
for the next feller to come in. And I'm just saying, be patient. Yeah, I fucked up the scheduling.
Wait.
What of it?
You have.
What's your favorite
You must
artist, basically?
Blake, it would be too far-fetched for me to say that you're my favorite artist.
No, I meant musician. God damn it.
Oh.
She couldn't take a compliment. I'm sorry.
Thank you, though.
I like Willie Carlisle.
Okay.
He sings a lot of sad music.
No.
My favorite artist is not Blake. It is someone else. I like
You are your
Queen.
favorite artist. Oh, Queen.
Queenie, yeah, I could probably. I've spoken with him one time, a total of once. I'm just not awake when they're awake. That's all there is to it.
Margaritaville Online was an actual video game? What the fuck?
Margaritaville
There was a Margaritaville Online in
is
2012.
his most famous song by Jimmy Buffett, but I think his best song is "Cheeseburger in Paradise."
Mm.
I don't know. Should we just like spend a moment to listen to Jimmy Buffett music for a while?
Yeah.
Make sure we get taken down for
Copyright.
copyright.
I think my dad would have.
Don't do this at home, kids.
I think
You'll
my
be
dad
fucked.
Yeah.
break.
Somebody said, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just vibing. Yeah, I think we're all just vibing right now. We're just waiting for Dead Man to come in. As soon as he's in, we'll go.
You could have pinged him at any time.
I could ping him right now, and he'd probably be like, he'd probably run in. But I'm just hanging out. I'm enjoying myself.
Damn.
Is there something wrong with that? With me having fun?
Yes.
Bullshitting? Why? What is wrong with that, Magic Man?
That you fucked up the schedule.
All right. It's very hard to like keep track of like 10 different people. Okay.
Ken, sir, you had a 4 p.m. break, but you messed that up.
The 4 p.m. break became Dead Man's slot.
So you get no break then. You
Yeah.
heard that now, folks. No break for this man.
There's gonna be a break later. It's called after everybody's done presenting, and I just wait for people who want to share their piece about whatever. Which at the end of my scheduled stuff until 9 a.m., I will be opening up to the people of the Discords to come in on a guest pass and talk about stuff they want to talk about, what they find valuable. Figure out how to like better add value to, I mean, my programming, but to the community as a whole. I think
What will
that's
benefit
nice.
me?
Yes, how will it benefit me?
Hi.
I don't know if I have to stand by for your arrival. You're already here.
I know. What are you talking about?
Stand
by.
I'm here to give the wonderful people entertainment.
Yes.
Are you ready to see Sierra go through fucking Reach because he wants some more drip?
Oh no, not Halo Reach.
Yes. I want some Reach drip, goddammit.
Who in the chat would not want to see this?
Oh, what are you talking about? The lovely people on the YouTube
Oh.
channel will love to see this.
They'd love to see me struggle to stay awake while doing a gaming marathon. They love watching me play Factorio. I don't know what you're talking about.
I feel like half the people are now asleep. They are just.
You know, it's very relaxing. That means that's good.
You are wrong.
Somebody says what exactly is going to be presented, and that he's brown, so talk slowly. Man,
that's on you.
That's your fault. Lowly people, what are you talking about, man? No. I think next thing is like Snoot and Deltarune's like relationship in the popular consciousness. I believe. Maybe.
Give him a few minutes.
Yeah, let's give him a few minutes, and we'll be good to go with Dead Man.
Man.
Anyway, yeah, no, it was just fucking.
Oh,
Everybody's having
here's
fun.
An interesting topic. What do you guys think about the new Switch 2?
Nintendo is
It's
straight up
Xbox
scamming
One
people.
all over again. It's the Xbox One all over again.
It's Wii U.
Except the fucking Xbox One wasn't a scam.
Same
Wii U.
scummy business practices and same fucking out of touch.
So
bullshit.
there was just recently there was a interview and with a like a previous lead marketer of Nintendo.
Yes.
And apparently Nintendo 2's sales have skyrocketed to like high value. You know, it's $800.
Yeah.
And the guy, you guys are stupid. Because when you guys are buying this, that just shows them they can keep on doing this over and over again.
So
alright, so because of
skyrocketed,
what
people
Nintendo's
bought
done, other game companies now thinking that $80 should be the standard price of games. It shouldn't even be $70.
No, they're now thinking, wait, we can lease this game instead of actually
selling
letting people own it. Yes, and that is a big problem.
I will lease you your license. Yeah, that's a fucking major issue. That's just a bad plan, frankly. I don't want to pay $80 for a game. And they said, all right, so we said that when it moved up to 60, but for the bulk of my game buying life, it's been 60. I'm starting to accept that maybe 70's closer to acceptable than it was, but 80's no.
No, that's way too fucking much.
For my fucking
It should
life,
never
it's
be $100 for a game, but they're gonna push for it.
They are, and it is outrageous.
It's insane. But people buy it, so they do it anyway.
Oh yeah.
I think your audio of your mic Goose is low. Ours too loud? Okay, so yours is too loud, Goose. Well, ours are too low, apparently.
Yeah, that's all about trying to bring it to balance. Oh, I know why yours is too low. It's because my computer is doing the stupid thing. There. That should
Is it
be
stupid?
better.
It's so I will be buying the new Borderlands 4 game, but I'm not excited for what they're currently doing. They think it's all right to ban mods, ban everything, install spyware, which they say it's not spyware, but I
It's
think it is
spyware.
spyware.
It's
It
spyware.
is.
It's all
Sorry.
spyware.
You read that fucking EOA exchange, it's spyware.
I want to see everything
And,
that's on your fucking system right now, man. Okay?
and I do feel like that is a breach of privacy. And I
I
feel like
don't
a lot
know
of
how
people
our
will
government's letting
sue
them
for
do
that.
that.
Can you
I
sue
think
it?
our primary thing is
It's
like
a
invention of privacy. Yeah, no, Americans are very private people. I don't know why like Gearbox or Respawn thinks they can get away with it.
well, they get away with it because they are. It's them being like, well, we can get away with it now, so later we could do it. They're testing the reach, see how far they can go before.
You are a video game company. You do not need to know any information about me
You're
besides
not a
what games
cybersecurity
I'm
company.
playing that are yours. Like you already have the log of what you've sold me. And that's fair enough. That's whatever. But
Sales
you do
logs are
not
more
need to know
important.
anything else. You don't need to be harvesting information from my system for your bullshit.
Yes. It's like Nintendo. It's like the Switch 2. It's like they can turn it off whenever they want. They don't actually need a reason to turn it off. They can just turn it off. And I think that's bullshit. That is complete bullshit. I own my Switch, my regular Switch. They can't turn that off whenever, unless they find a actual reason to. Switch 2, they can just they can just turn it off
I don't like
whenever they
what you
want.
said about Bowser, so you're dumb.
Yes, basically, it's like you called us gay, you're deleted. It's like
Say goodbye to your Nintendo ID.
And apparently, the Switch 2 is not durable at all. I've seen a lot of posts of people like slightly dropping it, like not even like a high distance, not even like something hard, and it breaks. So that's also a big issue. I've dropped my Switch, my first Switch. I have an original Switch on my disposal right now. I've been playing it for as long as it came out. I have dropped this thing from fucking high up, high, and it has not has not blue screened, has not done anything. But then I hear the Switch 2 is breaking easily. That sucks. Like, really?
I don't have.
And then they have they do have a button on the Switch.
I make a comfortable living. I do not have the money to fucking drop $800 on a handheld console that doesn't have power.
Yeah,
That
like
only lasts for 2 hours.
Why would you waste your money on Switch 2 when you can just
Buy a Steam
easily
Deck.
get a you can get
Buy a refurbished 1 terabyte Steam Deck for fucking
not even
$350.
The highest tier of Steam Deck is still cheaper than Switch 2.
Yeah.
That's a problem, really. You don't get that many games on Switch 2. Like, you get a wide variety, but
What do you get
Steam Deck
on Steam
would
Deck?
have a
fucking everything.
Yeah.
You get everything. And it runs better. The battery's better too on the Steam Deck. Apparently,
Listen.
the Switch 2 not so good.
Nintendo don't love you like Gay Ben loves you, you know? Alright?
Nope.
No.
Our time is now.
Hi, Dibin.
Boom.
Welcome in.
Yep. Now.
Hello, Bitman.
Oh, are you
Nintendo
fixing
just
your
does
mic?
not love you like Gabe in loves you, okay?
Sorry, everyone. I forgot to plug in my mic.
It's okay.
We'll continue this conversation later, though.
I will go mute now.
A lot of improvisation. Ladies and gentlemen of the and also those who are both genders. It is an honor to be back on the Goose live stream once again. And today I bring you all something much to your enjoyment. I should probably bring up the stream.
What up?
Yeah.
we've got Deltarune.
Yes. I will be analyzing another crossover. This time, a crossover that more people might be familiar with. Deltarune's popularity getting a huge spike lately with the release of chapters 3 and 4. No spoilers in the chat, because I'm still trying to catch up to that. Just goddamn Jevil.
There's not necessarily the time to catch up your chapters.
Yes. Unless if you're trying to be the completionist and complete all the secret blocks. But now, what might this detail? Well, I think Deltarune is a perfect supplement for another crossover talk with Snoot Game, or well, the Snoot World, Snootverse in general. Yeah. Deltarune has a lot of many similarities. If you could please put up the next image, Goose of
yeah, give me a sec. Which one do you want? Oh, I know exactly what you want.
Yes.
This is a very large file size.
Oh. Sorry. Sorry, the file size were too large.
That just takes up more than the screen exists.
Wow, that's... Yeah, it does take up the big screen. What better way to introduce my topic with some appreciated material of a human falling in love with the big dinosaur girl.
I'm pretty sure Susie doesn't actually have a tail.
Now, come on. Underneath that jacket, there's probably a tail. Let's all be real here.
I'm not. It's just not on the sprite span.
Well, a boy can imagine. He can
boy
have
can
some
dream.
imagination. Boy can dream. If Olivia has a tail and Fang has a tail, then so can Susie. Also, this is not propaganda for cruisy shipping, although it is the best ship, and I will say the most amazing ship of it all, with all the wonderful movement moments in the game. If you know chapters 1 and 2, with Susie's arc in chapter 1 and chapter 2 with the TC, if all of you know. But getting off a little bit topic here. So, Deltarune crossing over with the Snootverse. There are many ways you could do this. Classic way is kind of rewriting the Deltarune story to fit in the Snoot universe. Same as before, repeated theme. Chris, our protagonist, goes to an all-dinosaur school. However, it's probably going to be a little bit weird with, Noel being a deer, Birdley being a bird, all the other characters being various.
I mean, do you want exclusively dinosaurs, or do you want some, Mesozoic mammals, or some late Cenozoic, or early Cenozoic mammals? Because there are some fucking wild-ass antlered creatures that existed.
Oh.
Like, if I grab my book to the side of me, I have, some examples somewhere within these fucking 1,000 pages.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that they're like
there are some wild ass deer.
Yeah, there were giant ass deer, ancient reindeer, or whatnot.
A Megaloceros.
Yes, you got it.
AKA for the audience, big deer.
Big,
just like
fucking deer.
Just like with big wolves.
Yeah, dire wolves existed. You could just make Birdly and Archaeopteryx and call it a day.
Yes, indeed. There are a lot of paths you can go. You could keep it onto the full dinosaur route, which, easy enough. Have Birdly be a blue pterodactyl, much like Fane and Nasher. Noelle might be a little bit tricky, but I can see her being some sort of herbivore. And then, just try and figure out what other characters you can be. Because Susie, in all honesty, she can be like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Big purple Tyrannosaurus Rex.
How about an Allosaurus like Barney?
Wait, Barney was an Allosaur? I thought he was
Yeah.
T-Rex.
Well, he's a dinosaur from our imagination, and he shares more in common with an Allosaur than a T-Rex, I think.
That is fair. That is fair. Oh yeah, definitely. Noelle, I think would kind of probably be a Stegosaur. Maybe more so with like the horns. I'm thinking maybe
Would that
Triceratops.
mean that the goat people are all Ankylosaurus?
Probably. If we wanted to go down the full like dinosaur route, because in Snoot Game and its predecessor, I Want to Hug a Gator, we only see dinosaur versions. We never see like the Ice Age mammals and stuff.
But there is mention in the art books of Uncle Ted's mouse wife.
Oh, I did not know that. That is an interesting fact to learn today. But yeah, you could definitely do like either one of those particular. Maybe even mix and match them. Whatever suits your fancy. I'm just here to give you the ideas. See what kind of wonderful stories you can come up with. Because we need more crossover fanfics. We're already getting them. It's increasing. Calling out Snoot Eternal. Good shit. Good shit right there.
You just want more for yourself.
Maybe.
You're selfish.
Can a man be a little bit selfish?
I mean, I suppose.
I mean, if there's like a fanfic with Stella, I think you would want more.
I mean, I'm straight feasting right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. We got some coming.
Oh yeah, I bet you're feasting, but I bet you want like another course meal and stuff like that with extra sides.
Listen, man,
I'm a little bit hungry.
It's long. I've long stated that you can get a snack from the fridge.
In any case, though, yeah, that is another way. Fan, LO. That's probably another, but kind of continuing on with like the first prompt I have is basically Snoop, basically like the other games, but Chris is the main protagonist. Probably adopted by his parent, adopted, and he enters an all dinosaur school for the first time. Meets Susie. They have their adventures. Probably kept more of a slice of life theme with Chris helping out Susie, figuring out his own self as well. Exploring more of the tropes that we've seen in our favorite games we've come to love. That is the first approach you can definitely take with this. Yeah, second approach, a little bit kind of more focused on the Deltarune aspect of the Dark World, the adventures in there, and stuff like that. Essentially, you could do it with, and here, I'd like to take credit. There is a little bit credit. Shout out to Orion in the Snoot server. He did share this idea. But basically, it is Snoot Game and Deltarune, where we have a noun having Fang go into the Dark World, journeying around, discovering one each other. He's listed out kind of further details. And that's another approach you could do. You could have basically a noun, he's a guy with a lot of issues, much like our protagonist, Chris. And also, yeah. And also, he is a dinosaur lover.
Yeah.
Loves dinosaurs.
I mean, we all do. It's kind of the prerequisite for being in here.
Yeah, it is a prerequisite. You could say this whole fandom is like scaly themed.
Yeah. Almost.
Mm-hmm. In either case, you could definitely tell the story with a mixture of Deltarune, where we travel into the world of a noun and his imagination, with, you know, some of the chapters being set up like one could be set up like chapter 1 with like the school where noun's at, you know, building the relationship between him and Fang. Not sure what the boss battle would probably be for that game, the final boss battle for completing that chapter, but that's kind of one concept. Another one would be chapter 2 probably taking place in the noun's apartment. You know, everyone, the Fang gang kind of getting sucked into the dark world. We got Trish, we got Reed. Along with that, the boss being a noun's computer.
Mm.
Or possibly a secret boss, who knows? A lot of things you can do. I mean, there's a lot of great locations in this new game. And basically with what we've learned about with Deltarune, you can create some fantastic stuff. And also you can implement like the soul stuff with, you know, a noun dealing with the fact that he has this weird soul in his body that's telling him what to do, almost feeling like a puppet. And also Fang, you know, dealing with her same issues, you know, and stuff. It would basically be Deltarune just with mature elements and, you know, a mixture.
Doesn't
Yes,
Deltarune already
Oops?
have mature elements in it?
Oh, well, yeah, of course, but it'd probably be like more mature elements. Like we're adding on like Snoot Games mature elements. Like if yes, it touches on the subject of mature audience from mature topics from what I've heard from. But with Snoot Game, there I feel like it would touch more than, you know, just that. And again, no spoilers on chapters 3 and 4, please. Thank you.
I don't plan on it. I haven't played it myself. I haven't touched it.
Well, recommend playing. I recommend playing Deltarune. It is a fantastic game with wonderful music. Can't wait for the next 3 chapters to come out. But essentially, Deltarune, I feel like, can be an amazing topic, and I feel like there should be like, I want to try and reach out to you guys to think about like your own medias that you love and think how you can put Snoot Game in it. Or any of your other wonderful characters. We already got crossover fixed with Snoot Game and I Want to Hug a Gator. We and the community just is growing larger with new ideas each and every day. Hell, there's like a big thing going on with Halo, and I think Call of Duty. I'm not sure if there's like a Call of Duty fanfic with Snoot Game characters, but there probably is. Everyone loves their shooters. But yeah, it honestly, just find your imagination, grab it, and just smack it on the paper or your computer screen. I know you guys can all do that, and you know it's fun to get out those brain juices. Just slather it all there. That doesn't sound right, but you all know what I mean. Uh, hope I talked for a good hour or so.
Not even
But
close.
not even close.
Not even
Oh
close to an hour.
damn!
It has
Wow.
been 20 minutes.
Damn.
Keep talking. Just keep going. Keep bullshitting.
Keep push.
Keep
I
talking.
mean,
Nobody explodes.
a lot of oh God, chat. We're under a time
It's
limit.
just me and you. It's just me and you.
Oh, it's just me and you.
It's just me and
I
you.
thought
Just
that.
pretend it would
I,
no. Just pretend it's me and
I
you.
thought
That's all
I
that
thought there was
matters.
a peanut. I thought there
Talk
was
to
a
me. Talk
peanut
to me. Talk to
gallery.
me.
Okay.
There's
all
people in the
right.
background, but that's just me and you up here. Okay.
Okay, there's people in the background. This is like a comedy duo. But yeah, like I think this crossover can be an excellent choice. There's a lot of themes. There's a lot of stuff you can do.
Are there any like specific like missions that you could like side quests that you could reflavor into
Side
being Snoot? Yeah, well, there's side quests in Delta and Undertale, right?
Oh yeah, they're kind of like side quests. More so, most of the game is about like puzzles. From what I gather, the real side quests come from like let's say the secret bosses. Like most people here know about Jevil. That's just one of the secret bosses. Then there's the fan favorite Spamton, G Spamton.
What would Spamton become?
For Spamton, if we're talking about how he would become, well, he definitely takes more on a like a humanoid appearance. So honestly, he'd probably be a human. Maybe he's like probably like the usual salesman. Probably he's like a shady salesman that Chris encounters when he's like exploring Volcano Bluffs.
Yeah.
And antics ensue there.
Volcadera Bluffs.
In Volcadera Bluffs. Jevil, on the other hand, totally can see him being like a Microraptor. Probably a student within the school, or maybe he was an expelled student. Who knows?
Maybe he just doesn't go to the same school.
Probably not. Yeah, chaos. Definitely a mischief maker.
He went to Reef City, the last chance school.
Yeah, probably did.
You just find him on the fucking side of the road biking around because he can't afford a motorcycle. So he has like a rusty old BMX bike or something.
Now if we want to talk about another important character, those are the secret bosses. Another more important characters are kind of like the ones you can find in the Dark World, such as Lancer. He's a popular one. And
isn't Lancer the little like weird fella who's like a ace of spades?
Oh
on his
yeah,
chest?
he's the little weird boy who bounces, has a bike,
kind of hangs
funny
out.
laughter. Yeah, he hangs out with Susie a lot. So
he's just a little fella.
Yeah, there's definitely not like a solid design or a solid species. So you could basically like make him like a like a Stegosaurus.
I don't think that
Actually,
fits. Well, he's just a little guy, right? So there's plenty of dinosaurs that would be a little guy.
Yeah,
I think.
he's also kind of like a chunky little guy.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of like. Doesn't his mother come up in the later part of the game?
Oh yeah, other characters come up like Noelle and Berdley, but we kind of talked.
No,
about
I mean like,
them.
isn't his mother in part 2 as well?
Yes, that's Queenie. She's like a supercomputer, I think.
Yes.
And then there's the Swatches, which are the.
Couldn't Lancer just be like a little Roomba?
A little Roomba.
Another rainbow.
Probably. He's probably like. Maybe Susie's like friend, or like kind of like how a noun has Raymond.
Rainbow, yeah.
Rainbow. Sorry, I call him
Metal Gear Rainbow. You called him Raymond. That just sounds like my cousin dog.
Everyone loves Raymond.
Everybody loves Rainbow. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There's a one shot for you to write. Everybody loves Rainbow.
Yep.
You just gotta watch a lot of Everybody Loves Raymond and get it down.
Yeah.
Get that formula in you.
Like Could have him.
That will be your top performing fic on AO3. I guarantee it.
Yes, write that. Steal my idea.
No, Deadman, you have to write it. You're
No,
the
I'm
one who
already-
called him Raymond.
Well, if I'm doing that, it's gonna be him and his misadventures in Volcano High while Announ's busy doing school things.
Everybody loves Rainbow.
Yeah.
All right, so what object would become Robert?
What objects would become
Robert is Raymond's younger brother.
Oh. Oh gosh. What younger? Oh, probably a bigger vacuum cleaner. Maybe it's the janitor's vacuum cleaner. You know, because
Everybody loves Raymond. Nobody comes over to talk to me, so I have to eat at my parents' house every night. I can't get a date. Yeah, that's kind of how he talks.
That was most likely. If I did this one shot, it's probably a noun brings him to Volcano High, but accidentally loses him, and now it's just misadventures for the little vacuum cleaner.
Everybody loves Rainbow.
Yeah.
And the janitor's like, what the hell is going on? Why is my vacuum cleaner talking?
Somehow different electronics get sentience.
Mm-hmm. It's just the sentience beam from the little tiny phone vacuum.
Yeah. The sentience beam. A noun is like crazy whiz at technology. It's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, he makes like a fucking ray gun. Like an actual ray gun. Slap that guy with
gun?
like
Yeah.
a... Yeah,
all it
rail
is
gun.
is
Yeah.
controlling electrical pulses.
Well, still, he makes like a functioning railgun. Slapped him with a scholarship or something. Like, damn.
Yeah, well, obviously he has mechanical know-how, so he should be able to, get a job and that sort of thing. But of course, they fuck him up. They don't give him the ambition to go out and like apply for a tech scholarship, because you can write a paper to go with it, and they'll read it and be like, "Oh shit, you did this."
Oh yeah, and I can totally see like a noun being like a techie.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
honestly.
in the good ending,
And
he
he-
becomes an audio engineer.
Yeah, which has a little bit to do with tech, I believe. No, he's helping his wife make some awesome music.
Yeah, no, it's just like I don't know. That seems like a short sight on Cavemanon's part, but I understand why they did it. It's so that the ultimatum at the beginning of the game holds more weight. But he had options in like ending 3.
Oh yeah, of course.
He had the option.
He had options.
He could have done a mechanical engineering course at the local fucking tech school and all right, I have a job. I have a well-paying job.
Instead, military.
And he could have, probably by that point, Mo would be paying enough for him to live off of.
Yeah, but you threw him in the sandbox. Cave Noun's like throwing him.
He wasn't even thrown into the fucking sandbox. He was in psyops. He stayed in American soil.
Oh.
All right. So at the army base near me, there is a building that just straight up says psyop on the side of it. And I just always said, there's no way there's anything in there. That's a psyop.
That word. I've seen that word be used a lot.
It's really something to know that there is just something called the Office of Psyops.
Oh, but yeah, that actually talks about. So if we would do Deltarune, but put more focus in Snoot Game, kind of taking out the dark world and fantasy elements and putting in the slice of life with finding yourself and discovering who you are. That means kind of changing a lot of Chris's thing in the story, because we know that Chris is basically being piloted by us. He's basically a flesh puppet that we bought for $26 and something change.
Yeah, but remember, Chris does not like hugging people, so stop making him hug people.
No, make him hug all the people.
And no, that's bad for him. He doesn't like it.
Well, either way. So then that means we have to kind of take out that part of him, like the soul and stuff that's going on in the story. Now, there, we could keep the controlling element. Maybe in Chris's life, he felt like, he was being controlled too much.
People are just living vicariously through him, and he's taking notice of it.
Yeah, and maybe this is his chance to discover who he is and a person he is. Because in the game, there are hints, and I managed to take notice of these hints with like all the talks and discussions. What we've seen from YouTube videos is Chris seems very creative. He likes drawing. He likes playing pranks. Like there is definitely something creative inside of him.
He wants to make and do.
Yes. He wants to make and do things, and I feel as though that can also be something as well. Maybe in this kind of story, Chris is just trying to find himself. Find who he wants to be. He's like a jumble puzzle, you could say. He's trying to match all the pieces, see what the pieces fit. No, maybe in his life, a lot of people have been trying to fit pieces together, but none have been working, and it kind of just feels like they're controlling him and whatnot. And then comes to Volcano High, where he meets new friends and old friends, and discovers his love interest, Cruzy. Well, the ship name, but Susie, of course, big dinosaur girl.
Mm-hmm.
Love our dinosaur women.
He just wants to be stomped on, and you know what? I get it.
Yes. Next game needs to be big. We need a bigger girl.
We need an even bigger dinosaur girl.
We need a bigger We need a girl that would literally crush us. But that'll be okay, because that's going to be our happy ending.
Yeah, I'm gonna be lost inside that.
Well, aren't we all
Grab
lost?
me a girl who could, like, put me in her purse.
Yeah.
Call that shit a man bag.
Chihuahuas.
God damn.
You've seen those. You've seen those rich girls.
Yeah, they walk around with their little chihuahua in their purse, and the chihuahua's like the spawn of Satan. Yeah, I've seen it.
Honestly,
they go,
I don't know.
You know?
That bag should be like thrown out. Like, because how can you have a dog spend there all day without shitting or pooping? I mean, I can imagine.
The answer is that they have multiple bags. And one is just for the dog, and then they make their husband carry their wallet.
Yeah, somehow there are more than just one bags.
Yes, they make their husband carry, or their boyfriend.
In any case, but also we then have to discuss, if we're taking out the Dark World, that means we're also kind of taking out Susie's character development that is found in Chapter 1, where she stops being like the school bully and becomes more friendly to Chris. Now, we could take this as like, Chris comes to school, Susie finds a new target, bullying ensues. But maybe like over the course of like a few days, maybe Chris finds out more about Susie and tries to make an effort to be her friend. Trying to be friendly to the bully instead of fighting back against them. I mean, yeah, you stand up to your bullies, but try to be friends with them. Never know what their lives could be like and stuff. Some of them can just, yeah. In this case scenario, maybe there's a reason why Susie is a bully, and I feel like the game kind of shows it. I mean, she's a big, scary purple girl. People are afraid of her and stuff. So, like, also, there are theories suggesting that she has lived a rough life. She probably has not so great parents, or maybe she's homeless or something. So it would be definitely like, she's hiding her pain through her scariness and stuff. And maybe Chris takes note of that and tries to befriend her instead of, standing up to her. And that kind of evolves the story in there with more slice of life elements and stuff. Still adding in the classic Deltarune things like Susie and Chris going out eating at like a diner, or just like hanging out and being friends, and their relationship becomes something more. Because like, and I'll say this: the ship wars within the Deltarune community are quite a fierce one. Two major factions: the Suzels and the Cruises. As you know, my standing, I stand amongst my proud brothers and sisters of the Cruises, because I just feel like that relationship is kind of more developed in that way. However, Toby kind of implying there's something with Susie and Noelle with the Ferris scene in chapter 2 and 1, where they have that kind of romantic Ferris wheel moment. I really want to, throw that at you when you talk to a Suzel shipper. But either way, you gotta respect all ships in the end of the day, because we never know what Toby's gonna go for.
I don't think Toby went for any ships. I think you just want to leave it open for everybody to decide on their own.
Yeah, because the game also suggests that you can't make any choices. There are no choices, but I feel like that's a lie. I feel like Toby's, slapping us with a lie. But also, he's giving us options. At the start, it feels like we don't have options, but when you keep playing the game, you get more and more options. Like, so far, there are 2 routes that the community has created called the, from what I saw, the classic pacify route, wherein if you played Undertale, pacify everyone, you're the hero of the story. The good route, the pure good route. Then, well, before the game came out, there was the genocide route, which basically fight everyone, kill them, etc. Then it's devolved in, if you play chapter 2, the snow grave route, which you do something really spooky with Noelle, since Noelle and Birdley are in cyberspace, or in chapter 2 with you.
Yeah.
And now it has kind of gotten this official name being the weird route, where something's going on, and it is weird.
Weird and strange and fucked up.
Yeah, probably fucked up from what I've been hearing. Again, trying not to spoil. I've tried not to spoil myself, but hard to not spoil yourself in communities like these, because you have like excellent, and I mean excellent, artists that do amazing things. Shout out to all the artists in their respective communities. You guys are the labor force that keeps that community alive, and without you, could have slowly died out or something. But we got you guys, so hey, respect you all, love you guys.
Love the artists, wherever they may be.
Love the artists, throw your money at them. You just find an artist and just throw money at them.
Yeah, like I do.
Yeah, you take out some money in the cash, make sure it's wadded up, and then throw it at them. However, if they live in another state, then digitally throw it at them. or package it and make some complicated thing that shoots money out.
I think Supreme made a money gun for us to use at some point.
Good, good. We'll be shooting the artist with money. Not like killing them, but more so showing them our affection and appreciation for all the hard work they've done.
But of course,
Minecraft. I don't know why. I feel like I need a. Is this being monetized?
No.
Okay. Okay. All right. But either way, that's the classic thing you could do. Is just basically take out kind of the fantasy elements of the dark world and stuff. Kind of fill it in with the slice of life of Snoop Game and I want to be that gator. And also, again, Susie is kind of like an open book too. You know, we really don't know her passions and whatnot. She likes cool things and stuff. She likes fighting. She likes doing stuff and whatnot. So there's a lot of open things you could do with her. She could be a mechanic. She could be a musician, much like Fang. She could do a lot of things. And like kind of Chris, he likes a lot of things. He's trying to find out like what he wants to do in his life. And you know, that's the thing we need to keep in mind that sometimes characters are an open book. Sometimes there are things that we can fill in and that can be excellent. And I feel like a Snoot Deltarune fanfic would be awesome. That's for like the slice of life kind of style, like how we played in all of our favorite games and whatnot. Now, going back to, you know, having the dark world and the fantasy elements of that into Snoot Game, or I want to hug a gator. That's going to be interesting because you're going to have to think about a lot of things. For one, if you play Deltarune has this fantasy element kind of to it. The classic RPG route, so you got to think what kind of classes or what kind of thematic themes are the Snoot characters going to have when they go into the dark world. I mean, you guys probably know about legends and lore from Volcano High. So you probably could take some elements from that as well and put them into the into Snoot Room, as we would call it, or Delta Game, or however you want to name it. Probably Snoot Room. Probably be. I like that name more personally. Yeah. Shout out again.
Runes.
Yeah. So shout out again to Orion once again because he did like a lot of thinking about this idea of a crossover between Deltarune and
Is that Orion Necropolis you're speaking of? Or the
I
other
think,
Orion in the Snoot Club?
I think it's Orion the Express. I'm trying
There's
to.
like 2 or 3, if you can recall which one it is. I think
Yeah.
Orion Necropolis I've
Hold on, let me...
heard of,
because
but I think spoken to once or twice.
Because Shu kind of sent me over to kind of Orion's little thread that he did.
Yeah, Shuan is an excellent person to help get to know others.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
just always out there. He's great.
Shu's definitely a great guy, everyone. Love Shu. Consume his fan.
Go read Killer Queen. Go read I Want a Snoot.
Yeah, go read Killer Queen. But I should let you all know that it does continue.
Yourself.
Yeah, prepare yourself. Continues on the E rune, E1. So you're gonna see Doppelganger, Inko, and the Bitch Queen.
Yep.
Which.
That's really his one major malfunction, is that he likes Mia too much.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, you're
Everybody's
also.
Gotta be flawed.
Yeah, we gotta have. Oh yeah, it's Nick Crop. It's Necropolis. Shout out
Yes.
to
Good
Orion
fella.
Necropolis for this idea. Definitely got it from his thread.
Fucking cool feller.
From shoot, yeah, definitely. I haven't read any of his stuff, but I did read a little bit or skimmed a bit of his ideas for Delta Snoot or Snoot Room, which was basically a noun's kind of more of like the guy takes in the role of Chris. He probably has his own soul. Like instead, maybe he's like, I don't know. Maybe we could change it a bit. Maybe instead of the doxing incident, maybe there was another incident that happened at his old school, and you know something happened, and his parents had to send him away. Something weird's going on with him now.
Mm-hmm.
Fact is where he's going to be filling in the place of Chris in this story. So the reason why Announ's being so weird is because Announ isn't fully himself. He's got another person in him, a soul, if you will. And the thing is, with what you can do with this is, hell, you could stick with it of being a noun and dinosaurs, or you could do monsters and a noun, like the whole world instead of dinosaurs, monsters. Be creative. Think about like what kind of thematic monsters would Fang, Trish, Reed, Stella, Rosa, what would they be? You know, probably Fang's family, probably akin to Birdly, how he's like a bird humanoid. Maybe they're more bird than pterodactyl. But well, as we know from science, um, there are more birds are more commonly with dinosaurs, from what I've heard. Goose, am I correct on that one, or is there some correction that needs to be made? You're the
I do not
you're
believe
the
there is a correction that needs made.
okay, good, yeah, because feather dinosaurs and stuff.
Yes, they're
But
out there.
in yeah, but in any
Well, birds are
case,
dinosaurs, so Birdly would just be fine.
but in any case, as we continue on with this story, you could definitely take the route of monsters. Figure out like what you want to make each and every one of the characters, what kind of monster they want to be and stuff. And yeah, maybe stick with the same elements as it is a Stute game because these are older characters and stuff. So it's probably just mashing up some concepts here and here with Fang one of finding herself. Maybe she takes on the role of Susie, being more of the aggressive fighting type. You know, I see in the Volcano High, well, Goodbye Volcano High, the visual novel. Well, not visual novel, but Tall Tales kind of scenario game. Is that
It's a busted ass rhythm game at best.
bust? Yeah, bust. Yeah, riveting game. It's it's a lot. Also, horrible ending as well. Just sad as fuck. But in any case scenario, we must continue on with like what in there. They obviously have their own interpretations of Dungeons and Dragons, which is Legends and Lore, I believe it's called.
Lore and lizards? Legends? I don't know.
Probably Legends and Lizards or something like that. But in
Yes.
any case,
No,
Fang
it's
has
layers and lizards. There we go.
Lair and Lizards. I feel like Legends was part
I don't
of that.
know. It would make more sense because the dungeon's a type of layer and a dragon's a reptile.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe
Ah.
lizards.
All right, but in any case, basically, Fang is basically like the aggressive, the barbarian, the fighter, the damage dealer, the tank, as you will.
Mm-hmm.
You could do classes or whatnot, but it's straight up. You got fighter, tank. RPG's got their class systems and stuff. But she would be the tank main weapon. You could go with the guitar. Honestly, I would go with the scythe. I think Layers and Lizard's Fang. She looks pretty cool, even though she's supposed to be a representation of like, oh my edgy OC. He's half angel, half devil, and he lost his parents in a tragic incident, and now he kills bad guys. We've all made those characters in high school or middle school and stuff. But I can totally see Fang kind of taking on those elements and being the tank of the party and like waving and swinging that scythe around like no tomorrow. And then, who would take the role as Azrael? Not Azrael, but more so Rousey. And that's what we're bringing. That is something I figured out because my brain works like on crack cocaine.
I will not deny that.
With like ideas zooming across my head, neurons, laser beams and stuff. I feel as though Ray announced like little little vacuum invention.
Mm-hmm.
Would be the Dark Prince in that case and scenario. Be right back. Got to do something really quick.
Yeah, of course, of course, of course. Hmm. A little off topic, but something I think we can appreciate is the fact that when Sonic 3 was coming out, everybody's rooting for a child to get shot in the head. You know? I think we should all appreciate that for a second. Let's just step back from everything. I just saw my brother texted me something about it, and yeah, no, let's just stand back and appreciate. We all wanted Maria to get shot in the head. Does that make everybody happy to know?
No, honestly.
You don't like the fact that everybody rooted for Maria to get shot in the face?
I
It's part
root
of
for
Shadow's
you to get
backstory.
shot in the face, but it doesn't happen. Never happened.
Yeah, well, we all wanted it, but it doesn't happen. She just dies in an explosion like a goddamn bitch.
You confuse me, sir.
Huh? What do you mean?
I don't know if anyone was cheering for that.
Hmm?
I feel like if you did a poll, or if people were excited that she got shot in the or didn't get shot in the face, but exploded.
Listen, that's just how the gun agents are supposed to do her in. They're supposed to just shoot her.
I go back to silence.
Yeah, yeah, go back to silence, I guess. You're just afraid of me for I speak the truth.
Flinging myself into oblivion.
I'm back.
Oblivion.
Oh, hi there, Magic. All right,
Hello.
so where I last left off in the conversation is talking about who would be the Dark Prince of Deltarune, and I think it would be Ray. I can totally see it because chapter 2 we definitely see like machine type kind of creatures and monsters. So like Ray being a dark prince would kind of fit a lot. And also expand on like, Noun's little childhood, little invention, being the dark prince of the story, saving the day and whatnot. And yeah, it would basically be, it would start out with Ray, Noun, and Fang. Probably chapter one's kind of more focused on like Fang trying to get out of this place, so she's kind of leaving Noun and Ray behind. Well, Noun and Ray are talking about old times. Maybe Ray and Noun already know each other. Maybe back in Rock Bottom, maybe the store was there, but unfortunately, maybe one of the Noun's friends was lost. That's why Noun had to leave Rock Bottom. But yeah, you pretty much could do whatever you want with that one. But that would make for a great mystery. In either case scenario, chapter one kind of really plays out with, maybe more focused on Noun on Volcano High. Maybe the whole chapter's kind of like the science classroom. Maybe a Noun and Fang got a detention or something for causing a disturbance in the science classroom, and now they got to clean the science classroom, and that's how chapter one begins. Their adventures in the realm of science, in the kingdom of scientific things and whatnot. Definitely could do like some fun stuff, beaker knights, acid elementals, definitely whatever fantasy things you guys can create. It'd probably be awesome. The main boss, unsure. Probably the periodic table, maybe. It could honestly be anything, and then that's when Fang and Now kind of grow close, and then continues on with this new game story and stuff. If I went through each and every detail, then that would take up like 2 hours at most, or like a lot of hours. Who knows? But in any case of scenario, it's crossovers. As I've mentioned before, crossovers can do a lot. It can expand the story. It makes you think outside of the box. How would these characters that you know and love work in this world? And people figure them out. They try to base things off by their personalities, color schemes, or whatnot. Sometimes even going more in depth with the character, doing more research. Hell, if Goose, what's one of your favorite Phantoms that's not Snoop Game or I Want to Hug a Gatorilla?
Well, what I really like is I like the uh uh oh no. I like Studio Ghibli movies.
Studio Ghibli movies.
Yes.
All right, that's what we can do.
I do
now,
enjoy those.
Now, I'm going to give you something. Now, throw Stella in a Studio Ghibli movie.
Dog, that would be terrifying because there's always the undertone of just absolute terror in those.
Oh yeah, they could be too. But like definitely imagine Stella in a Studio Ghibli movie. Would she take the role as one of the main protagonists in that story? How would she
I'm gonna
react?
keep it a buck 50 with you. She would be like one of like the hired cleaners inside the bathhouse of Spirited Away.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna keep it a buck 50.
See, but hey, it got you thinking, right? It got you thinking how Stella would fit in this world, how would she react, what role she would play in, and so many other things. It got those gears turning, Made you think, how would Stella react being in the Studio Ghibli movies? How would she fit? And that's the greatest thing about fanfics, fics in general. We think of something new and we go for it. We just roll for it. We just think about like how these characters would interact with this world and stuff. Hell, would you do like D&D, for example, like lizards and lairs? Like if we just threw that in, maybe like I don't know, maybe they got sucked into maybe like in the original Dungeons and Dragons cartoon from like the 1990s or something.
Oh, I know what
There
you're
was,
talking about.
yeah, like the snoot cast is just sucked in, and now they gotta escape.
Yeah.
But now each of them takes on the roles of the respective classes now.
Who gets to
Yeah.
play the official dungeon master?
Yeah, like who's the dungeon master? In all honesty, it's probably going to be the gnome god or whoever he is and stuff.
Spears becomes the dungeon master. He dons the red robe.
He'd be a big guy. Be a big guy. Big man.
Yeah.
Big. But also things like
I feel like Spears would make a great dungeon master. I'm gonna be honest with you. Spears would be
fair.
fantastic.
And I would also think a noun would be a great dungeon master too, since he's
Listen,
up.
I feel like Spears has the "Are you sure?" down.
Oh yeah, he definitely gives off the "Are you sure yet?"
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
And it will make you question it. He will put the question in it. Like, but yeah. And that's the beauty of crossovers. Now, like I said, there are a lot of great works out there. There's quite a few Halo Snoot game crossovers. If you guys know about Halo and you're in the Snoot community, there's also let's see, there's also the new up and coming crossover, which is Snoot Eternal. What if Anand's dad, instead of being a veteran who has suffered a lot, is actually the fucking Doom guy, and his mom's Isabel. Now that makes for a crazy story, and also introduces demons. Demons, dinosaurs, and humans.
Yeah.
So, recommend giving that a read as well. There's also a good, I can't remember the title off the head, but it is a crossover with Snoot Game and Infamous. Totally recommend that one as well.
I know what you're
yeah.
talking about. We love Flip
yeah.
around here.
Oh, Flip's good. Flip, if you're in the audience, shout out to you. Shout out
I
to
will
you.
yell at you later, Flippo.
Yeah.
I assure you.
I'll yell at you too, Flip. Tell you how you're a creative son of a bitch. All of you are. All of you can be creative son of a bitches. Hell, I'm a creative son of a bitch. Half the time I'm writing a fanfic, half the time I'm drawing, half the time I'm just laying in bed
And that
thinking
makes
about
3 halves.
That's 3 halves. Hell, maybe even more. Because in this community, we're all creative son of the bitches. Deltarune, Snoot Game, Halo, whatever you're in, you're a creative son of a bitch. But mostly in Snoot Game and Deltarune, where you want to see a human kiss a scaly girl. We have to take over the furry community. Scalies
We have to
are becoming.
Scalies are the blue collar man's choice. We're
Yeah.
done with the goddamn Ritz and the glamour of the furry ones.
You know what? We had Renomon. We had Lola Bunny. We now need to inject Susie. We need to inject Fang. We need to inject Olivia, we need to inject the scaly girls. We need to make the scaly girls be number one. It's time to overthrow the furries and put us scalies on top. We should have a scaly con. Well,
There
I
is
think
one, I think.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that one exists. I'm pretty sure one of those exists. It's a strong community. Like, it's ridiculous how big it is sometimes. And I forget how big it is sometimes, and also filled with a lot of rich people who do a
Yes.
lot of good things by commissioning artists to draw their furry OCs or CLE LCs, and also fursuit commissioners.
I have
Again,
no
you
intention
guys,
of
yeah, you got, but hey, you guys who do all of that work out there, who sew that stuff, who draw that, you're the working man. You're the laborers of this community. Honestly, there's probably like a suit of Fang or Triss
I
out there.
don't want to think about that, but I'm pretty sure there is one, and I thought it was a pinata at first.
Well, shit. Well, now all of you have that mental image in your mind.
Humanoto did a Fang cosplay last year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's nice.
But
But yeah.
Only time I've ever seen the man's face.
Well, in any case. Ah, cool. Okay, fair point. I did almost use the P word.
Pernus.
Yeah, we can go with that. I did. Yeah, I mean that's another half of that community. But it's also another half of our community too.
Yes. There is a lot of that being made. We just got off the chat with one who makes that part of it.
Oh shit.
God damn smooth rock. Like he was
just
talking about the benefits of peanut butter in your diet.
Alright. But damn,
You have now spoken for an hour.
Alright. Well, I hope you guys liked my talk.
Yes.
This is probably going to be my last crossover talk. Probably going to try and do another talk type kind of thing.
Yes.
But anyways, yeah. Suzelle rules. Cruzy rules. I will not take back those words. Humans deserve big, scaly women. I'm sorry. We've got enough lesbian lovers. Gays. Well, I love people. I love everyone. But yeah.
But we've had enough.
We've had enough.
We've had enough.
We've had enough. Give me the big, scaly romance option. That deer
Listen,
girl.
all I'm asking
else.
is that we forgo the cat girl research and we can get the dinosaur woman research, okay?
Yes.
That's all I want,
yes.
Elon.
Yes. Well, let's not
do
bring
something
Elon.
for human race. Let's do something good for the human race.
Right now he's kind of crashing out back and forth.
Oh yeah, no, he's always been crashing out. I never liked him.
Oh yeah,
I'll manipulate him if I can.
Yeah. I mean, that's...
I mean, if I can like control somebody who's billions of dollars, I will make them do cool shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll turn him into fucking Batman.
Anyways, thank you all for listening. Hope you enjoyed my topic. And I'll be catching you guys later. Bye, Deltarune. Buy Snoot Game. Well, Snoot Game's free. Download Snoot Game. Buy I Wanna Hug a Gator. Buy anything that has human on scaly relationships. We need to get the populace to know that scaly girls and scaly boys are number one. Down with the furries. Onto the scalies. It's time.
I think you mean under the scalies.
probably. In any case, all of you have a great night. Love y'all.
Yes.
Enjoy the next hour of honks, quacks, and so much more.
Yes. I need to take a potty break.
I'll be out. I'm
Yeah.
tired.
30 minutes,
Enjoy-
and then it's Magic Man's time slot, but I gotta take a potty break.
Enjoy these moments of
I've been here all
silence.
day.
See ya.
Now I rule the stream. Is now my stream control. You're on the Magic Show. God, very well, Goose is out. Now, you went over the discussion of scalies, but you got to give it to the furries sometimes. Only sometimes. We might eradicate them 50% of the time, but there are a few, very few. Honorable mentions. Well, I can't think of any. So I guess step to all furries. Scalies, and they aren't real people. They aren't real people. I feel like we should shut down both programs to make them real. Eradicate all. Go full Warhammer 40k on them. Ooh. Right. Ah, that's a really watered down drink. Must raid the facilities where they're being kept and eliminate them. It's kind of like the robot thing. It's like, you give a robot free will and then they take over the world. It's probably like that with furries and scalies.
Alright, I'm back.
I've taken over your
Did you
screen.
have some of the most disgusting drinks known to man? So that means I'm gonna fucking die. I'm actually gonna die today, Morty.
I have taken over your stream. I have spread the word of killing both sides of the spectrum, furries and scalies.
You just want to die. That's you're being greedy.
I am greedy, sir.
You just want everybody dead. Like a dog. Why is your sprite moving around when you talk?
What?
Okay.
What are you talking about, sir?
You move around a lot.
I do move.
Your sprite moves. Why is it so wide?
Don't worry about it. Like I was saying, if you give furries and scalies the think about it. They're just gonna take over the earth eventually. It's like robots with free will. Eventually, they're gonna turn on humanity and overthrow us. It's like Planet of the Apes.
Of course.
I didn't end well.
No, I'd rather reckon that Planet of the Apes did end very well. I would reckon.
Plus, we all know scalies and furries aren't real people.
Look at the mirror. Are you real?
I'm not scaly, so yes.
You are a fucking scaly. I know you are. I see what you get up to at night. I see you.
What do I get up at night? Up to at night, Goose? Tell me.
Foul gooning.
How so, sir? How so?
I done seen it. There's evil in them
Sir,
their shells.
Sir, I know what you do at night. It involves a pillow.
Yeah, I sleep next to the Stegosaurus body pillow. Yes.
We all know that's a lie,
It's
sir.
chest. It's so chest. Straight up chest in here. Are you having a
When
chase
that
off
body
of
pillow,
me?
when that pillow can stand up straight,
It does not. Ask Reed.
that's
Ask Reed.
I'm watching the stream. What the? Why is my
Yeah.
character's
That's what I
off
was
this-
asking. That's why. Why are you moving around so much, huh? Little finicky guy. These are the sprites that you gave me.
It's the ones I was provided, sir.
You gave these to me to throw up, so I did.
Well, I'm off the podium.
Yeah, you're just moving around talking bullshit, which I mean that's kind of what we all do.
Well, let me rejoin my computer. I'm on my phone.
Yeah. Yeah, you do that.
My headphones on.
Like the Legend of the Phoenix. Our ends were beginning. Oh yeah, what are you drinking tonight?
I am drinking a Pucker Sour Apple Schnapps.
I am drinking some American Honey
I need
71 proof whiskey.
What proof is this? This one is 30 proof.
Yeah, mine's 35.5%, and I'm having 3 ounces in my glass right now.
Jesus.
Yeah. You know, just a regular amount of liquor to be consuming.
I don't think that's the regular amount of liquor.
I'm relatively sure it is a regular amount of liquor is 3 ounces at a time. It fills the bottom of my glass.
Yeah, that's fair. My glass is filled to the brim.
Yeah, that's because you're drinking lower proof alcohol.
5%.
Huh?
I guess yours is 35.5.
Yeah. Well, you said you're drinking 35 proof.
The alcohol is. Yeah, yes, it is. It's only 15.
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't get fucked up today. I have
You're kind of buzzing.
I have a job, sir. I'm
You're
sorry.
a little buzzing.
Oh, how can I fix this? There we go.
It's still buzzing. What did you do to your microphone?
Hold on real quick. Try not do this on my phone. But I might have to.
Shit.
There we go. Was this better?
I mean, I can hear you and you're not buzzing.
Okay.
Your screen share is still working on whatever you have it on.
Just need to fix something. Don't worry about all the stuff below it. That's all special.
That's for my goon sesh later. Bring some lunchly still water and mangoes, please.
2 pieces of salami.
Yeah, I'll take you by the peaches, and you can have my hot salami out so I can stop. I'm gonna die.
I don't want
that
your
was a
1-inch salami.
Big stretch
I'm sorry,
over there on
sir.
that kitty.
I cannot. I don't want your 1-inch. I'm sorry, sir.
But what about the 10-inch wide? What about the girth?
Yeah. What the fuck is that then? Is that like it's like an avocado?
Oh, they call me the dinner plate.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, Stella.
Now. Stella's not real.
She's real
I'm
to
in
me.
game.
Fucking psycho.
Please, please save me, save me.
Your wife will die. I swear to you.
Why would you do this to me?
Because the funny.
It's not funny though.
It is funny. You gotta do the funny sometimes. If that means genociding a whole race of dinosaurs and then, leaving the last one alive for now, then that's how it goes.
But the last one's like a very powerful fucking cleric.
She is. She is. But your wife's not here right now, so. Aha! So, Dungeons and Dragons. What is Dungeons and Dragons? Dungeons and Dragons, or D&D, is a tabletop role-playing game created by Gary Gygax in the mid-1970s. I believe it's like 1975, 74. It was around that age. Originally, D&D was derived from miniature war games. Mostly soldiers on a table. Think of Warhammer 40K. I know it's not what the screen says, but I'm not going fully off that one. Read it.
It was a war
And it devolved into chainmail. Basically the same thing, still as a miniature war games, but then it went to AD&D, advanced D&D, and so onward. We don't really talk about the new age D&D. 24. It was a weird one. It was really shit.
It stripped out a lot of things.
Yeah, they somehow made Ranger worse, and Rogue worse, and Paladin. It's
and
all
Wizard.
bad. Mm-hmm.
And Sorcerer, and Warlock, and Cleric.
They did. It was really shit. We never recommend playing it, and never will.
Yeah, so here's the thing. You can't let liberals have anything. Otherwise, they ruin it. Because as we know, evil cannot create. It can only change and destroy.
Now.
Jert said that.
Yeah.
You know who Jert is?
I do not.
Tolkien's nickname was Jert. He just pronounced all of his initials. Jert.
So, I'm wondering, I'm guessing you guys are wondering, where should you start as a DM and a player? Do this magical game. Well, depends on the adventure. You have your classic fantasy, Beyond the Witchlight. Dive into a carnival of the Feywild, full of magic, whimsicalness, and just utter chaos. Or more survivals up your alley of Icewind Dale. The expensive, frozen tundra filled with mystery.
Did you say expensive instead of expansive?
I
mean, I suppose the module is kind of expensive.
$60 up front.
Yeah. That's expensive for just expansion to D&D.
And my favorite, fighting an evil twink vampire.
Oh, you would. You would like to fight a twink.
I would.
At least we can agree that twinks is the spawn of Satan.
Yes, and Curse of Strahd, where you will fight a vampire who is a twink.
What, Lorik von Strahd or something?
That actually is his name. Von Strahd something.
Yeah.
Now,
is it Lorik?
I don't think so. I think it's Von Sarovich. Now, let's gather your party. These people will be annoying you for years on end. The bard who wants to fuck everything. That is a classic trope. Everyone wants to play a bard at one time, especially one that wants to fuck a dragon. You can't help that one.
That's Jack Black.
That is basically the paladin. Someone who will smite your ass into oblivion. Yes, Jack Pass, like you. Now, paladins are very annoying little shits. They'll smite anything they encounter. You're a goblin? Fuck you in particular. And smite you. I'm looking at someone. The ranger. You're mostly a granola munching hippie. That's all. No one plays you.
You kind of
You're
shoot a
boring.
bow sometimes. I don't know, man. I've never seen somebody play a ranger.
A cleric. You're mostly someone who plays a princess or doesn't like murder. It's not really in between.
Unless, of
You are
course,
very
you're
basic.
a cleric to the Forge domain.
Then you just can forge shit.
Then you just kind of fucking catch people on fire and call it a day. You light people
Exactly.
up.
Well, then there's our next one. The wizard. When you see a family of goblins, you cast fireball. You mostly commit war crimes. And my last and favorite, the fighter. You shameless plug-in for an anime protagonist. Ha ha ha. This is the goose right here, the fighter.
I don't play fighter.
You play paladin. You act like, yeah, let's continue. Now, whoa there. You got your party, but you are missing something valuable. Prep. What is prep? Prep is when a director develops a character's setting, items, plots, and other elements before they're used in a game session. It's called prep, or prepping. Some directors regularly spend extensive amount of time prepping between sessions. Other prep less intensity. I am off my game. Yes. But you still spend time gathering notes between sessions. Some directors don't prep at all, preferring to improv instead, which most do. I do constantly. Though some people instead shoot from the hip, improv, through every session, going on the fly, making random shit up. I would not recommend it though. It only gets you so far. Not far enough. Now there are some don'ts for both the player and the party. Railroading. Railroading, when a directors force players to follow a certain path and keep them from devolving or affecting much. It's called railroading. This could also include attempts to punish characters with penalties, combat, and other negative experiences. When players try to do something else that isn't scripted, if a director is running a module or a story arc, they develop a small amount of railroading. May be necessary to ensure players access the story, but I would definitely not recommend it. It can feel very forced. It's not fun when it's like, you see that path over there? There's two paths. And there's multiple signs pointing to one path. And then the players go the other way, and you're like, nope, you go the other way. I would not recommend it. Metagaming. For players. This term refers to when a player uses knowledge to their character doesn't know, and wouldn't logically be able to access during play. This is almost always done to give the character an advantage they don't possess. It can be done accidentally, especially when players have extensive experience of the game, and lose track of what their current characters know. It's generally regarded as undesirable and a flashpoint for arguments. It's like a shambling mound, a thing of grass, like a thing of tall grass. It's hard to explain. They are immune to lightning. They actually regain health. If a player says, "Hey guys, this is immune to lightning," or something else, that would be seen as metagaming and is not very popular. Definitely. There's ways to handle this, play into it, or not. I wouldn't recommend it. And lastly, murder hobos, the most classic trope in all D&D. Murder hobos, when characters resort to violence quickly, and often even when circumstances are peaceful, they're called murder hobos. Players of these characters will often insist their characters have done nothing wrong by attacking first and don't care about the consequences of their actions. For their characters or the rest of the party, this could especially be troubling in game with morality and honor systems. And when their actions to serve other players, it's also a major point of contention. When the director and one or more players want a more varied experience during sessions that are cut off by aggressive actions. My favorite thing to do when I see a party full of murder hobos, have a very powerful attacker come in, someone hired to deal with them, see how that goes. Usually doesn't go well. Now let's go to the do's. Prepare. Obviously, the game master needs to have a good idea of what will happen in the session, but players should also make sure they are ready to engage with the game mechanics. Look over your character sheet. Make notes on any questions you might have so you can get them answered before play starts. Build up a little cheat sheet to help you make decisions in tense moments. There's lots of things everyone can do to keep play smooth and exciting. Number 2, have fun. This should be obvious, but sometimes it's hard to see the G in TTRPG. Don't get so in the weeds on backstory mechanics or even the plots that you have forgotten in this game, and we should all have fun. Take a week off and just have a tavern episode. Prank a fellow PC and see what silliness happens. Not every action you take needs to be plot important, so long as it increases the net amount of fun at the table. What is a good bad guy? What makes a good bad guy, or BBG for short? Most would assume they just having someone being bad is just enough, and they would be correct. Listen, sometimes most evil kings, evil monsters, hell, even evil bunnies don't really need a reason to slaughter a whole village. Sometimes people are just evil. Don't get me wrong, though. Some villains should have reasons, motives, even a sad backstory. Examples: Handsome Jack, a perfect antagonist. In the game, it shows us why he is such a dick. Number 2, a goose mob boss. Just for fun. He was originally going to be a slaver, but I thought that was too much. What makes your world special? Beginning the process of world building for new tabletop games is often one of the hardest parts. There's nearly endless amount of possibilities. It can be difficult to know where a plot begins. Many DMs look to create a brand new world may also struggle to find a spark of originality to build upon. The best place to look for inspiration is often books, television, and movies that the creator already enjoys. Choosing one or two elements from a beloved story will give them a strong basis to work from, and the rest can be built on outwards from there. Use your character's backstories as a world building tool. Does your fighter come from a family of pit fighters? Boom, the city of the pits, where great champions are born. Or a wizard is a guitar to spellcasting focus. Shredderville, the city that knows no sleep, only hardcore rock and roll. And the leader is a great and mighty Wizrad. Session 0 and you. This meeting occurs before a campaign to establish many boundaries, aspects, and such expectations, scheduling, and house rules. Directors may ask players what would they like to play, or pitch one or more ideas for campaigns that they would like to try. If things progress quickly, it may include characters creation. If not, it may take more than one meeting. There's some good rules. Make sure everyone's comfortable and understand what the campaign has in store. 2. Finalize backstories, classes, and any questions about the campaign. And now you're ready. Now ask questions.
All right.
That was all.
Okay. Really? That was
Oh,
all?
my.
Let's go back to
Yeah.
that Goosebump boss. What inspired that, huh?
No one.
No one in particular, are you sure?
Yeah, no
Was it
one.
not just how I talk to you sometimes?
Huh?
Like,
Oh, it's just,
kind of like thrown into this thing, yeah? Huh?
oh, I thought perfect,
Tell me
See
5 other
this?
things about him.
Yeah, he likes slavery.
It's very nice to have some help around the house to do some things, you know? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, you forget about it.
Slaves.
Huh? What the fuck you want? I don't know where I'm going with this bit.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think the main thing about making a D&D campaign and characters should not be very hard to make one. You could easily start small and work your way up.
Yeah, you can start from just like you could just like be like I want to be
Like-
Legolas, or you can just like basically work backwards off. Hey, this class looks fun. What could I be in that? What could that encompass? What is a fun little archetype that I haven't seen be played in that class yet?
Which one?
Well, I'm just talking about like character creation. Like if I were to grab sorcerer and be like, what could I have fun with here?
That's the thing, though.
How about an underpants gnome that just kind of like breaks into people's houses and steals their shit? You know,
That could be a character. You could
that's a
easily,
character right there already. How do
Yeah.
they break into the house? Well, they're a sorcerer. They just kind of use that to pick locks.
So what, Jack Pass, so what tool have helped you build a character? If I want to construct a worker, what would that look like?
That's a human
So a
variant
construction
fighter.
A
If ever I've
construction
seen
no,
one.
actually, a construction worker would be either a artificer. So artificer is Wizards of the Coast exclusive. You can't really use it outside of Wizards of the Coast. So artificer is a class where you can make magical items, and other cool little things. It is a half caster, so it doesn't get like full spell casting, but gets enough.
Good to know.
Yes.
Noah?
But a good way to make a character is you can literally base it off anything you want. You can literally make Iron Man in the game. You can make fucking Legolas. You can make a Spartan from 300. Literally, it is endless possibilities. Whatever comes to your mind, you can make it. Like a goose mob boss. You can make it. Need to drink more alcohol. My throat is sore. Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
This was a
Or
little short of my
if
taste,
you
but
so wanted, you could have a hillbilly who plays the bones, and that's your bard.
oh
You're just
God.
making weird little clicking noises, you know?
Or you play a bandit called Gringo the Bandito.
Yeah, and fill it with racial stereotypes. Listen,
There's no such
I'm just a
thing as-
funny little half orc that came from a loving union between a orc woman and a human man. That's all I am.
I feel like you can, Jack Pass. I feel like you can.
Yeah, I mean you can hit like Truck Coon at least.
You can also replay your spells as a fucking truck coming out of nowhere and just fucking demolishing someone.
You could theoretically.
You could. There's probably spells out there too. Like there's a thing called homebrew, where there's many classes, races, subclasses that you could fit your possibilities in. There's probably one that says, "Hey, you control Truck Coon."
Yeah, do what you like, because a pirate is free.
I will say, be careful though. Your players will want some crazy things.
They'll
Like
ask.
there's one that has a corkscrew penis. We don't know
That was an
who.
offhanded joke at best. I was
And
not
that
serious
became,
about that. Yeah, you keep
and
bringing it
then it
up, so
became
I'm good to
canon.
see that I live in your brain.
It became canon.
Yes, you just zapped me with the fucking god beam. It's like, damn, it curves to the right.
Listen, you're an abomination against God.
Yeah, I didn't ask for that. Well, I mean, I did, but the character did not.
What's up, human nipples?
Yes. Well, you see, it's because I'm some alchemical mixture of beasts.
I wouldn't say alchemical. I would just say someone mushed around a lot of genes into something.
Yeah, the beast folk are not having a good time. I'm gonna be honest with you. They're not having a good time as a group of people.
They're not.
Having read the lore, yeah, they're not having a good time as a group of people. It fucking sucks for them.
It does really suck them. But the funnest thing about D&D is you can let your imagination run free. Like I have, I'm currently running a game with these chuckle fucks, and they are not halfway through. They are maybe not even a quarter. There's some places that
We
they
do
have not
waste a
been
lot of
to yet.
time doing nothing. That is true. But it's
We don't
usually
wa- you don't
character
waste a lot of
interactions that are
time.
just kind of hanging out, you know?
I wouldn't say it's a waste of time. You
It's
guys
not a waste of
actually,
time. We're having fun. Well, we're in character the entire time, talking to each other, bullshitting in character, or fighting or whatever. And so it works out. It's not like I feel like we're wasting time. It's not like somebody's just on their phone the entire time, staring at it, not paying attention.
the rants.
Yes,
That's the funny
that's
thing,
the
right?
entire thing. If you're here for a D&D campaign, get off your phone.
You will get smited.
I will kill you.
I will say there are other systems in D&D which I do enjoy. There is a system called Call Cthulhu, where you're literally an investigator in the 1920s, solving a mystery, fucking fighting eldritch horrors, well, I guess running away. I do think there are. So D&D is one of the easiest systems to run. It is very, you can just jump in pretty easily. But I will also say about that for other systems like Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu, you just use a D100 to roll. There are damaged dice for like pistols, machine guns, all that. But the thing about Call of Cthulhu is you're a human. So if you get shot, you are not going to be having a good time.
I mean,
Is
even if you survive, you're not going to be having a good time. You're dealing with fucking Cthulhu.
You would think that, but not a lot of the adventures actually do have Cthulhu in them.
You're dealing with goddamn fucking Lovecraftian beasts.
Mm-hmm.
That's still not great for your mental, even if it's just like a Yogg-Sluggoth little fucking slime
That's
horror
the two
thing.
things I love. I love in Call of Cthulhu is you could go fucking insane. I love the insanity system. I love the pushing your rolls system where you can push your roll, but if you fail, something really bad happens to you. You will get fucked.
Not consensually either.
No, but there will be a lot. Tentacles.
I mean, make of it what you will, honestly. Have fun at the end of the day.
Maybe for the next roundup, I can just do a session of Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah, just one little session, just 1 2-hour session of Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah, like a one shot.
Yeah. That would be interesting.
That would be interesting. See all of you go mentally insane.
I mean, I'm not mentally all there already, so I think we're in great shape.
You say that as you're drinking a thing of alcohol.
I mean, I finished my drink, so.
Now pour yourself another one.
In a little bit. Listen, I'm trying to keep my mind straight. I'm using it to loosen up a little bit, but like I'm trying to keep it all straight and together so I can actually talk to people and be coherent at the end of the day.
You know that's not happening.
After 9, probably not.
Poor Shuhan.
Poor Shuhan. Poor guy. I'll stay awake for his. I'll fall asleep during somebody else's. The Starman Super is going to be teaching Magic the Gathering. I think Meister T is actually next. If I remember correctly. I keep having to reference back to my own schedule. Gosh dang.
This, folks, is a man that's really prepared.
Yes, I'm very prepared. Also, Jack Pass has finally submitted his part of the Minecraft movie script. I figure I'll make an announcement now. Yes, he has in fact submitted his part of the Minecraft movie script. So I get to work on that this week, I guess.
Get to get off your lazy ass.
Get off my lazy ass and actually like put content out. I know I'm horrible. I work fucking 80 hours a day in the goddamn ball crushing factory. Dog, cut me a goddamn break.
Get no breaks.
Fair enough.
Actually, now let's dive into you, sir.
You trying to dig into me?
Yes.
There's not a whole lot of what you can dig into.
What are you goon to, sir?
Stegosaurus. Ass. That's all.
How much Stegosaurus corn do you have on your laptop?
5 megabytes. And also, I don't have a laptop. It's just my hard drive.
So if the police found your hard drive, what would they find inside?
A lot of Stegosaurus images where she's just like out in the park. That's a man.
Yeah. Would you go to jail for anything in your desktop?
I would not go to jail for anything in my desktop. I'll have you know why. There's nothing illegal there. Not a damn thing in my possession is illegal. I'll have you know.
But now, folks, he does have things that'll send him to jail.
Not my computer, because I'm not an idiot. I'm only half stupid, man. You gotta look that.
I don't think we could hear him, guys. He's far away.
I said I'm only half stupid. Only half.
I'd call you stupid. I'd say you're pretty intelligent.
No, that's not quite right either.
That is right, sir.
That's not quite right. That's not quite correct. I wouldn't say I'm very smart. Otherwise, I'd be making 100 grand a year already.
That's hard to achieve, though.
Yeah, but smart people do it. I'd be out on like a technical degree, in comp sci or something, and I'd be just making money. Then I would truly be one of those suspiciously worthy furries, But I'm not that.
What's going on?
You heard that here, folks.
I'm a reasonably wealthy scaly.
I don't know.
I feel like you're like a super furry now.
No, I don't. The furry doesn't really appeal to me.
Huh?
The furry doesn't really appeal to me.
But scalies do.
Yes.
I feel like they need to cut your brain open and see why.
They did when I was younger. I think they left a crayon in there.
Yeah, that explains a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a fucking dent in the back of my head from when I got, like, fucking dropped as a child, so, imagine if I didn't have that. I would be unstoppable.
Another dent in the head, damn.
Just one less dent,
What if we gave you another dent? What would happen?
I would die, most likely.
Nah, you'd be fine.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right.
Hello.
Hello, Blake.
Maybe you'd get content out faster.
I'll try.
I don't know if I could have watched Reed's movie again. Kind of like no.
Oh yeah, they're watching American Psycho over there, aren't you?
Yeah. I think I'm good.
Hey Paul. I like the movie American Psycho. I think it's pretty good. But it's not a very good criticism of the capitalist society that it wants to be.
It's also
Well, it's a criticism of American consumerism. Right?
um
You know what I'm saying?
I think you got half the point.
What do you mean I got half the point? I'm just
Why
saying
do
it's
you
a
think I
bad
don't wanna
criticism
watch
of
it?
American criticism. It's just like, yeah, this is a rich guy and all, and he certainly buys a lot of shit, but I don't think that's what's causing this. I think he's just genuinely, just at his core, fundamentally was raised wrong. I just don't think he understands the emotions of others.
To the point where he's just killing people? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. I'm good. I don't want to watch it all.
Now we have Blake's segment here.
Blake's 2 cents on
What?
American Psycho.
Huh.
Blake, what is your review of American Psycho?
I didn't fully watch it, so and I
What is
choose this.
what is your opinion on communism?
Blake, what do you think of communist Russia in the 1970s?
What do you think of Stalin?
You can go to hell.
I think he's already
He
there.
is already in hell. So, next
Yeah.
question. What do you think about
Answer
the
that
Goop?
question. Sorry. Sorry, you're about to say
What do you think about the goose here? What are your opinions on it?
I hopped in. He's like doesn't know. He's scaly, or he just likes dino women. You can like just dino women and not be a scaly too.
I mean, that's what I've been arguing for a long time, but people keep saying I can't. I say it's just a very hyper-specific thing.
Yeah. I mean, with the people that I've met who are furries, they just love it because, they can make their characters something cute they love or make an outfit based on them. Kind of like a mascot sort of view of it.
Yes. Well, as we all know, the original furries are like sports ball team mascots.
Yeah, and also Disney.
Yes,
And
Disney
like,
did a lot for the furry trade.
I feel like that was like cereal box like mascots.
Yeah.
Tony the Tiger.
They're
But a
great.
secret.
Not gonna stick it. I've been just handed like a slideshow called Intro to Exercise that we're gonna go over at like later time tonight. 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central Standard.
What is y'all's view about slasher films?
I enjoy them, depending on how stupid they are.
Yeah.
I do not want a slash film to make a good point. I want it to just be killing people, you know?
Jason X.
I mean, just look at what Scream originally was.
Scream. Yeah.
Scream is the poster child of slasher movies.
My favorites are like Halloween because it's just a dude.
It's just, I mean, it's not just a dude, because that's Crow, but it is a feller.
He's just standing there.
He's just standing there menacingly. And then, as long as you don't have, like, premarital sex, you're fine. Same thing with, yeah, Jason and fucking Michael Myers. It's literally just like, don't have premarital sex, dog.
Well, Halloween is Michael Myers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
fuck. What is the one with
How do
Jason?
you, wait. Also, you forget Freddy Krueger.
Freddy Krueger doesn't
Well,
care about that. Freddy Krueger just wants
You
to
don't
kill
care.
people.
He's just a
I
little
feel like
crazy.
Evil Dead was a really good
I believe
horror
in
movie.
you.
Hi, Pete.
What is the movie's name that has fucking Jason Voorhees?
Friday
Friday
the
13th.
13th.
It's like yesterday's date.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, fuck. God damn, I didn't realize that was Friday the 13th. I thought Friday
Yeah.
the 13th was something else.
It's
I'll show you
Saturday
my
the
Friday the
14th.
13th.
Pretty small.
I mean, yeah, it's only one day of the year.
We also had a full moon the previous day before 13th.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I have to.
Here's an actual question. What are your opinions on cancel culture?
Ooh, good point.
Hard-hitting questions. Good commentary.
Are you okay? Are you alright?
Are you fine? Are you quite alright? Oh?
He just.
I think he's dying. I think he's dying slowly like we all are. We're all dying constantly.
I thought you were gonna answer it.
I didn't hear.
Oh, you didn't hear? Oh. Would you repeat that, Magic?
What is your opinion on cancel culture?
It's kind of pointless. Like, all it does is take away from any conversation that you're having to remove an opinion from something. Yeah, there's people who are just, like, objectively terrible, but you can just decide not to take their opinion as something of value, without blocking them from, like, sharing what their opinions are. Because all it does is stop anybody from having a conversation. It just impedes progress in any way.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for you.
Oh, what's your question?
Where's that thing you said you were gonna write for me?
Somewhere.
Somewhere in the ether?
Hey, I have already promised to write chapter 4 of Raptor Love after the funeral.
Yeah. I've been waiting for so long and so patiently.
Stego wife is dead.
No.
Oh.
I buried her.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because you need to seduce me.
Okay, hot fucking skinny penis. What's up?
What the fuck? Wow, I see how it is. He's not a great lover, folks. I'll tell you that.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
And your penis is 1 inch and the size of a plate. I don't know, Goose.
Oh no, it seems useful at the time.
How does it seem useful?
It's
can't
called
get
the
that
dinner
money.
plate, dog. Take a guess.
I'm not eating off that.
That's your choice.
Oh, this is cheering me up.
Your choice to get on or get off.
It's your choice.
It's like a fucking. It's like a.
It's like a deployable radar. They're just
It's like
gonna...
one of those, like. Do you know like those 1950 diners? Now they have those chairs that stand up, swivel seats. It's like that. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need more. I need more alcohol.
Yeah. So do I. Shit. Gosh dang.
You really fucked up the schedule, Goose.
I really did. I expected everybody to go longer.
Listen.
Like I was there with Rob. Rob's presentation took, an hour and a half and it was good. And it was good. Oh yeah, well, he was talking about particle physics.
Yeah.
I feel like he could do another hour on that easily. He could have.
I will say, so mine was supposed to be big. It was supposed to be large, but I got halfway through my first one and yeah, no, I'm scrapping this piece of shit. Because it was about RPGs, like a shitload of variety of RPGs. And I only know 3 RPGs, technically. I know D&D, Call of Cthulhu, and World of Darkness. Call of Cthulhu is fucking the entire Lovecraftian mythos. I'm like, I don't have enough time to go through.
I can't dig through all of that right now, but you totally had the time to do that.
Hey, then something happened.
Correct, something did happen.
Something did happen, and that stalled my progress.
Yes. It did stall his progress. I know, BB. It's fine. It's okay, baby gorilla.
He treats me so well. He only slaps me sometimes.
Listen. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Only sometimes do I bite. Only on occasion, and that's when it's funny.
Weird corkscrew. You could open a wine bottle.
Yeah.
Give you that.
What else would set the mood better? And now I also have a condom.
No.
Wow.
I am kind of mad that my Sprite was not working.
That's something you could fix. It's just you
can't
had a weird canvas size, I think, and they put it in 2 different spots.
Well, that's the way it was sent to me.
Yeah, you could just open it up onto a canvas that'll make it fit either one, and then you can just center the individual sprites on it, and that would fix it. I could probably do that later.
I have an idea of the next Writers Roundup. I am fully learning the system of World of Darkness.
Nice.
Or I go through Call of Cthulhu, you guys, for a one-shot.
That might be fun, and people might enjoy seeing Call of Cthulhu.
Call of Cthulhu is really fun. It is a fun experience for me.
Not for you.
I have not tried Call of Cthulhu yet.
Call of Cthulhu is a very fun system. Very easy to learn. Very easy to make characters.
They're all the haunted fucking detective guy.
That's mostly all of them. You're just a drunk stereotype detective in the 1920s.
Yeah, the 1920s. So, by the way, H.P. Lovecraft was afraid of the air conditioning. That's when it was first starting to come out.
He was also very, very racist.
Yes, I'm aware of how racist H.P. Lovecraft was. I have a descendant of his cat.
The only thing I have to argue against his racism, his dad was a fucking racist. And that's not a good thing. Because you know what happens. So if you're... It's passed down for generations, unfortunately. Dude, his cat was fucking weird. I don't know why you named him that.
I don't know. I mean, well, I know exactly why he did that, but I'm not gonna share it on YouTube.
Interesting history fact of why H.P. Lovecraft named his cat.
Yes.
I will say I feel like it's stupid though when people try to cancel him today. Like today, like people are like, it's like,
How
well, he's
the
already
fuck are
dead.
you gonna try to cancel somebody who died like 70
That's
years
what I
ago?
think. It's like that's stupid. I'm like, he's dead. He is dead.
He has
He
been
is a.
dead for so long. There's not even fucking bones left, dog. He's gone.
And back then, it was horrible. Back then, racism was everywhere. It was bad. It was really bad.
I want to check what's going on in that movie, but goddamn.
So what's going on is
Yeah,
Patrick
so
Bateman is killing people.
His dad was more racist than Lovecraft. That's where
I'm
That's where
good.
Harold
Lovecraft got his
P.
racism from.
Lovecraft.
I
Yeah.
read it and I'm like, I'm good. The chat.
So his dad was a massive racist who taught his son, well, all his values of what to think. I believe later down the line he actually regretted what he did, but I don't know if that's true or not. Because he was married to I don't know if he was a Jewish person, because he hated Jews too.
He was a
That was really
Catholic.
far as well.
He was a member of the KKK, I think.
What?
I have never heard that
So
one.
he was a Protestant because the KKK also hates Catholics.
Yeah, thank God.
I've never heard that one. Are you sure that's true?
Yeah, KKK,
That is true.
They don't like Catholics.
No, about him being in the KKK.
I'm pretty sure he was a member of the KKK, or at least sympathetic to them.
But he like later down in his life, blah, like his wife was Jewish or something, and she was like a stepping stone of him not being like him calming down in his racism. But then he died. He died.
Yes, and he lost his cat. And his dog died of
He
a
had to go
broken
around the
heart.
neighborhood. He lost
What
his
are we
cat.
talking about? I'm kind of confused.
His dog died of a broken heart last winter.
What?
I don't know though. He it's kind of a nice thing. Like it's not a nice thing that he was racist, but it was a nice thing that his ideas sparked a whole generation of horror and well, Lovecraftian horrors. Like his writing was started like when he was a child.
His name is now a genre. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, his name's now a genre.
Which is
Because he was so out there at the time. Nobody else is doing what he was doing.
And no, he didn't sell a lot of things. That's the thing. He did not sell a lot of books. He was very.
He didn't really even make a living off his books. He just, I think his family was just kind of wealthy.
Well, because his mom went to an insane asylum and then his dad died.
I think his family was just kind of wealthy and that left him with money.
I'm gonna just chill in here for a bit.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, that's what I'm saying though. That's all there is to it. And so he was just able, he was free, financially free, just to make whatever he wanted. He had money, but he lived in a small apartment because he was afraid of the wide open spaces.
I see Bob is now awake.
I have like the main collection of his short stories on my little bookshelf.
Hey, buddy.
You should read them one day on stream.
I could. Some of them are like incredibly long, and the text is tiny.
That's called a series where you just read.
I know it's called a series.
That's close. I should get back to reading scaly fan fiction on my streams.
I'm just doing my.
Maybe I'll have another solid
normal
week
stuff.
of just taking on one fic, you know?
You
I'm
could.
keeping after again.
Not that much anymore.
I have not done that in nearly a year.
Oh.
I was trying my best, and then
Things happen.
picking up
Okay.
the shards. I'm like, this is not being enjoyable right now.
I think there's on and off times for reading fan fiction.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
sometimes it's fun, but then sometimes just like you're like, fuck me, god damn it, go
This is
forward.
a slog. This is a jog now. This is fucking a job now.
Well,
And
that's
I'm
the
already
thing though about YouTube. That's the thing about YouTube for YouTubers. You're employed and you have to do YouTube.
Also, I
You have
didn't
to
go to
find
work
the
today.
space in between.
yes, to go and read anything, I have to find space.
Also to post and make content.
Yeah. And to do anything I find minorly enjoyable, I have to like fucking pencil in time for.
Well, you enjoy playing that game, so
I
why don't
do
you
enjoy
stream that?
Factorio. That's pretty easy. I don't think super hard about it. I'm just like, hey, these are the steps I need to do to make this happen. Oh, these are the steps I need to do to make this happen. Let's fucking do it. I see how they have this set up over here and how that works. So I'll just do something similar over here, and that'll push out some fucking steel plates. By the way, you get steel plates in Factorio from smelting iron again. You just cook it. You cook iron twice.
It's so here's the thing though about YouTube and content. A lot of the stuff is already being done.
It's
Like
all
there's
been done.
people reading. There's people playing games on stream.
It's all been done before.
It's like there's people being interviewed every day. Look at Joe Rogan, fucking Kumo. You can go on.
Humo doesn't even do it anymore, I don't think. I think he gave up. He stopped knowing people he thought were interesting.
Most likely. And the most of the time, people will not get famous through YouTube.
Yeah,
It's
sometimes
talent or skill.
very,
It's
very-
luck. It's all luck.
It is. Or you actually have to keep up with it. You have to be
Yeah.
posting it. A good way to do that is like social media. You have to put yourself out there.
I do not want to just be like, yeah, I saw a bird today, and have that be my Twitter message.
Yeah, see, that's funny. I saw a bird.
No picture, just I saw a bird today.
It'd be funny if there was a picture and it's just daily bird pics.
It's just a picture of a scooter. Saw a bird
Fun.
today.
I just saw
Different
one.
bird. Different bird.
Bird scooters. I need to annihilate this thing with a hammer. I'm gonna go to the
See
bar
that
with the
bird?
other apprentices and just fucking drink.
But you also have to keep your content entertaining.
Yes, and that's where the struggle is I'm not gonna produce anything if there's zero value. If there's no
good way
value in
to-
it, it doesn't get the time of day, and therefore I have a lower output. Right?
You don't really do like the typical gaming stuff.
I do
like
not do
people
the typical
stream,
gaming
like,
content. I'm just saying if there's no inherent value to it, then it does not go out.
And what was that?
Oh no, it just has to be
Typical-
like entertaining or something teaching, you know?
Well, most of the teaching stuff on here is like fucking Duolingo or like some other type of child entertainment.
I do not think Duolingo is made for children.
You get what I'm saying. It's most of the content on YouTube is like
Kid
something
friendly.
made for a child.
Where's the content where it's just like a dude in a garage like, I want to make something today, so I'm gonna do it. I want to get to that point of having like my job pay that far in. Where I'm like, I want to do this today, and I can just do it. And keep doing it. And then, I don't know, maybe one day I'll have marketable plushies.
Marketable plushies.
You'd buy it.
Maybe I would. Maybe.
I know you would.
The thing about that one too, Goose, you have to actually keep up with your content.
Yes, yes. Do you want to know what the plushie would be?
You.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it would be also like it would be holding like a fifth of whiskey and smoking a Newport.
You have to get to that. You gotta get that far.
And
though,
I'd
so
like add little bloodshot eyes, you know.
Listen, you upload regularly, and then we'll talk.
Yeah, and then you'll have a little marketable plushie of me, and there's gonna be a microphone in the chest, and I'm gonna be able to trace your every move. Just yours though.
Like, here's the thing.
Let me break it down for you, Mark.
You've cut out. You've died.
No.
You've
No.
died. You've died so much.
I only heard a tiny voice. No.
You sound so small and little.
What happened?
He's
What
dying.
did you do to him? What did you do to him?
I did nothing to him. He just didn't want to confess and bear his sins.
No.
Let me break it down for you. Says nothing.
It's kind of funny though if you think about it.
Yes.
Oh God.
I heard
Wrong,
exactly 0 of that, but you're back now.
Okay. So I'm fully back.
Yeah.
You can hear me.
Yeah.
No. So I want to start my own channel eventually and just fuck around.
Just do it. Just make it.
Well, I have to wait until I get a new computer. I have my shitty.
Okay.
I also have to learn to edit. I can't just fucking. I cannot rely on slow people.
If you don't want to just like throw a stream out there and call it a day.
No, that's lazy. That is lazy.
That is lazy. And I'll learn. I'll get some editing down. I'll get my little Minecraft script out. The issue with like having a person edit for you is you have to pay them.
You don't pay your editor though.
You do pay your editor, unless it's you, then you don't.
I'm saying you don't pay your editor.
He does audio only for Bad Apple, and he does not have a deadline. He said he wanted to do it, so I let him do it. I've tried to pay him, honestly. He says no.
It's like, no.
No, I don't want money. It's about sending a message, he said. Alright? It's not about the money, Spider-Man. It's about the Mets, baby. Love the Mets. Let's go, Mets. Get a home run, Mets.
Here's the thing. How long has it been since the last episode?
6 months.
There you go. There's your message, folks. There's your message. 6 months.
6 months, but like, you know.
It's about
It's been busy for everybody.
Yes.
It's honestly been suck. If I'm gonna like shit's been going down in everybody's life constantly, so it's very hard to fucking get things together to go. He was supposed to be able to get on it this weekend, but then he had to come in for extra time for work, right? And that's largely how it's been going. He just hasn't had the time because he's always having to do stuff for other people.
I didn't want to go to work for this.
And I've also, had to tell him before that he needs to learn to be selfish. Do what he wants to do when he wants to do it at some points, Like, don't be like a mean-spirited person. Just learn to be a little bit selfish. And that'll allow you to be maybe a little happier.
Actually, I think it's learn to take care of yourself more.
Oh, yeah, but I'd say that he does take care of himself for the most part. It's just he is too selfless with his extra time. That's just like the whole thing I'm saying is he just is selfless inherently. He thinks primarily just about other people and how to help them, and so he ends up purposefully skipping over opportunities for himself.
Yeah. I know that too well.
Honestly, my opinion on all that is just I don't do what I don't want to. If I find something boring, I will not stay. If I find something tedious, I will not do it.
That's good.
I mean, there's just some
Like
things that you just have to do. You have to do them. Some events and responsibilities don't give you a choice.
Well, that also depends on the thing. If it's
Yes.
work, that's an absolute. People, you don't really need.
I would counter and say that we do need people to be mentally healthy. It's just how many do you need around you, or who do you want to be around?
It's false, though. There are people who like being alone. There are people who do not like talking.
There's I mean, yeah, there's people who don't like talking, but nobody needs to have total isolation. That's not good for you.
Yeah.
Complete isolation is bad for the human psyche. We are made to be social animals, just
That's
active at
why
different
I
times
don't
of day.
hate my job. They try to do that to me. I hate it. Oh well.
I'm sleepy.
I'm sure you understand how I feel this moment in time.
How do you
I'm
feel
fighting it.
moment
I am,
time?
I'm fighting for my damn life here.
What time did you go to sleep tonight, last night?
Good. Good. Keep
It's like
fighting. It's good
10:30.
for you.
You're doing this to yourself, Goose.
Yeah, I am. I chose this life.
What life?
Weird hours of live streams. Having a microphone hovering directly over my mouth so that I capture as much of my spit into it as possible.
Should have like done just a 10-hour stream, starting from 10.
I would have already been done if it's a 10-hour stream. Or close to it.
If you start at 10 o'clock and you end at 10.
How long is your stream today, or today and tomorrow?
I'm planning to go till 9. It may not make it to 9, but it'll make it pretty far.
Okay.
Wants to
Don't
place her
forget.
bets and he'll fall asleep during one of the one of the streams.
One of the sessions? I don't know. I don't know. I may or may not. Who knows? It's to be expected, honestly.
Take bets now.
Why are we betting on this?
Why? What if I just fell asleep like right now, huh?
I win a bunch of money.
What if I just fell asleep right now, Magic? What would you do?
Get the air horn out. I bet you.
Take over your stream. I now rule.
You're running my shit now?
I am running your shit.
Alright, go ahead.
Take snap.
So Blake, what's your thoughts on racism?
Death and despair.
No, that's the Danganronpa version of that. Let's see. I don't care for it. To be honest, it's kind of stupid.
Very true.
Yeah. Aren't you asleep?
Go back to sleep, bitch.
I'm kind of halfway in and out, honestly.
Oh, okay. Don't forget
Did you hear
to drink
the
water.
Blake? Did you hear the rumor that the goose is secretly a racist?
No, it's also
It's true.
seems like a rumor. Oh no! He just
It's true.
He's what is he racist against? Is the question.
Triggers.
The what?
Triggers. Triceratopsids.
He hates the French too.
I love the French.
Yeah,
He
did
calls
you
him
know,
the weakest link in World War II.
Did you know that if you don't speak Parisian French, they'll just hate you?
You know? They should really be
That's
happy that I'm
excluding
making the effort to
Canadians.
try.
Oof.
or she'll divorce you.
Listen, now listen. It'll
I'm
be alright.
listening.
It'll be alright. Okay,
Magic,
it'll
why
be
can't I
okay.
speak more
It'll
than
be
once?
okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just gonna be fine. It'll be fine constantly forever. You just gotta
I
listen
need
to
to
me.
ask you a question, Magic.
And then to be like, oh, you have me forever.
This man is trash, unfortunately, folks. You heard it here now. He hates the French, is very racist. Guess Triceratops.
French is my favorite accent.
I need to know, where were stego skulls found?
Colorado.
Or skeletons.
They're not. She's not.
She's not French.
Colorado.
She's not.
Well, in the Morrison
Colorado.
Formation, which might have some expansion into France, I don't know, but within the Morrison Formation, there are Stegosaurus in present-day Colorado.
There's also stegosaurs in Asia.
Yes. Zhaowangosaurus or whatever.
Yeah. They look
And
actually really cool with
Kentrosaurus.
these illustrations. Mm.
There's a bunch of weird stegosaurids in Asia, but like Stegosaurus, like Armatus and Stenops are both from Colorado.
Oh, okay.
And yes. Might.
He likes stegos, only stegos.
Yes. That is correct. I'm mentally ill.
So who isn't?
I am horrendously mentally ill.
As long as you don't like go out of your way to hurt people physically.
Hurt people. Hurt people.
No, don't.
It's just a command twice. It's hurt people. Hurt people.
You should call a doctor.
You should go to a doctor, is what I heard.
Who has the
By
time
cutting
for a
out again?
doctor? Who has the
It's
time to go
hard.
to the doctor, Magic?
You.
No. I gotta work. Like, even right now, I'm
Same.
working on the ball crushing factory where they do nothing but hydraulically crush my balls for 20 hours a day.
You need to find a new job.
Yeah.
I need to find a new job.
Maybe a
these
second
days.
ball crushing factory.
God damn it. If the first one don't
better,
work,
like, crush
why
your
try a
balls?
second?
Maybe I like the feeling, but the pay sucks, you know?
You like the
You
feeling of your
say-
balls being crushed?
Yeah, well, the pay sucks.
Find a
I could say
job,
that too
so-
on my end.
You always have a choice. Always.
It's up to you. Make the most of yourself. Have fun.
Mm.
You sound so tired.
You know, I
Yes.
kind of am.
I don't feel like you're gonna make it for the day.
Listen.
Drink some water, maybe.
I'll be all right. I have alcohol, I have cigars, and I have
God damn
energy
it.
drink.
That's why. He has the things that I didn't mention.
Who needs
Also a
water?
bunch of cocaine.
Who needs water, right? Who needs it?
Mm.
I'm wearing an incredibly thin shirt. I got a blanket on top of me. I'm straight up laying down with the microphone standing over me.
This man is not right, folks.
Okay.
I see Jack Pass in the chat.
Oh yeah.
He was talking about Lovecraft. I thought he was talking about me for a second when I was reading that. Holy shit. I really am out of it.
Correct.
Wow.
Shitty computer.
You talk like you got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
Here we are,
What does that
sitting in the
mean?
tree.
Every ball I throw would make you rich.
I don't get that.
You don't get Danny Kaye. There's not much to get. He's just an old showman.
I'm just living my life.
Yeah.
Pass. Fucking gremlin in the chat.
He's
Yeah, there's Jack Pass.
he's sitting and chilling.
Jack Pass. Do a dab. Do it.
Jack
Do a
Pass.
dab.
You know.
Jack Pass. You finally gave me your Minecraft movie lines. After all these weeks, I can finally put it together. I can assemble.
Jockey chicken, gotcha.
It's time to assemble.
That was the shittiest movie I've ever had.
That was just a bad game.
Minecraft. Hmm?
Oh,
No.
oh, there's my dab.
How
Very nice, Jack.
how did you feel about that movie you watched?
How would it feel wasting that much money?
Jack?
Wasting what money?
Wait, what?
Money seeing the Minecraft movie. How would
Oh
it
no,
feel?
I didn't even do that. I just found a link. I'll be honest. We got to see the part of the movie that wasn't finished, so you don't get all the visual effects that are there in the movie. You get a Minecraft villager with like the actor's head, no CG on it, and you get like the explosions that don't actually like explode. It's just the stock.
You just get the
explosion
Bay.
effect.
You don't
Yeah.
get the Michael.
And it's better for it, honestly. I wish they made that movie much cheaper and like on a more strict budget because it would have been the funniest thing ever.
It would have been way better.
Yeah, genuinely. I think it's not wrong to put a lot of CGI in that movie to make it entertaining, but I'm thinking if it was cheaper, it would have been more funny. But, merchandising and how that works, you got to like be able to make toys and make things that people look at and be like, I want that in my house. So,
Hasbro.
Exactly. You're going to have to deal with Hasbro being like, make the thing look good, though.
Yeah.
But anyways, thanks for answering my questions, Magic Man.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I don't play D&D, and I probably will at some point. It's just the tools you use is odd. It's like a website you go look at like information about builds and stuff like that. So, I've just seen them floating around, but I haven't taken a good look at them myself. Seems fun, though.
Yeah, D&D is great. Jack, you should really join.
Yeah.
I think you would have fun.
I think so, too. I think I'd be able to just be a dumb little man that walks around, points things out, and either he gets his face blown off or something happens.
You mean Speedwagon?
Yeah.
Speedwagon.
I just show up, I'm French, and then I die.
No, the French.
Oh,
I love the French.
Jack, just ask me. It's been like that for the past few weeks. Yeah, I do. I do V8. It's just, I suffer from, like, not being able to, certain times I'm available and certain times I'm not available, so it's just like, ooh, if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, oh well. But yeah, I will. Anyways, so how you doing? How you staying strong here, Blake and Oates? You doing well?
I'm not.
You have rotted into the most extreme way possible.
Currently, I'm trying to still process
I'm
that.
boy rotting.
Ah, I see. You're boy rotting. Well, I have good news for you. We are only halfway here, folks. We still gotta make it till, all the way to the end here, boys. So.
Yeah, we're not even halfway
Living on
through.
a prayer.
Exactly. So you better toughen up. You better
You
use
should get a
that ball
coffee.
crushing factory experience to get all up in there and do that another shift. Do a back to back.
You should get a coffee or something.
Yeah, actually,
energize
coffee would
you.
be pretty good.
It has water in it too.
Yeah, I mean, it dehydrates you. It's mainly what it is, and a diuretic.
Yeah.
Uh
Water in the coffee.
oh, got you, V8. Yeah, no, I will. It just right now the campaign's already going, so I kind of feel like odd about being like, "Hi, I'm Random McGee. I've come to join halfway through your campaign."
Well, like V8's campaign hasn't started yet.
Oh, okay, cool.
Magic's has.
Yeah, that one has. But yeah, no, honestly, pretty good. Right now, I'm just making my big old pork sirloin that's been in the slow cooker for a while, so I might just go and check up on that real quick. But yeah,
Sirloin.
exactly, keeping up the pace with that. It's gonna turn out real good. But I'll go and just check up on that. Here's a little another dab. Ugh, there we go. Doing another dab, making sure you're well
on
fed.
us.
And I'll go check up on
You
that.
know, I love seeing those like in
Cool.
fiction, just people get their heads like partially blown off, but being fine because they have no brain cells.
Hmm. Sorry, it's so definitely quiet in here. I could put some music on.
That is a good recipe for copyright.
Yep. Hi, Bob.
Maybe it's time for you to take your 30-minute break
Maybe
before
it's
your
time for me to
next.
take a fucking nap.
Bob. Why, Bob? He just sniffed my phone and turned on the camera. How'd he do this?
Sniff some bath salts. You'll be fine. You'll
Sniff
be
some
fully
fun-
awake.
No. Hi. Hi, Bob.
You'll be wired.
Would you like to see him?
You
Hi,
know
Bob.
this is
Wired.
live. Like,
You should
I
plug me
know.
into the wall. I'm low on charge.
Hi, Bob.
I wish I could plug into you, but I can't. Yes.
What's wrong, Bob? He's just standing
Wires.
there. Hey, Bob. Here.
Oh,
Hi.
I'm probably going to take my nap time. Thank you for having me on, Goose.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, Magic. We have another hour before Meister T.
Don't fall asleep.
Not until later.
Okay.
Alright, I am gone.
Just have Bob here. Hi. 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 Hi, Bob. Hi. You can show your cats off, but that's up to you. Take pictures of them and send it in as a image in on your screen. Hi, Bob. He's just chilling.
Robert.
I
Robert
have to-
Cop.
Robert. Man's just wanted coffee. He can't have it though.
Time to aura farm by taking grievous wounds and then ignoring them.
Ever thought of maybe playing a game to wake you up?
I could definitely play a game.
Yeah. While you wait for Meister.
Where is Jam?
Or Jam. Is
Where is
Jam up
Jam?
right now?
He said he didn't work this weekend.
Could also be preparing. Oh, Bob sees my mouse and wants to attack it. That's really funny. He sees my orange mouse on my screen. He's going after it. It's okay, Bob. So, you know, you could always get Sierra in here too.
I
He's
could.
playing Master Chief Edition. You could
He's
play
playing
with him.
Master Chief Collection. I know he is. He's playing ODST something.
I thought he was playing Reach.
I don't know. He's been playing Halo every day for the last 2 weeks. It's glorious.
I'm so happy for him. Oh, hi, VA.
I
I see you
I've
texting. Sorry.
I've
Go
created
ahead.
a monster.
Time for Oates to do the blue collar worker thing and eat a bang energy and cigarette for lunch to wake up.
We're a little higher class than that here, V8. I've got
You got Nos.
Nos and cigars.
Oh fuck.
Do you want to watch your man fall to pieces in real time? Watch him try to inhale the smoke from a cigar.
No, I
Spoiler
think you
alert,
should
you're
take
not
your
supposed to
time with
inhale cigar
that.
smoke. You just hold it in your mouth.
Yeah, don't.
You know what I'm saying?
It's because it has a lot more.
It's just a lot more smoke.
Yeah. God. Hey, get up and stretch too.
I could.
Do it. Shit stinks. I'm gonna go for models.
Do you know that one Dennis Leary song, Asshole?
Wait, what?
Where he's singing about how he's an asshole?
Who is? Hold on, who is?
Dennis Leary?
Is that the guy from Mobile?
No.
No. Was I? Was it whatever?
That's
I
a
was
comedian
watching the
from like the
movie?
early 2000s.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
Anyway, the cigar I had is burned down too much for me to light and smoke, so... Oops.
It's just decoration now.
Is it decoration, or do I grind it up, put it in my pipe, and smoke it?
No.
I use all of the tobacco, thank you very much.
It's alright, I usually don't. I don't smoke, so.
Every now and then. It's a good treat for every now and then to just, you know, light up.
My problem is sugar and coffee.
Sugar and coffee is the downfall of everyone, really.
Yeah. But look at America.
Look at America. We had a whole discussion earlier about corn syrup.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid it as best I can. But,
Meister
you
tea,
can't.
come in, corn syrup, corn syrup, corn syrup, corn syrup.
Let's see. By the way, when we were watching we were watching the movie American Psycho. Straight up, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's definitely where they got inspiration for part 4." I see. He's always inner monologuing. What are you doing?
Just making sure he knows.
Syrup corn. Oh God.
Making Meister tea very angry at me. That's what I'm doing.
Oh, he's gonna come in here and be like,
He's gonna
"Why are you
fucking
eating
kill
straight
me."
corn syrup?"
Yes, I named the save file Corinthians, by the way.
Corinthians. What about them? Just because?
Have I become your enemy now by telling you the truth?
No.
The factory must grow.
Bob, no. He's going onto my computer.
Bob,
Please.
yes.
Bob, do not press the power button.
Bob, do not come.
Um,
I
I'm
told him not
sorry,
to.
I can't. I don't think he can.
I said do not come over here. Like, get your mind out of the gutter, Blake.
He just typed to you something. He's a good boy. Sorry, Bob. I can pet your head too. I was petting your mid-back. Good orange cat.
I have thankfully been taught how,
Hi. Hi, buddy. Oh, you okay? You got spooked there. Do you think Bob will survive in a horror movie? He has 0 skills. Other than to just exist. Poor guy. He'll be fine. Hi, Bob. There you go. He also said something in chat before it changed to a different screen. It's just a bunch of brackets. Not bad.
now I need to, do more stuff to this.
I gotta go clean a cup. I'll be back in a moment.
Yep. I hope everybody just enjoys me sitting here and doing this for a moment. I need to go to a place and grab circuits.
Cool. Harvey Birdman, attorney at law.
Is he back? Is he here?
No, he's not here.
When was his appointment with you?
He's got a little bit still.
Still a little bit. Okay. You want to join? Okay.
Do I need to add switches to... I'm gonna need to add switches to my trains.
My mic went and decided to put voice prompts on, even though I don't like it on. It's because I move away from my computer. It does this as a glitch. I'm gonna go see how the food I'm making is going.
Behold my genius. I've nearly made this train set work. I know nobody signed up specifically for Factorio, but I did get sucked into it. I don't know how to sushi belt, okay? Okay. I don't know what you're talking about, okay, Bing? I don't know.
Does that make me any less of a man? Remember, naughty trains get coal. Alright, so why are you not separating out? Walter.
Ice back. I'm
Walter.
having Walter. I'm having some mozzarella sticks.
Walter, I need conveyor belts and other things, Walter. Walter, please. I don't know how to hook up to these storage tanks.
Meister texted you or something.
Walter! Please, Walter!
Will the real Walter please stand up?
I'm waiting for you, Walter. I miss you, Walter.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so I think I know what I have to do to make this thing work correctly.
What's up? I'm watching.
So, theoretically, I could just... No, I can't. Alright, so what the fuck am I doing with all these barrels? How do I get this thing to work? That's something I'll look into later, I guess. I need some pump jacks. Oh, cool, I unlocked the electric furnace. Oh, I know what I can do. I can just automate the manufacture of pump jacks.
Mm-hmm. What prompted you to play this game right now?
I just enjoy it.
Okay. Like no streamer prior was playing it, or
The Frog.
the frog? Okay.
Martin Cito Pants did a series on it. And I enjoyed it. I'm like, well, maybe this game's fun, and lo and behold, it is fun. It is fun. It's so much fun. And I can also, like, fuck my cat while playing the game. Pretty relaxing, honestly. Like, the biters, they show up every now and then, but, like, as long as you're proactive and you, you know, kind of centralize all your emissions, they're not gonna come after your whole factory, just most of it.
Kind of reminds me of your factory building or your circuitry factory. Kind of reminds me of how Don't Starve works with building a farm and also making sure everything is set up for security from dogs.
It runs like the Minecraft productivity mods, like Machine Craft or whatever.
Mhm. So my comment about it being like Minecraft is funny.
Mm-hmm. Arsenic, what are you doing? You're about to do some no good, aren't you? Yeah, you are.
Also, I think I'm a little bit behind, but I see that your stream only shows
Yes,
Discord.
I've turned off Factorio. It's so very close to time for him.
Okay.
Of course, though. What if I just turned on Skywire? The game Skywire, and just kind of sucked at it on camera. Hmm? What could they do? Yeah, also, let me update the thing for Snoop Club. There we go. At some point in time, I suppose I gave Meister T a little role to be a fella, be a mod. I don't remember when.
Probably to join a VC.
No, it's a YouTube mod.
Oh, YouTube. Oh, okay.
So I'm extra not sure on that.
He could probably tell you about it. Hi, Bob. Bob's holding you hostage. He just wants pets. Beautiful orange cat.
Yes, beautiful orange cat.
I feel it.
I'm gonna pass some time until Meister gets here, okay?
Okay.
Using the Flash games from my childhood.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember playing Skywire when you were a kid? now booted up Factorio, so I suspect he expected me to get back on.
It's like get your butt back on. He is here. Hello.
Mark, I have arrived.
You have arrived finally.
My
I can
city.
put away Skywire.
Well, I mean, if you want to immediately throw me up on the blackboard, yeah.
Skywire is an interesting game because it's harder than you think it is.
Oh, I thought that was like a fucking Factorio mod or something.
That was not Factorio as a mod. That was something else. That was a Flash game from when I was young.
Oh, I think I remember that.
Yeah, you have a little trolley car full of people, and you move around.
No.
Dog, the art style's not even the same.
Tragedy.
Tragic.
All right, let me throw my name out in the club. Get the people riled up
Yeah.
for learning about some fucking electricity physics.
You know, this is probably the most stable level of viewership I've had on a stream.
Yeah.
It started at 7. It is still like at 6. Wow. That's how streaming goes, I guess.
Put it there. Put it. Nah, not put it there. I'll put it in the porcelain doll thread. That'll get more eyes. Gotta get that. Gotta get that viewer engagement.
Yeah, get that viewer engagement.
Yep.
Yep. So I can have
Yep.
my what's the requirement for monetization? It's 1,000 subscribers and 1,000 views or 1,000 hours in a month.
Yeah, sure.
Sign 1,000 people up for an hour a month.
Yeah. Let's see. And I'll put it in Swan's thread there. Boom.
Mm-hmm. I would have asked Swan if he wanted to come in, but I get the feeling he's probably a very busy man.
Swan's. Well, I don't know. I mean, Swan was playing Helldivers with us earlier, and he's still sitting in one of our other side Discord channels alone by himself. He's muted, so I think he walked away from his computer and just stayed logged in. But yeah, I don't know.
I would have asked him.
Go ask him.
Yeah. Well, that's then on the spot. That's no longer free.
Mm.
It'll be good for next time.
Yes. Where is my
I think
yapper?
I did ask him. He's like, I think I'm busy that day. And I'm like, okay. I don't know. I'll have to check back on our. Oh, wait, no, that's with the old account that I removed.
Well, yeah.
So I can't check that even.
Perm.
You know exactly what I'm talking. You know.
Oh, I know.
You get it.
All right. Put my yapper up, coach.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Let me grab that for you. You should be in here somewhere. I think you're still just hair though.
Oh no, you'll need to update that with the I can I can put them in the
Yeah, send them over.
Yep. I'll send them in the interview PNG chat. Actually, I'll just like reply to them.
Are they up here?
Yes, they are.
Oh yeah, the ashtray.
Yes, the ashtray.
That's listen. My brain immediately goes ashtray. Okay, that's not my fault.
Oh God, yeah, you do still have the old one. Oh no, Smooth's floating disembodied hair.
That doesn't even match its current like setup right now.
No, it doesn't. All right, for everybody joining at the moment, we will be starting shortly. I just need to get my yapper properly updated. Fucking Oats would, run the stream properly. God.
Bite me.
Mm-hmm.
I know how you like Goose's fatty liver.
I mean, yeah. Foie gras is delicious.
There we go. You need to be a little bit smaller than that.
Just a little bit smaller and just put me on top of the desk. Oh, yeah, just a tad smaller than that.
I think we got it.
Oh, no, I mean the stream is delayed by like 15 seconds, so I say that and then I have to wait for the YouTube feed that I have to update. Wouldn't be a note stream without several fuck ups. Amen
That
to
is
that.
correct, Jam.
Yes,
That is
yeah,
correct.
and
That is
that's
a requirement. We already had the major one, but the cats have not killed it once yet. Okay. They just they killed my microphone feed.
maybe
They-
move it so that my idle state isn't me like with my head blocked by the microphone. Just slide it to the left a little bit.
There.
All right. Let me get this. Okay, so now I have to do the correct thing on my end and make sure that when I put this PowerPoint presentation from beginning, that I share the correct screen.
Correct.
Yes. God, I need like 4 monitors for this.
I'm working off of one right now. It is torture.
That sounds like torture.
Usually I'm working off 2, but I'm in my living room, dog. Just straight up in the living room. All right.
All right.
It's up.
Oh boy.
Here's your science learning channel shit.
Yes, sir.
What is it? It's the History Channel. That's how it's made.
Sure. We're about to get that level of bullshit.
We're gonna see how it's actually made.
Yep.
And I'm gonna kind
Alright, well,
swaddle into my little blinky.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to my inner monologue for a moment.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, welcome everybody, all 5 people that are watching, not including those of the 3 of us that are here that have the stream open to boost the numbers. I am Meister T, and today we are going to be learning about circuit theory for numbnuts, basically. So you should always ask yourself before you go and learn something, why do I give a fuck about this? Why should I care? And honestly, because learning is fun, and because you should understand these things so you can better understand the world around you. And honestly, it's just fun to laugh at other people sometimes and how little they actually know about how the world works. So just, mog on people like, ooh, yeah, I know how that works. So another question you should ask is this chucklefuck who's talking to me actually qualified to speak about this? And the answer is yes. I'm not going to give any citations. You're just going to have to trust me. So anyway, with that aside, what actually is circuit theory? I mean, you can say the word, circuits, like, oh, circuits, PCBs and electrons and, woo, like what actually is circuit theory? Circuit theory, by definition, is the framework of rules and technology and techniques that are used in the design and analysis of electrical circuits. Right. So that's basically the set of tools, the toolbox that, electrical engineers or electricians or anybody working on an electrical system would use to represent and explain circuits. And then also, design, debug, all that stuff. So that's equations, that's symbols, that's diagrams, schematics, simulation softwares, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So all of that kind of falls under the grander umbrella of circuit theory and its practical implementation. So first place to start for circuit theory, in my opinion, would be to start with basically the most important equation and the equation from which basically every other aspect of circuit theory is derived. I am trying to think of an exception to this statement, but I do believe that every piece of circuit theory ultimately ties back to Ohm's law and to a greater extent Maxwell's equations, but I'm not going to try to explain Maxwell's equations. in this
We
presentation.
would have to grab Rob back for that, I think.
We would have to have several sessions to make sure that people understand differential equations and ODEs and PDEs, and yeah, I'm not gonna.
Now,
try to
are you
explain
just
that.
gonna pull out a page that looks like Demon Script like Rob did on the first roundup?
Oh, good lord, no. No. I don't
The
have any
fact
demon
that he
script.
can glean
I have
anything from what he showed.
I have this mostly pared down to easily digestible things, though towards the end I do start to get a little esoteric, but I kept myself reined in. We're not talking about semiconductors, though. I would really like to, but I know that I would lose everybody immediately.
Yeah, I have like a 50-50.
Hey, somebody in chat got it already. Yes, correct. Ohm's law, by definition, is the voltage drop across a conductor being directly proportional to the current passing through the conductor multiplied by the total electrical resistance of the conductor, also known as, why is this not showing? There we go, V equals IR. Very often, it's expressed as I is equal to V over R, which is to say that the current is proportional to the voltage applied to both ends of the conductor divided by the resistance of the conductor. It's just rearranging the same thing, right? I mean, you can do V equals IR, you can do R equals V divided by I equals V divided by R, right? It's just moving the equation around. It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna include it and I forgot to, but there's actually a whole wheel that shows like just all the different. Actually, no, let me just fucking hold on. 1 second here. Oh, we're fucking up already.
Do you think when they made like the Discord streaming application, they intended people to give each other presentations over Discord?
I do not think they do.
You think it was just to share games?
I think it was to just like share your screen the most ramshackle way possible, because it honestly acts that way. It's just dog shit.
I mean, it works at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It works.
It works. All right.
As long as they don't fuck it up.
Slideshow from current slide. Okay. Now
It's like how OBS is. OBS honestly feels a lot more ramshackle for screen sharing. I'm gonna keep it real.
I won't disagree with that. Okay. There we go.
It's the cycle.
Yes. So, like I was saying, all right. So in this one, right, usually you'd use V to represent voltage, but for some reason, E is sometimes used, and that's because voltage is technically the electromotive force. It's also, an electric field, so sometimes people use E. But basically, right, this is just showing like all the different forms of V equals IR and its derivative equations. All of these equations are either V equals IR or they are the corresponding power equations, which is just taking V equals IR and multiplying by I. Right? You just add in the additional term and you get your power equations, and this is just showing like you can transform all of these and they all are basically saying the same thing. So, alrighty. Next slide. Yes. Okay, wait. Oops, we already did that. Yeah, so Ohm's law, obviously named after Georg Ohm, this handsome, strapping gentleman here.
Would you say this gentleman would be your type if you had to pick a dude?
No, he's not my type. So, V equals IR, right? Putting symbols on the page. We're saying these things. We're talking about all these different things: current, resistance, voltage. What the fuck actually are those things? So I'm gonna take it back one level, and we're gonna talk about exactly what voltage, current, and resistance are. So the most difficult to understand, in my opinion, is voltage. Voltage is represented by this equation here: kilograms times meters squared divided by seconds cubed times amperes. Basically, what voltage is it is the representation of a potential difference between 2 points in space. So what that means is, in space, if you had 2 points and you had an electron at one end of one and it zipped all the way to the other end, that potential difference of energy that that electron has is represented by voltage. So basically, there's an analogy that's used very commonly. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it, but it's used a lot, that talks about V equals IR, right? The relationship between current, resistance, and voltage as being like water flow in a pipe. So in this analogy, the water flow in the pipe is like the pressure. So voltage would be like the pressure of the water flowing through the pipe. Current would be the amount of water flowing through the pipe. And then resistance would be like the diameter of the pipe, right? The resistance of the water to flowing. So, anywho, that's just talking about voltage and, you know, what it actually is, right? It's more than just a number.
So how much head pressure is on this water?
Well, I mean, right, that's voltage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you know, so yeah, well, yeah, how much head pressure you have, right? How much of the water behind it, right, is pushing down on it, or whatever other force, right? You know, if it's a pneumatics or a pneumatic system.
I'm glad that you caught that head pressure is literally just the force of gravity acting on a column of water.
Yes. Right, yeah, so that would be like, I don't know, ambient voltage that exists in the atmosphere or something.
Yeah,
versus,
well, I mean,
right, you know, applied or, you know, generated voltage.
I can tell you that 10 foot of head pressure is roughly 5 psi.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, of just outward pressure, right? So we give like a head and feet increments. It's, well, I mean, it's 0.44, but it's close enough to have to where we round up. But yeah, we that's how we test our water piping. Is we just fill it with water. Well, I mean, we can get away with it.
I get away with rounding all the time.
It's
Anyway,
like,
so-
yeah, we could get exact, but like we don't need to get exact for testing our pipes.
Right. Well, so next to the three fundamental units is current, which is expressed in units that are called amperes, named after some French guy named Ampere. I forget his first name. And amperes are defined as coulombs per second, where coulombs are some very large number, 2.68 something times 10 to the 18th electrons. Basically, a coulomb represents, I think it represents a mole of charge. Don't quote me on that, though, because it's not quite a mole, I don't think. But it represents a defined unit of charge. So if you have 1 coulomb per second, you have 1 amp of current, which is representative of, right, you know, that many electrons each second passing through a conductor. And then the last, to round out the triangle, is resistance, which is given in units of ohms, which is probably the one that most people are familiar with, or maybe they're most familiar with voltage. I'm not sure. Resistance is defined as rho times the length divided by the area of your conductor. And I'll step that back one bit. Rho is a parameter. It's a fundamental property of a substance that is basically the material's resistance to the flow of electrical charge. So, you know, a really high resistivity would give you a high resistance. A really low resistivity would give you really low resistance. And you can see in this equation that, right, if you have something that is very, very large and cross-sectional area, so it's got a big area and it's got, you know, a really small length, that's going to have a really low resistance. So, you know, you can think of like, you know, if you had like a piece of pencil lead or something really thin, that would have a relatively high resistance, as opposed to if you had a giant chunk of, you know, graphite or whatever, that would have a lower resistance because you would have, right, a larger surface area. So basically there's more area for, the fuck was that?
Microphone swivel. I don't know why it's so squeaky.
That sounds like a fucking microwave.
Yeah, that sounded like a clown horn or something.
Do you expect anything less?
Anyway, I forget where I was going with that, but basically conductors and electrons and magnets, how do they work? Anyway, so on the right there, a little diagram of just, you know, kind of showcasing, right, how the three are related to each other, right? You have voltage applied at the positive and negative you see there, right? Positive of the voltage is applied to the top, negative applied to the bottom. So you have a tendency, or you have a electromotive force that is forcing electrons to flow from the positive to the negative. So that flow of electrons is current I, and then the resistance of the wire or the conductor to current flow is R, which is represented by that little squiggly symbol there. That is a resistor symbol, and we'll talk more about that later. All right, next slide. Oh, yes, my side rant. So when I was going through and looking up the units of voltage, I realized that in the past couple years, the Système International, SI, has actually slightly redefined some of their base units, and they've actually adopted the ampere as being a fundamental unit, which is really interesting to me because the ampere is a derived unit, but maybe I don't quite understand that, so I won't talk out of my ass on that. But it was really interesting because it meant that the units for voltage looked a lot like some equations that I remembered learning in like my kinematics class. And so I kind of started digging a little bit, and I found this really, really, at least to me, really cool relationship between all of those equations. So first equation here is the Newton, which is a unit of force, kilograms times meters per second squared, found by John Newton himself. And then if you take this and then you multiply by meters again, you end up with a unit of joules. Right, so this is now representative of the amount. This is representative of the amount of energy that is required to apply a force of 1 Newton across a distance of 1 meter. Right, so that's what this is representative of. So you just take newtons, multiply by meters, you end up with joules. And obviously invented by James Joule. Yes, that is his real name. That's not a joke. Then if you take joules and you multiply by the inverse of seconds, or you take a joule per second, you end up with a unit of watts. And yes, it was discovered or named by James Watt. That's also his name. That's also not a joke. I really wanted to say that their names were John, but the fact that their names actually ended up being James was just funny. But anyway. Lastly, you take watts, and you can kind of see where we're going with this. Now we know V equals IR, and P equals VI, or W equals VI. If you take watts and then you divide by amperes, you end up with volts. And it was named after Alessandro Volta. He was Italian. So I just thought that was really interesting that all those units are interrelated, and they're all related by very simple multiplications or very simple dimensional analysis techniques. And so I figured I would have a crack at it and just see if I could represent Ohm's law in a just disgusting, inhumane looking way. And I actually came upon this. So that equation right there, newtons times meters divided by coulombs, is equal to coulombs times resistivity times length divided by seconds times area, is a direct, valid, equivalent equation to V equals IR, rewritten using moon runes and as much bullshit as I could cram into it before it started crying. So, I don't know. I think only I found that interesting, but whatever. So, I feel like I'm losing. That guy Voltaire had some neat philosophical comments. God damn it, Urlock. So, I feel like I'm kind of losing the audience here with all my psycho-techno babble. So let me bring this back to center and remind us all why we're here, which is snoots. So for this first example of Ohm's law, let's say that you have a pickle and you want to find out the resistance of that pickle. So what you could do is you could apply a voltage to both ends of the pickle of a known value. So let's say you have a battery that has a potential difference of 1 volt between the terminals. So you hook that battery up to your pickle. So you have a voltage source with a known value. And then in series with that wire that's attached to that pickle, you place what's called an ammeter or an amp meter or a current meter, all the same thing. That allows you to measure the current that is flowing through that pickle. And so you know, right, you have 1 volt. You can measure 1 amp flowing through that pickle. So now V equals IR. You know that 1 volt is equivalent to 1 amp flowing through 1 ohm.
But if you,
so you know that
shove a piece of copper and a piece of zinc into a pickle, doesn't that just make a battery?
Yes, but no. So actually, that's actually a very interesting thing, and I'll hold on to that, and I'll actually draw that out later. Why this experiment would still work, but why what you said is also correct. So yes, if you did use two leads that were of different metals, you would get a potential difference generated by basically like the galvanic cell effect.
Yeah.
But your multimeter probe leads or your wires are going to be of the same material, so you're not going to get a large potential difference built up across them because they're both going to be, copper or plated steel or something.
Well, like the salty brine makes a thing so the electrons can travel, I believe, from like it makes a good transference medium for the electrons from the copper to go to the zinc, I believe. I might have that backwards.
Well, but again, right, my point there is that if you were to run this experiment, you would very likely use two wires that have the exact same metallurgical makeup, so they wouldn't have any difference. They wouldn't have any. They wouldn't have any distance on the activation series, which is what your metals need to be on in order to generate a potential difference in a galvanic cell. So if you have two metals that are at the same activity series, they won't generate a potential difference, even if you shove them into a medium, like a pickle or a lemon or a potato or whatever.
I mean, I'm not even sure that they make zinc wire, so.
I mean, but they make zinc plates, which, you'd attach a copper wire to a zinc plate and you'd shove it in there. So anyway. Right. So remember, if you're going to do this, don't just do this without asking consent of your pickle or your friend, or if your friend is a pickle. Remember that you always need to ask consent before you attach electrodes to your friends, as Wise Man once said. So anyway, I was actually curious about this, so I actually ran this experiment myself, and I pulled out my multimeter, and I checked the voltage in the pickle brine that I had just sitting in my fridge, and it turns out you can actually get a pretty reasonable resistance measurement through pickle solution. And it's only like 51.8 kilo ohms, which is, pretty reasonably low value in the grand scheme of things. Definitely a conductor, definitely not an insulator.
Aren't cucumbers, like regular cucumbers, a decent insulator? And then once they're pickled, they become a conductor?
They would become more conductive. I would not classify a cucumber as an insulator. Any medium that is comprised primarily of liquid water and has ionic compounds in it, by definition, is going to be conductive.
All right. Well, how about a pumpkin?
Pumpkin probably less so, but it might skirt the line of like it's going to be somewhere between a conductor and an insulator. It's not a semiconductor though.
Yeah, aren't semiconductors only conductive in very specific circumstance?
Yes, and if you want me to, I can go on a whole tangent about that afterwards.
Can't we use semiconductors to get magnetically locked to things if we like super chill magnet?
Those are superconductors.
Oh, fuck. That's an entirely different thing.
Yes. So semiconductors and superconductors are two completely different things.
Semiconductors are used in computing.
Well, semiconductors exist and are real, and we use them all the time. And superconductors are real, but they are incredibly difficult to achieve, and they do not have practical applications yet.
One day.
Right. If we can make, well, I mean, right. That's why like one of the holy grails of, physics would be room temperature superconductors. That would revolutionize. That would revolutionize all of electronics, basically, if you had room temperature superconductors. And you could, make them affordable en masse and stable and safe. Right. That would be like almost cold fusion levels of good.
Almost, but cold fusion still wins.
Yeah, well, whatever. So, on to Ohm's law example 2. Far less fun, but now if I have a known voltage and I have a known resistance, what's my current flowing through this, Mr. Oates? I see you're trying to escape the question. You want to try to give this an answer?
So we have our known resistance, which I believe is ohms is resistance, known voltage.
Yep. So V equals IR.
1 volt equals. Well, wouldn't it be over 1? Oh wait, no. Divide by 100. I really forgot what the I stands for. Fuck, I'm stupid, stupid as hell. But wouldn't it be, since it's 1 volt, it's the same. V equals I times R.
Yeah.
Or I equals.
And you know V and you know R.
Yeah, so you would just put V over R to get I.
Yeah.
So it would be.
So what is it?
Equal to 100.
1 divided by 100.
1 divided by 100. Ah, shit.
Yeah,
Into
10
100.
milliamps. Yes. Yep, 0.01. Close enough. I'll give you partial credit. Your head was in the right place. So
Yeah, no, my brain is working slow. I've been awake for a while. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I'm just giving you shit. All right, so you think you're a whiz at Circuits 101? Well, how about this one, smart guy, huh? All right, you know your resistances, you know your voltage. Now what's your current, huh?
Do those resistors multiply or add to each other? Is it 5 or is it 6 for total resistance?
What would be your rationale for doing both operations? I'm curious to pick your brain.
Okay, so in addition, so they're just like adding the sums up. Hey, you have this amount of resistance here and you have this amount here. So when it flows through, it'll be the total. But I don't know. That'd be for addition. Like
Brain
you
melt.
just like yeah. I'm thinking actively hard about this. I've just not been exposed to this like at fucking all.
Well,
Can't believe
let me
get rid of
let
the
me
truck.
let me
no,
phrase
hold
that a
on.
little differently. So okay.
Hold on. So yeah, no, like if you were just to draw like a train station, and that's like the number of minutes of delay, you would just add the minutes together of delay to your total like station time. Like if this was like a train station, or like a train network, right? So you have 3 minutes here and 2 minutes there for delaying the train. So that's a total of 5 minutes of being delayed. Versus like if you are trying to run gas to the cylinder at the same time, that delay might like compound and multiply. Like if you're trying to fill up like an air tank. Right? So is it multiplication or addition?
I'm trying to think if what you just said was justifiably correct, or if you were just correct but completely wrong about your justification. So it is summing, it is addition, but I don't know if I can give you credit based on your
So
justification.
all right. So if you have like a train loop where a train goes around, you can see how long it stops at each station, right? 3 minutes and 2 minutes. So it'll be stopped for a total of 5 minutes, and that's the stopping and the delay will be your resistance. It's just the amount of time it spends at each place. Is how I was thinking of it. It's how
I
much
know,
it
and I
slowed
don't-
down on its total trip.
Yes, and I don't know if that's, again, I don't know if that's valid enough. Whatever. I don't know. Yes, it's 5. Okay, good. So it's 5. So what's the current?
It would be a fifth of an amp.
Which is
it's not in milliamps. It's something else.
I mean, you can give it in milliamps, or you can give it in fractions of an amp.
Well, yeah, it's a fifth of an amp.
Right. Okay.
Or
Whatever.
500
It's fifth of an amp.
milliamps.
You
Or
200 milliamps.
Really? What the? Yeah. All right. Cool.
One divided by 5. 1 divided by 5 is 0.2.
So, all right, cool.
I have my clickety clackety calculator right here.
I do not have a calculator out.
All right. Well, last one. Same thing, but a slightly different question. So here we have 1 known voltage and 2 technically unknown voltages. We know our resistances. We know our current flowing through the resistors in the loop is 200 milliamps. So what's the voltage across R2?
That's a great question.
V equals IR?
V equals IR. Well, total, it's 200 milliamps. I
Times.
assume 200 times 5? No, hold on.
I'm asking for the voltage across resistor 2, not resistor 1.
So, is it... Is it 100 milliamps? Or not 100. Shit. Is it an amp?
Looking for an answer in volts.
Let me actually pull out a calculator here. VIR. So, 200 times 2. Would it be the 2/5 of a volt?
Yeah. 0.4 volts. 400 millivolts. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
All right. And that leads us nicely to segue into another principle that is important in circuit analysis, which are Kirchhoff's laws, or Kirchhoff's, or however you want to fucking pronounce that.
He's kirking off.
There are two primary ones. There is Kirchhoff's voltage law and Kirchhoff's current law. So what his voltage law says is the sum of the voltages, the sum of the voltage drops across all elements that go in a circle that ends back at the originating point in a circuit must necessarily equal 0. Basically, it says that if you add up all the voltages as you go around a resistor network, across semiconductors, across anything, when you get back to your original point, the sum of all those voltages must be 0. His current law says something very similar, but for current, and it says that the current in summed with the current out of a node in a circuit must necessarily equal 0. Basically, you put an amount of current into that circuit, the amount of current leaving that circuit must necessarily equal the current going into the circuit, right? It's kind of like a conservation of energy or conservation of mass type of law. And the voltage law is about the same thing as well. It basically says that, right, if you drive in a big circle around an area and you end back at the place that you started, you necessarily must have had a displacement of 0, right? You didn't actually go anywhere. You walked in a loop, but you ended up back in the same spot. So I was going to have more stuff put in here, but I decided to take it out because I realized it was getting really dry and really boring. So we're going to go on to passive circuit elements, which we've kind of already talked a little bit about. First one we've, talked about actually already, which are resistors. So I'm not going to talk too much about them. That's the symbol, and that's what at least axial wire wound metal oxide filament resistors look like. Then you have capacitors, which are measured in units of farads, and you probably know capacitors as being those things on your computer circuit board that sometimes go bad and explode. Well, hopefully not that often. They come in polarized and non-polarized flavors.
Don't they also
And
come
then the
in
last-
tube flavors?
What?
Don't they also... Wait, no, that's not the same thing. Never mind. The vacuum tube is not a capacitor. It's something else.
Oh, no. A vacuum tube is a very interesting, weird device. It is a proto semiconductor, which I'm not going to try to explain.
It's kind of cool how they work, though.
They are fascinating, and I'll be honest, I actually don't understand them that well.
I don't think they understood them when they were making them. They just like, this works, so I'm going to keep doing it.
Oh, no, they did.
I honestly, I don't think they did.
No, they did. I mean, right. You understand that you put, right, two plates in a vacuum, and then you apply a voltage to those plates, and they're made of a certain substance that you necessarily generate an electric field that can actually pass variable amounts of current through it depending on your drive voltage and depending on the heat of the plates. That allows you to have a effective variable resistance via having a variable current load.
And that lets you build a television.
That's voltage controllable. Well, I mean, that lets you essentially have a device that is neither a full conductor nor is it a insulator. It is a proto semiconductor. Anyway. Last unit, inductors, they are measured in units called henries. And those are basically your coils, right? Sometimes you might see big coils on a circuit board. You might see those little black mounted squares. You might see them as those disc things that look like lollipops. Sometimes they look like towers. The inductors come in all kinds of weird fucking shapes and sizes.
They look like something you want to stick in your mouth sometimes.
There's some stuff on circuit board that looks like you could take a bite of it, but a lot of circuit boards are assembled with materials that you'd probably rather not consume.
A lot of circuit boards are definitely not edible.
Correct. Most of them.
I mean, there are a few.
So,
I mean, they do make pill capsules they have little circuit boards inside of them. They're not like boards, but they do have circuits inside of them to just do things, I guess.
Well, yeah, but those are usually contained within a medium that wouldn't come into contact and be digested by the body. So, anywho, moving on to capacitors. So, capacitors, we can say the word, we can look at them, whatever, but what do capacitors actually do? Capacitors, in a nutshell, right, in the water analogy, they are the water tower. They are storing energy in the form of an electric field. When you pump water into a location, they are a reservoir that is filling up with water. And then when there is demand from the system for water, they will, discharge some of that water to try to keep the water flow in the system the same, right? They will slowly deplete or quickly deplete over time, depending on what your defined time scale is. That's about where the analogy ends, because there's a lot of fundamental aspects about capacitors that are not like water towers, aka all of the other ones. But right, as I mentioned, you have polarized and non-polarized capacitors, and again, you kind of have some more pictures of ones down there. The top right, that is an example of a non-polarized capacitor. That is a MLCC, a multi-layer ceramic capacitor. And all the other ones down there are polarized capacitors. So top left are surface mount electrolytics. Bottom left is a MELF resistor or a MELF capacitor? I don't remember what that one is. And then the bottom right is just your standard barrel electrolytic cap. A couple more equations talking about capacitors. So talking about how they store energy in the form of an electric field. The way that you can very quickly and easily represent, and this actually is the fundamental equation that governs capacitors, is that the amount of charge that is accumulated in coulombs on a capacitor is equal to the capacitance times voltage across the capacitor. Q equals CV. Simple equation. If you take this equation and you integrate with respect to voltage, you get our old friend popping back up once fucking more. Joules of energy, 1/2 CV squared, is the amount of energy that is stored in a capacitor. So, as I mentioned, capacitors, and we need a little break from the monotony to talk about something funny again. So, reverse biasing polarized capacitors causes fun results. And by reverse biasing, I mean, right, you have the little plus and then you have the minus. If you, say, applied a negative voltage to the positive and a positive voltage to the negative at the same time, you would start to have a breakdown of the dielectric substance within the cap. Caps are sealed components. So you have the chemical reactions, burning of papers and substrates and electrolytes, and so it will start to puff. There are usually outlet valves on them so that they actually don't turn into bombs, so that they will fail in a predictable manner. They'll explode, and then you'll end up with that mess on the bottom right. And you can see there's that weird papery stuff, and you can see how it blew out the top. That is an actual intentional failure mechanism. They actually have a scored metal top. And if you look at a cap, you can usually see there's an X or a U shape that's carved into the metal. That is a manufactured weak point, so that if a capacitor does blow up it actually doesn't, send shrapnel flying everywhere. It'll actually fail out of that. It'll kind of peel open like the top of a soda can or something,
Like
and
a
then it'll
controlled
just
blast of sorts.
right, exactly. It'll shoot its guts out in a more predictable, less dangerous manner. Right. You still don't want to be around a capacitor when it blows up because they're kind of scary, but like at least it's not gonna hurt you. It'll just kind of scare you.
Yeah.
This is just what Electro Boom does for fun.
I mean, basically, he just takes these principles and he abuses them for entertainment factor.
Exactly.
Not a damn thing wrong with that.
No.
A boom?
Next. Still talking about capacitors.
Yeah.
So
where's this go with Snoot?
I mean,
We had the pickle earlier.
I mean, yeah, we had the pickle earlier, but that's about it.
Yeah, what? Yeah, that was just confusing me there.
Capacitor time-dependent current equation. Yeah, we're going to start talking about diff EQ. So hope you've all taken calculus before. But anyway, current in a current flow through a capacitor is equivalent to the capacitance of the capacitor times the time derivative of the change in voltage over time. So basically, the reason I've written it like this and not using other symbols is because I think it's easier to understand like this. Delta V just means change in voltage. Delta T just means change in time. So the current flowing through the capacitor is proportional to the change in voltage across the capacitor divided by the amount of time that change in voltage has been applied to the capacitor, delta V over delta T. There is another very related equation, which is derived from this, which is the time-dependent capacitor charging equation. So basically this is saying, right, taking the above equation, rearranging it slightly, you have to integrate it over some factor, that the charging equation for a capacitor is V times 1 minus the natural number E, or the natural base, to the negative T divided by tau. Tau in this is the RC time constant, which is just the series resistance of the capacitor times the capacitance of the capacitor itself. So it's just R times C. So in this little circuit above, 10 times 10 millifarads, 10 ohms times 10 millifarads would be your RC, your tau for this. And then if you plug that value into the equation below, and then you just plot all points t going forward from t equals 0 to about t equals 600 milliseconds, you will see the following plot. And this is you can see the exponential, or actually technically the logarithmic relationship of the charging, right? Because you have that negative exponent of E, which basically behaves logarithmically. So starts off charging very, very rapidly. It hits a knee around the RC time constant, which would make sense because that's about, oh boy, the RC time constant for this thing is like, I'm going to guess 150 milliseconds, but I might be completely wrong there. Oh, wait, no, I'm completely stupid. It's not going to be 150. It's going to be 100 milliseconds because it's 10 times 10 to the negative 3. Yeah. Right. So most of your charge occurs in the first time constant. Then by the third time constant, you're like 95% charged. And then you get out to 5 time constants, which is basically the right side of the screen there. You're at like 100%. Technically, you're at like 99.9875 or something, but for effective sake, it's 100%. Confused? Good. We're going to keep going. So again, right, this is why I hate the water tower analogy, because it does not allow itself, it doesn't lend itself well to explaining the other fun things that capacitors do, which is the fact that, right, we know that the current flow through a capacitor equal to the capacitance times the change in voltage over the change in time. What would happen if you had a capacitor not in series to ground with a resistor, but you had the capacitor before the resistor being attached to ground? So now the capacitor is acting in a, oh boy, I'm trying to think of how to explain this. So now the charge has to pass through the capacitor before it goes through the resistor, not the other way around. Whereas before it would go through the capacitor, or it would go through the resistor, end up on the plate of the capacitor, charge up with reference to ground, wham, bam, you're done. Now it has to go through the capacitor before it gets to the resistance of the resistor to flow to ground to then flow back to the negative terminal of your battery or of your voltage source here.
I feel like that's kind of like using a boiler to run a chiller. You make steam and then it kind of condenses back down into cold water.
I'm trying to do that in my head, and I'm not sure if that works.
Well, like, all right, so like a capacitor acts like a battery, right? And in a steam system,
Yes.
you charge it up by using a boiler. So a boiler in this sense would be like a capacitor, right?
The boiler in this sense would be
It's like the
voltage
battery.
source.
Yeah. Well, isn't that...
No, it's the voltage source.
Yeah, aren't capacitors?
The capacitor is the battery.
Yeah. Then what would be the... There's no other, like, adequate, like, comparison in the system to a battery.
Yes. This is why I don't like that analogy, because it breaks down really quickly once you try to
I
explain
guess it
more
may be
complex
like a
topics.
steam vessel that, lets it out to the rest of the machinery.
Sure, but the point I'm getting at here is that there is a very specific and very important phenomena or function of capacitors that make them act not like water towers or not like batteries whatsoever in any way. And that is because, right, if you measure the current that's flowing through this capacitor, right, capacitors are usually seen as being, right, it's a battery, it charges up, current, it blocks DC current from flowing through it, right? It should just charge up on the one side and then, hold its charge and then not go any further. Well, that's not how that works, because in a transient condition, capacitors do not fully prevent the flow of current. And that's shown down here on this plot right there. Basically, what's happening is the voltage is turning on instantaneously. So it's a step function. It's a diac, which basically means it's going from 0 to full value. It's going from 0 to 1 volt instantaneously. So in this equation, if you did your math here, right, you would see that delta T is 0. And delta V across the capacitor is 0. Sorry. Wait, no, yes. Delta V across the capacitor is also 0 because the current travels through it instantaneously. So what does that mean? You have C times 0 over 0.
Oh, in that case, it cancels out, wouldn't it?
0 over 0 is an undefined term. 0 over 0 does not cancel out.
Okay.
0 over 0 is a undefined mathematical term, basically. If you had 1 over 0, that would be infinite. It would be infinite. It'd be a straight pulse straight up. Now, in reality, right, the thing that causes this to not happen in reality is that there is no such thing as T equals 0, and there is no such thing as delta V equaling 0 as well. There is a change in voltage over time. There is a time that it takes for the voltage to rise to a certain value. So this isn't how this works in reality, but as a thought experiment and as a way to prove, right, the point of capacitors not acting like, water towers, right? This is like saying that if you pumped water into a water tower fast enough, that it would shoot out the backside of it, but then it would settle and it would be fine. Which, pretty sure that's not how water towers work. But it's interesting because this still works with the equation. It still obeys everything and it still makes sense. And the reason for that is because the resistor is in series with it. So what this is saying is that the capacitor, even though at DC, at not transient current, does act as a, infinite resistance. It acts as a, blocking path for the DC current. Under transient conditions, under an AC pulse, under an alternating, waveform, it doesn't block the flow of current, and it actually acts as a dead short during that instantaneous T0 spike, which is very important to the use of capacitors in things such as AC coupling circuits, which, if you know a little bit about audio, you may have heard the term AC coupling before, right? You have audio that's DC coupled, you have audio that's AC coupled. DC coupling means that there is a capacitor in series with the signal path, and it only allows the AC component of the signal through, and it blocks out the DC component of the signal. And I'm going way over people's heads right now, so we're going to go to inductors now.
I
And just,
think. Hold on. I think I'm getting it. I think I'm
finishing up here with inductors. So inductors, kind of like capacitors. Well, and also this is where the analogy really breaks down if you keep trying to torture it. They store energy in the form of a magnetic field as opposed to in the form of an electric field. So another form of energy storage, but kind of almost like the opposite of how capacitors function. Whereas capacitors, right, they store energy based on the amount of capacitance that they have and then the voltage across them. Inductors store energy based on the amount of inductance they have multiplied by the current flowing through them, squared technically. So when you look at the differential function that governs the time varying inductor value, you get, again, kind of a mirrored dark world image of the capacitor equation, where you have voltage is equivalent to the negative of your inductance times your delta current over your delta time, your change in current over your change in time, which leads to some very interesting behavior that is very, very, very useful in many types of circuits. And that is if you were to, say, put it in series, and again, right, we kind of have that switch that's going to turn on, except this time it's not going to have an infinitely small time. It is going to have some time where, right, the voltage has to rise. And because the voltage has to rise, that means that the current will not rise instantaneously either, which means that now we have a delta I term and we have a delta T term. So because we have a delta I and a delta T term times L, that means that when you take voltage across the inductor, you will see that it's not a drop of zero, but you actually do have a potential difference that builds up across the inductor, even though it has zero resistance, and by Ohm's law, it should not have any voltage drop across it, but it does. It actually has a voltage drop, right, that's directly proportional to that equation above. And what's even more interesting is if you zoom in on this, you'll see that when the switch is thrown, the voltage ramps up to, right, 10 microvolts. And then once the switch is, right, once the voltage has risen and the change in current through the inductor drops to zero, so, right, see that equation there, your delta I drops to zero, you no longer have a change in current through the inductor. Then the energy that's stored in the inductor is slowly allowed to discharge through the circuit. And keen observers may have noticed that, yes, that's a very linear looking equation. It's not exponential like what we saw previously with the capacitor. And the reason because that is because we threw the switch and we applied 1 volt across it. The voltage on both sides of the voltage that's applied to the capacitor, or sorry, to the inductor, is 1 volt. It's being held constant by the fact that that power source, right, the pulse source there is still sitting at 1 volt. So that means that V in this equation is 1 and L is a constant term. And because we know that V is constant and L there, right, or sorry, V is being held constant on both sides and L is a constant term, but V necessarily does have to change, it does have to discharge. That means that the di over dt term is a linear slope, which is almost counterintuitive because you would think that it should be exponential, and there actually is an equation that does show that the discharge equation for a inductor is actually, right, exponential. It follows the same kind of exponential decay that capacitor discharging equation has and follows as well. But in this specific case, because we keep the voltage across it the same, it actually forces the discharge term to be linear. And I will not get into it because it's really, really complex and I mean, I would love explaining it, but there's a class of electronic subcircuits called buck regulators and switch mode power supplies. That's basically the basis for all modern miniature electronics, right? Why were things able to get smaller? There's a number of reasons for them. One of them is that the way in which we convert power between different voltages and different currents got way more efficient because we were able to build things called switch mode power supplies, and they take direct advantage of this principle of inductors to convert voltages very efficiently. So that was a lot of learning. So now I'm just going to sit and yap about a couple of really weird or absurd phrases that I've come across working in this field and working with electronics and shit. Probably one of my favorite ones, and it's really weird, at least the first time I heard it, is the phrase "kill the watchdog." I've actually seen this in technical literature. I've seen this in data sheets for components. What "kill the watchdog" means is in microcontrollers, there is a timer that's known as a watchdog timer, and the watchdog timer is basically used to validate signal integrity of certain time-sensitive signals and the microcontroller, yada, yada, yada. Some processes require you to turn the watchdog timer off, and the term in industry to refer to this is called killing the watchdog.
Isn't that the component in the original Xbox that started going bad and make them unplayable unless you get to it first, or just like the timer circuit started leaking?
Falling's in chat. He can answer that one.
Falling, what is the main defect of the original Xbox that made it that made it die after a while? Isn't it like the clock timer? It starts leaking after a while.
CMOS battery.
Oh yeah, it was the fuck.
CMOS?
I think they used like a super cap. I think it was to keep like timing information or something.
Yeah, that would be a CMOS
I still haven't replaced the one in mine, and it's still working. I feel like that's a time bomb. Not that it's gonna blow up, it's that it's gonna stop working one day.
All I know is my electrics teacher was like, "Hey, these I was working on these old brown capacitors inside of an old television set. One of them popped up and hit him in the forehead. He had a little like print from that.
They will go boom.
They will.
Other phrases. This one's a little kinky, but one is actually probably more commonly seen, more commonly known, and may have gotten some attention a couple of years ago as well. Is the terminology of master and slave when talking about devices in a system that have a governing or a central control role, and then devices that are subservient or that are peripheral to that main device. Common terminology that's been used since, I don't know, 40s, 50s, 60s is master and slave. It's still used to this day. And as you would expect, there's a push in a lot of places to change the terminology used there. The one that I've seen and that I prefer the most would be host and peripheral, but you'll still come across plenty uses of this terminology in datasheets even written to this day.
It's just what people are used to.
It is. And at least in the specific industry that it's in, there's a lot of not caring. So just I mean, again, you're not going to change old documentation, but anyway. Related to this, at least in the kinkier sense of things, and I swear to fucking God this is true. I read this in a datasheet. I tried to find the datasheet to pull it up and show for this presentation. I could not, unfortunately. There was a datasheet for something that's called an H-bridge driver. It's a power component. And in power supplies, typically, you always want current to be flowing in one direction, right? You want it to be flowing in the direction that you want it to go. In this datasheet, there was a specific operating condition that you were supposed to avoid, which would allow for current to flow backwards through this power circuit, which could cause damage for any number of reasons. For some fucking reason, this manufacturer described this case as topping from the bottom.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding.
Damn, they were freaks.
Yes, I saw that. I laughed, and it's like, this can't be real. Nope. They used the phrase topping from the bottom to describe when a power supply was run in reverse. It's like you couldn't have used literally any other terminology that was less overtly
They were
sexual
power
than topping
bottoming.
from the bottom.
They could have
It
literally just
basically,
used
right. Basically, right. Yes, topping from the bottom. They use that fucking term. I'm not kidding. I saw that in a data sheet. I wish I could find it. I'm not making that up. It's
Data sheet or a dating sheet?
data sheet. as in like a piece of technical documentation for this component
Yeah.
used the phrase topping from the bottom.
From the bottom to the top.
All right. Couple more here. Units of conductance, which is actually inverse ohms. It actually has its own unit. S, which stands for Siemens. And last but certainly not least,
Yeah, she got me
we
topping
have
from the bottom till she measured my Siemens.
we have the that word
The
converter.
cut converter?
Yes, the cut converter. It's
Oh my
actually
God.
pronounced. It's actually pronounced chook. Thank you very much. But
Sure,
no,
bud.
no, that's cuck. It's the cut converter.
Yeah, it is.
And I'm just
Does
gonna
it do what I
flash
think
this
it
up.
does?
I'm telling you, these guys are just freaks.
Yes. Oh my God,
Yeah.
dude. There are these are the best examples, but there's plenty of
They
shit.
work in electrical engineering and
electronics.
IT. Of course, they're freaks.
Don't compare us to those IT
Fucking
people.
pent up freaks.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, no, we're nothing like those IT people. We certainly are much more dignified and noble than those IT people. And
Don't check the browser history.
Oh dear. Anyway, here's a cut converter. In case you thought I was joking.
Boy.
Nope. This is the actual topology for a cut converter.
I
A
see.
chook converter.
Yep, there's the switch.
Well, yes,
diodes,
these are in
capacitors,
ICs actually.
conductors, and then the load with the DC source.
Does the cut converter ever blow its load?
I'm sure if you put enough power through it, it would.
So if you
All
top
right.
it from the bottom, the cut converter would blow its load.
Yes.
And I'm sure you could measure the load in Siemens.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, no, you could measure the Siemens of the load. You wouldn't measure the load in Siemens. I guess that's the same thing. So anyway, maybe people are kind of paying attention, but I think I've lost most people. So what I'd want to do now, if anybody has any specific electronic situations or questions or anything like that they'd want to run by me, and just like, I don't know. I have my tablet here and I could just like blackboard it. So that's what I plan on doing if anybody doesn't have any different ideas.
I was going to actually ask you about CRT televisions.
Cool. I am going to fail to answer most questions about
Damn.
that, but I will give it my best. So,
All right, so
let me just reshare my screen here. Hold on.
I have this
Get the other
this old like 1993 like Magnavox portable CRT television, right? And it's purple. It's straight up purple now.
Boy, I love being purple.
The screen is
Okay,
the screen
so-
bleeds out purple. I know exactly why. But I don't know how to do is fix it. The green color gun is messed up, and it needs something about like delousing or something.
Degaussing.
Degaussing.
Not delousing. Delousing is something very different.
I forget a lot of words. I'm sorry.
Lost.
Full color television, 12-inch. Picture comes through clear. It's just shit's blue.
So you have your cathode ray tube shining out through a lens, and then here's
The phosphorus sheet that gets excited by the fucking thing. Is that just me about to say shit's all fucked up and shit?
Staring at the television.
okay. So you're watching your favorite classic movie, and shit starts to go fuggy in the cathode ray tube, and your colors are getting all messed up. I know that this is made of like a scanning electron beam thing. I'm just gonna call it a SEB because I don't know exactly what it's called. I mean, It's an old TV. I mean, if your colors are starting to go, it might be that the filter that's across this is starting to get old and fucky. It might be that the actual component of your scanning beam that produces that color is going fucky. I'm genuinely not sure. I don't really understand CRTs all that well. The only thing I really know about CRTs is that they have a incredibly high voltage drive for the CRT,
know.
and that you have a giant ass
There's a huge fuck off amount of radiation that comes out of it.
Well, there's a huge fuck off 500-volt cap that sits in parallel with your cathode ray tube. And when you pull these apart, you have to be careful to discharge this cap, because if you touch this cap and it discharges across you, this will kill you. This is the kind of current and energy burst that not like a sticking a fork in an electrical outlet where you just get burnt or thrown on your ass. No, that's the kind of current discharge that could straight up kill you.
Stop
It
your
would
heart
straight up
immediately. Explode your heart.
Well, it depends what path the current takes,
No?
but yes, if it goes across your body, it would stop your heart.
So what I looked up, and I don't know how a color gun works in these at all. I just figured you might have a better idea of it. So it works off of RGB color guns, right? In addition to the scanning electron unit, right?
I'm not sure.
So the black and white picture is made off of the scanning beam.
Yes. Yeah. And then they fill and then there's
the
a secondary
guns add a
beam
filter to it. I think.
Okay.
That's what I gleaned from the documentation that I have, but I do not have any way of understanding that documentation, as I do not have the education behind me to tell me how to understand the documentation. It's just a bunch of words to me.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I know that CRT cells look like, or the actual cells on the output of the screen, right? They're actually, if you get really up close to the TV, you will see that the cells are literally made of RG and B like this.
Yes. And those are also what I'm understanding is they're just same thing as the black and white picture. They're shot out of a fucking cannon at the phosphorizing lens.
Right. Yeah. So you have your cathode tube, right, that's shooting this out, and then depending on what filter is put for what intensity for these colors, you end up with different mixes of these colors, and then at that point, right, that's just RGB, right? You have 0 to 225, or whatever level, analog level of light in between there, continuous light, discrete steps.
And so what's coming out is it all looks magenta. Now, what's causing that is, of course, the green is just not polarizing in that half of the screen. The picture's fine at the top and not at the bottom, which is
Yes. So, well, I mean, I could tell you how you could see that definitively is where you just get up close to the screen and just see that your green cells are either fully white or your green cells are just
nothing.
Right. They're like this. They're just completely blacked out. Right. You'd probably see one of those two things. You'd basically see that. You would see that your green cells aren't doing dick and your other cells are working fine. So everything has a magenta hue to it because all your colors are made up of mixes of red and blue.
Mm-hmm.
So that
tracks.
tracks.
Isn't that just fascinating?
If I knew more about CRTs, yeah.
And then the third color mix cell CMY, which I'm sure we could probably make something happen.
CMYK.
The K just stands for black and white.
Yeah, I know.
Not that does not refer to the actual colors.
Yeah.
As far as colorizing something.
Right. Yes,
CMY.
CMY. Right. Yes.
We use CMYK for printers because it works.
CMYK for yes. Well, right, because in printer you can't just turn the
have
color off
nothing.
because you're printing on white. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose if we printed on black paper, you wouldn't need black because you would just mix all the colors together to get white. But I think that only works in the optical spectrum. I don't think that actually works for pigments.
That does not work for pigments at all. It'll come out brown if you mix all the colors.
Yeah. Yes.
A little brown.
Hmm.
Alrighty.
Anybody else got like weird little gadgety questions?
Yeah, I kind of want to know this. So, when it comes to making like a prototype railgun, how
Oh boy.
many like inductions do you think you can put on that before it can actually launch a projectile?
For legal
All right.
reasons, I can't.
For legal reasons, I can completely answer this question because there's nothing illegal about building a railgun. So I'm not going to talk about a railgun. I'm going to talk about a Gauss cannon. There is a difference. Both of them use magnets. Both of them use electromagnets to propel a projectile or to accelerate a projectile and then, have it exit out the barrel or rail of a weapon. So let me actually just go through the differences there of a railgun. So a railgun is literally an actual rail. Right, actually, specifically, it's two rails. Let me think about this for a second and try to remember exactly how this works. But basically, what I believe a railgun does is these bars, right? So, this is one bar, this is another bar, and let's say, here's your projectile. Right? It's a ball, it's a bar, it's a bullet, it's whatever. That projectile has to make contact with both rails. And what you have to do is basically this rail itself is actually made up of like a bunch of little segments. And each one of these segments can be individually, right? So they're all connected together, but there's like basically taps onto these rails, and each one of these taps is individually controllable by, right? You can just think of it as like a power distributor. Basically, what you do for the railgun is in order to get this moving, what you do is you apply a negative voltage here, and you apply a positive voltage here. Positive voltage here, negative voltage here. Then, right, the projectile there will be, I think I drew that backwards actually. It wouldn't be negative and positive because the positive would repel. You'd have a positive here and a negative there. So now, because there's a potential difference, now the projectile wants to advance in this direction. So then what you do is once it gets close enough to that negative point, what you do is you switch this off from being negative and you switch it to be positive. And then you switch the next segment to be negative, and then you turn this segment off. And then it advances a little further, and a little further, and a little further, and a little further. And each additional step it goes, it's picking up energy as you switch these through and through and through and through. Keep going, keep going, keep going until you get to the end, and then you shoot out the end.
Ooh, tons of switches.
Oh, fuck. That's a railgun.
Yeah.
A Gauss cannon is also sometimes called a coil gun. That one uses, oh boy, is it Lenz's law?
It's made of coils of wire wrapped around many times, switched on and off.
Electromagnetic waves.
You basically just like have a timed set of solenoids, right? And you just have whatever bar in there.
Yep. So you have, well, you say solenoid, I say you say solenoid. People say coil. People say inductors. Same thing. All the same thing.
I mean, what does a solenoid do? It just draws whatever magnetic piece to the middle of itself.
Correct.
Or to a specific location, depending on how it's made. But that's
all right. So remember,
thing with solenoid valves.
So let's do this. So you have V equals negative L di dt. I'm going to have to switch over to the side here and look this up. Inductor magnetic field equation. Come on, internet, don't fail me. Positive, negative. Okay. So your positive voltage is applied to this terminal, negative voltage is applied to that terminal. and then your magnetic field. Right. Okay. So you are driving a current in. Let me get a different color here. So here's your I. Here's your current that you're driving, right? So it's going from negative to positive. It's flowing in this direction to the left.
Yeah.
What that causes is that causes the, and I have to like do the right hand rule here. So you're intentionally inducing a magnetic field in the inductor that wants to try to go to the left. It wants to try to follow the direction of the current. And there's something called the right hand rule, where if you you basically stick your hand around the wire and you curl your fingers around it, your thumb points in the direction of the current and your right hand will show you the direction of the magnetic field. And what happens is the magnetic field will go in the same direction as the wire here. So you'll have, and the symbol for magnetic field is beta. So you'll have your magnetic field in that direction as well. However, the way that inductors work is they try to oppose the flow of current through them by generating what's known as a back EMF. So basically they generate a potential difference in the opposite direction. So what happens is the inductor is going to try to generate its own magnetic field it's going to try to generate its own potential difference in the opposite direction. So it's going to try to apply a voltage basically like that. So what you do is the inductor, you turn it on, you apply voltage to it, you pump current into it, and then what you do is you turn it off so you don't apply the voltage, and then it reacts by flipping the voltage across itself. So it flips the polarity of the voltage, which causes the direction of the magnetic field to flip as well. So now beta is this direction. So what you would do is in a coil gun, you would have a number of these in series. Right? So, you got 3 or whatever. And then you got your little projectile over here. Just make it, a ball of steel or something.
Yeah, exactly.
So what you do in a coil gun is as this ball is accelerating down the line of coils, you're switching these segments on just before it gets to them, and then as it passes near them, you're switching them off so that the back EMF that gets generated will draw the ball into it, but your timing needs to be as such that the ball is in the middle of this magnetic field right about the time that this magnetic field is kind of trying to shut off. Right, so it'll draw through. You'll want it to basically lose its energy because once it gets out here, it could get a little bit of energy lost by the magnetic field pulling back on it. But basically, right, it accelerates down these line of coils. Right, this could all be one coil. This could be several discrete coils, depending on how you build your system. But right, the ball accelerates in this direction, shoots out the end.
Yeah.
So the way that you'd build this is getting near the end of my canvas there. Go down. So you would need okay, so I don't know. I'm just gonna say 24 volts, whatever. Right, a wall wart, a power supply, something. You want to take that power supply and you want to charge up a big capacitor. So actually, I'm going to stop connecting things with lines, and I'm just going to draw ground symbols because that's what I'm much more used to doing. So this little symbol here just means that it's ground. All grounds that I draw in the system are the same, right? So they're all connected together.
All right.
So you need this. You want this, thing to connect there. What you'll want to do also is, and I drew this a little wrong. You will want to make sure that you can actually disconnect your input supply from your capacitor. And the reason you want to do that is practically you don't want to blow up your input power supply. Because when you turn this thing on, it's going to dump a hellacious amount of energy in a very small amount of time. And there will be all kinds of voltage spikes that your power supply probably really won't like. So what we'll do is we will put, oops, put a little transistor here. And we will control that with, I don't know, I'm just going to draw MCU. That means microcontroller unit. So this is controlled by a microcontroller. So this is a little transistor that allows you to turn on, right, your voltage here, charge up this cap here, and then you need your big fuck off coil. And then you need another transistor here to drive this to ground. And this is where things get really fucky. And the reason I say that is because, in theory, building this is very simple. In actuality, the problem that systems like this have, especially if you just try to build them using, average parts that you would be able to find, like, online or something like that, is, right, so you charge up this capacitor, with a bunch of energy, whatever. And then when you want to fire your projectile or whatever, basically you turn this transistor off. So for all intents and purposes, that breaks, right, that connection there. So now your circuit and the direction that your current is going to flow is, right, like this. It's going to flow from this part of the capacitor through the inductor, down through the FET, down through your ground path to here to your negative. Right. The problem with that is that the instantaneous voltage spike, and this is, right, something I was kind of, let me write the equation out again. You have V equals negative L di dt. When you turn this switch on and connect this to ground, the instantaneous current through this inductor is going to be astronomically high, like hundreds of volts. So, right, and I mean, just think about it, you have a big coil here, it's going to have a high inductance, like, I don't know, let's say it's got, 10 millihenries or something, and you're switching, I don't know, 10 amps through it, and you're trying to turn that switch on in 1 microsecond. Right. You do the math there. Let me get my calculator here. You have... Actually, 10 millihenries might be a little ambitious. Let's make that 1 millihenry. I want to make sure I'm not pulling numbers out of my ass too hard there, but... So, 1 times 10 to the negative third times 10 amps divided by 10 to the negative 6. That gives you 10 kilovolts. As far as I'm aware, silicon carbide FETs, silicon carbide MOSFETs, this thing right here, these are typically rated for like 600 volts V drain to source, and then there's also like drain to gate. Sorry about that. I didn't move my mouse for long enough and my microphone shut off. I love when that happens.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So basically the problem there is, right, you get that voltage spike, and now this component, and to a lesser extent your capacitor, they have to be able to withstand that.
Okay.
Most off-the-shelf things aren't going to be able to do that.
Nope, they won't.
So, right, so you need either very high-rated components, you need to use a smaller inductive coil there, you need to use isolation things, right? There's all kinds of issues that a system like this would run into that would cause it to break down really quickly. And that's why when most people make coil guns at home, they don't make really big ones. They make like a little desktop sized one. Because when you're working with those, the numbers that you're working with are much more modest, right? Like for those, your instantaneous voltage spike isn't 100 kilovolts. Maybe it's like 100 volts. And right, you can have components reasonably sized that can withstand that. And plus, like, you know, people aren't building these things to last forever. So in reality, right, a little 100-volt spike might get snubbed. There's other things, there's series resistance, there's all kinds of factors that cause the numbers to come back down to reality. But like, if you were trying to build, like, you know, like, I mean, think of, I don't know, take your pick of sci-fi media where people have coil guns or rail guns or whatever. That size thing to generate enough energy to accelerate a projectile to be able to like hurt somebody or like, you know, stop a vehicle or something, that's insane. Like,
that would kill like whatever batteries in a car immediately.
That's stretching the limitations of what like modern metallurgy and like semiconductor technology could attain. I don't even know if that's like possible to build in that small form factor. Because the other thing is,
I'm more concerned with the amount of power it takes to do that.
I was gonna say, right, and that's the other thing that I want to get around to is, right, okay, so, oh boy, Oates, give me a reasonable caliber.
Well, a reasonable caliber is 45.
45, okay, 45 ACP bullet weight. Okay. 15 grams. Okay, so. Whoops.
What you're getting at is it's more efficient to
15 grams.
More energy efficient to use a regular bullet for these sizes.
Well, what I'm going to get at is I'm going to take this back to the raw physics side of things, and I'm just going to try to like back engineer and show how much energy you need and why like electrically that's hilariously unfeasible.
Unreasonable.
Or if you could do it, you would need to generate such high voltages and you would need to have such high currents that this thing would either melt itself or it would produce an arc that would kill the user or some combination of those. Or it would require a power cell that was,
the perfect
you know,
device for a Helldiver to carry in.
Correct. Right. Yes.
They are meant to die like hamsters, so.
45 ACP velocity. So. Fuck those units. Okay, so we're gonna say we're using a P plus load. So now I need FPS to meters per second.
I gave you I gave you the Lord's caliber.
Okay, so 950 feet per second is equivalent to 289.56 meters per second. 15 grams is equal to 0.015 kilograms. And then we take these numbers together. 1/2 mv squared gives us our kinetic energy of our bullet. Kinetic energy of our bullet is... Shit, that's going to be a big number. 289.56 squared times 0.015 times 0.5. Okay, so this bullet has 629 joules of kinetic energy. So this is saying if you want to build a coil gun that has the equivalent muzzle energy, basically, of a 45 ACP round. So if you take 629 joules and you equivocate that to 1/2 CV squared, now you see where this gets really fun.
Yes.
Because now you have, right, so what we can do is, right, you take the square root, both these, oops, no, not quite, hold on, did that wrong. Let's multiply by 2 first. So multiply by 2, so you have 1, 2, 5, just 8, round it, equals CV squared. So now you come to a point where you have to choose both these things, right? You have to choose C and you have to choose V. If you choose V to be a reasonable number, that means that C is fucking huge. Like, not realistically huge. Like, so let's say, we want V to be 100 volts or something, right? So V is 100 volts. So you do 100 squared, and then you do 1258 divided by that number. You end up with a capacitance value of 126 millifarads, which I'm unsure if I've ever seen a 100-volt plus capacitor that has a rating over the microfarad range. So this is a huge capacitor, massive.
Like one of those barrels, like the big ones.
I mean, like this, yeah, right. 126 millifarads at 100 volts. This is getting into like power system level capacitance sizes here. Right. So this is a giant thing. Let me actually let me see if I can just find like a picture.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's do 100 volts, 1 millifarad capacitor. Let's see if I can find this. No, Google. That's not true. Don't show me that. That's bullshit. Where are we here? Not microfarad. I want a millifarad. 100 millifarad capacitor. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay. So we're getting into like car parts, or you're getting into like AC unit parts. But I did just find this. Just shrink this down here. Oops. So this is a starter cap for like an air conditioning unit, and this is a 270 to 324 microfarad capacitor that is rated for 110 VAC. So this capacitor is, get this number here. If we take 324 divide by 126000, this capacitor is 0.2% of the total capacitance we need. So you would need several hundred of these.
Wow. Yeah. That's
Or
huge.
you can go the other direction, and this one I know is going to produce a really stupid answer. If you did use, this capacitor or something, you said, okay, I'm going to try to get away with only having 1 millifarad or something. Well, now you have 1258 divided by 0.001, right? Because this is 0.001 farads. So you do 1258 divided by 0.001. Take the square root of this number. That gives you V. This is going to be a really dumb number. So take the square root of that. And you get a voltage of 1122 volts, which, again, you're talking like industrial power supply, like grid level infrastructure supplies, where you're going to have capacitors that are that large that are able to withstand that voltage. I've never seen
all for 15 grams of material.
Correct, right. All to be able to accelerate a 15-gram bullet to 950 feet per second. Right. So
15
again,
grams is nearly nothing.
Again, right. This is why coil guns are typically relegated to hobbyist things.
Yeah.
Where you can shoot a piece of metal at like 100 feet per second, or maybe it's like 50 feet per second, right? You can get it going pretty zippy. You could bruise somebody, or you could crack a bone, or shoot out a car window or something you're not going to get this thing to equal, a gun.
Yeah, it's not gonna be the battleship scale that people want.
Right. Well, so the
Navy's
Navy
trying.
was working. The Navy was working on something like that. Theirs wasn't a coil gun. Theirs was a rail gun.
I think they just decided it was not very energy efficient for what they want to do.
Yes, it was. It was not. It was technically and physically possible. It was not realistically feasible. Right. And
Yeah,
again,
it wouldn't make
that's what all this should show here. It's not to show that it's impossible, because you could conceivably work the numbers in such a way to give you an answer that was physically realizable using modern technology.
Logistically, it makes no sense to do it.
Logistically, it makes no sense.
It takes
right?
too
This is
much
not
power from the ship, and then it doesn't get you near as much punch as you'd want for as much as it costs to run it.
Oh, we're not even talking about putting this in a ship. We're talking about like putting this in your pocket. You are never going to get something that small, right? The scale of this thing, and remember, all of this scales up as well, right? If you want to take this thing and, have it be able to accelerate, a battleship size round, or hell, even a tank shell to reasonable velocities to be able to cause damage or whatever, you're going to need a system that's so much more expensive and so much larger than conventional, chemical propellants.
Yeah, the Navy built one.
Right. Well, right, exactly, right. Right, yes, the Navy built one once. Oh boy, here we go.
It was kind of cool, but like, it's not feasible to throw in a battleship. That's what they were designing it for.
Starman Super asks, how much power can the Power Rangers generate? The scientists just
they're
haven't been
materializing
mad
robots
enough.
out of nothing.
It's a good
How much power
question,
can the Power
actually.
Rangers generate?
Well, thank you for answering that question for me. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
I
That
was
was that was the kind of question that was right up my alley, where it's like, ooh, I actually know how to answer this question, because you just take it back to the physics of it, and you go, here's the numbers, here's the raw amount of energy. You cannot get around the fact that you have to put this much energy into the system. Oh, and just side tangent before I'm done with this, all this math right here, this is all assuming 100% efficiency, which is also a absurd assertion, right? In reality,
oh god, hold on.
Right, you're probably going to have to double all the numbers here, just because, right, you're going to have 50% or greater efficiency
You're dealing
losses.
with the imperfections in the bullet as well that you're shooting.
You're dealing with the imperfections in the bullet. You're dealing with eddy currents. You're dealing with magnetic field leakage. You're dealing with
natural
series
resistance of your wires.
resistance. Right, the natural resistance of your wires. You're dealing with switching losses because you don't have an infinitely fast switch. Right, you're dealing with recharge inefficiencies. There's a lot of stuff that makes this system inefficient, to the point where, right, you basically would have to double or more these numbers once you add together your inefficiency losses. So yes, right, these are ideal perfect numbers, and they're absurd. Then double them. So
Double them and give them to the
anyway,
next guy.
exactly, right. So okay, so let's see.
How much power is in the Power Rangers? Or what my question would be is, how do you apply this to make crepes?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer this in the way that I feel like answering it, which is breaking it down to the point that I know.
I mean, I can answer you how I'd use plumbing processes and mechanical code processes to make crepes.
Okay, here we go. So I don't know about their power levels as far as fantasy goes, but if we were to take the Power Rangers and convert them literally into energy, they would be about 130,000 calories. So I need to get a conversion.
How many joules is it?
Calories, yep, to joules.
I think there's 6 of them.
So one, okay, yep. So we have 130 kcal is equal to, well, actually, I can just make this into like megajoules or something. Oh boy, that's a big number. Hold on. Hold the fort.
It's a single calorie, multiple joules.
No, 130 kilocalories is 543,920 joules. So if I convert those to kilojoules, okay, yeah, then this is 543.920 kilojoules. And then you said there's 6 Power Rangers?
I believe there's 6.
543.920.
There's
times
red,
6.
blue, black,
Yep,
yellow,
yep.
pink, and green.
So we're 352 kilojoules. So if we were to instantaneously turn the Power Rangers into energy, they could deliver a burst of 3,663.52 kilojoules of energy.
Now, is that
which-
enough to Ark of the Covenant somebody?
That's
Melt
a great
them.
question. Yeah. Let's see here.
Is that enough energy put into a person to just melt them immediately?
Well, let's ooh, hold on. Yeah, let me I'm trying to see if I can equivocate this to like a gamma ray burst or something.
I was just gonna say equate it to straight up heat.
Well, I mean, yeah, calories are, remember, one calorie is the amount of energy that's required to raise 1 cubic centimeter of water 1 degree Celsius. So that's a lot of calories.
Yeah,
that's a lot of water. That's a lot of water heated. So I guess are we assuming that the 6 Power Rangers are hugging the person and they instantaneously are transformed into energy, right? So you have
Yes.
who's the Power Rangers big bad?
Depends which season.
Just I don't know, toss one at me.
I forget what her name is, but there's just like the fucking evil fucking witch at the beginning of the first one. Killamosa, I think.
Okay.
Huh?
Rita Repulsa.
Yes.
Rita Repulsa. Okay. So there's isn't there a pink Power Ranger as well?
Yes, there's a pink Power Ranger and a white and a
There's
black.
pink, there's purple, there's blue. Oh, that's right, white and black. Wait, hold on. We have more Power
That's
Rangers
more
here.
than that's like 8.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, hold on, and then you have the Black Power Ranger, who I can't.
But the
draw here.
green and black, I think, are used as villains, and once he becomes
we'll make
white,
him
he's
gray.
good.
Okay.
So green and white are the same person.
Oh, okay. So there's 7.
Yeah, no, it's just like he's the Green Ranger, he's evil. He becomes the White Ranger when he's redeemed.
Gotcha.
We'll leave that white band to reflect the Black Ranger.
Yes. Okay, yeah. So then we'll just add +1 Ranger, and then we'll get 3807.44 kilojoules of energy. Okay, so let me just see here. Hand grenade energy burst.
Now, I'm almost certain that with this level of energy, you could definitely cook a few crepes. At least 3.
Oh, absolutely. At least 3 crepes.
So how do we equate crepes to people?
I mean, that's really easy. You just take the number of calories in a crepe, and then you just take the person's caloric value, and then you divide.
So what is Rita Repulsa's caloric value? She's kind of small.
She's probably on the lower end, so she's probably like 120,000 calories or something.
So, with 7 other people coming in to superheat themselves, that would definitely cook her, at least.
Oh, I mean,
pretty
I'm
immediately.
sure they would. I'm sure they would. I'm just trying to like find the
speed at which she is melted.
Oh, here we go. Hexatol. Okay, composition B. Oh boy. Velocity of detonation. Okay, we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'm just doing some conversions here, equivocating it to an explosive. So composition B has a energy blast density of 1.51 times 10 to the 7 kilojoules per meter cubed.
How many meters do 7 motherfuckers take up?
Well, no. Remember, they don't have this density of energy, right? But what we can do is we can equivocate their kilojoule value to an equivalent amount of composition B. And basically say this is like the equivalent of having 6 little packets of composition B blow up right next to you, which is probably going to turn you into a mist. But I just want to make sure that that's correct before I state that.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay. Now I have to remember how you do cubic conversions. Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, I'm sure we can leave the blanket statement of 130,000 calories just because I'm sure they're more calorically dense because of the cosmic space dust that has been poured into them by what's his face.
Sure, right? Yeah. So this is a lower bound, right? The real answer is probably much higher than this. This is a lowball estimation, assuming that they're normal humans, which they're clearly not. Oh boy. Okay. Kilojoules per cubic centimeter. So
I forget what the goddamn master's name is. The floating head that got hired for like a weekend and then never paid again.
Zorbon.
What? Trobon?
Zorbon.
Oh, Zorbon. Yeah.
Go kilojoule rangers, white ranger, green ranger. What voltage amperage is fatal? Oh, I'll answer that question after this falling. I like that one. Oh boy. Okay. I don't want to spend too much longer on this because I feel like I'm just like my wheels are spinning on how to convert this, but
How much energy does it take to consume a pickle?
Less than what's in the pickle.
That's just digestive energy, and that's
different.
Yeah. I don't want to answer that question.
Now, you could probably disintegrate a pickle with enough electricity passing through it.
I mean, yeah, but that's true of anything. I could disintegrate you by passing enough energy through you.
That sounded like a threat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass so much electrical energy through you.
I'm gonna turn you into a pickle. Consumer Digest, says Mr. Locke. Oh God, why is he behind me? I just realized. I haven't looked at the stream in a while. How can I relate this? I feel stupid. Oh, no, that's what I can do. Okay, hold on.
I was literally like, with the cost of converting the calories into joules as heat.
Yeah.
Like how much heat is produced by them
per
energizing.
Yeah, no. I see what I'm trying to do here. So now we need to find composition B in a hand grenade. Wait. It's about 350 grams. Okay, so now we can do this math. So we got 1.7 gram per centimeter. So you do 350 divided by 1.7 grams, which gives you 206 cubic centimeters of composition B in a hand grenade. So then we multiply that by... So now we need to turn cubic centimeters into cubic meters, which is a calculation that I do not remember how to do. So I'm just going to plug that into a calculator over here. So that gives me 0.000205 cubic meters. And then you multiply that number by the energy blast density of composition B, 1.51 times 10 to the 7 times 0.000205, which gives you 3,906 or 3,096, 3096 kilojoules. So, hey, look at that. Those numbers are pretty damn close. So Actually, not as much as I was thinking. It's like having 1/6 of a hand grenade blow up at 6 spots evenly spaced around you. So yeah, you're dead. But they might be able to identify your body. So the final answer is 3807 divided by 3096, or about 1.23 hand grenades is your answer.
Wow. So,
Dimensional analysis is fun. I would definitely kill her. They might be able to identify her body because, I mean, when you split the explosive into 6 individual packets, each one.
But if all the packets are surrounding her.
Oh no, right, exactly. No, she's dead. She's dead. But like, you might be able to identify the body.
I mean,
this isn't like this isn't this isn't vaporization levels of explosive, right? This is 1.23 hand grenades we're talking about here.
So the force of them transforming the calories of their body straight to energy is the force of like half a hand grenade each.
I mean, if you divided it by 7, you'd get like 1.76 hand grenades, which is like somewhere between an eighth and a sixth of a hand grenade, which would make sense because it's a seventh. Duh, it's a seventh of a hand grenade. Or just slightly over a seventh of a hand grenade. So we'll say it's like a sixth of a hand grenade.
I guess a hand grenade does not vaporize your body immediately, but you will have severe burns on it.
Well, anyway, thank you, Starman, for that question. That was actually quite fun. So now Falling asks, how much voltage / amperage is fatal? All right, say it with me, kids. It's not the volts.
It's the amperage that kills you.
Volts that kill you. It's the amps. And this is true because it's not the volts that are actually delivering the energy, right? A voltage is not
It does not measure the movement.
Voltage is not the measure or quantity by which the energy itself is actually delivered. The mechanism by which the energy is delivered is the flow of electrons, which is modeled and represented by the amperes. So it's the current flow, because remember, right, current is coulombs per second, right? And its coulombs are equal to like 10 to the 18 electrons or something. So, and it's these electrons that are actually doing the work. They're actually, right, transferring the energy. So, how much voltage amperage is fatal? I mean, right, so voltage we've, figured out is not really the issue. However, there is a caveat to that. You do need to make sure that your voltage is high enough to be able to deliver enough amperage to kill you based on the resistance of the path that it's taking. So, yes, it's not the volts that kill you, it's the amps, but the higher the volts, the easier it is to deliver the number of amps that are required to be fatal. Or to put it slightly differently, right? P equals VI. So this is power in watts is equal to voltage times current. You can also write this as I squared R is another way to write power. And this is a very common way that power is represented, I squared R. R would be, in this case, right, the resistance of your body or something, and then I is the current. You need to make sure that you have a sufficient voltage to drive enough current that you get enough power to deliver a fatal blow, whether it's by burning, vaporization in the case of a very high amount of power, or more realistically, you deliver a strong enough electric shock to the heart to disrupt the normal voltage cycles of the heart to stop somebody's heart. And I can find I can actually answer this with a graph. If I can find this again. There is a very good. Yes, here it is. Oh no, that's boo. And I don't want that. Here we go. Yes. Oh, come on. Give me something that's not. There we go. Okay, here we go. Paste this. So there you go. Basically, that's your answer right there. Now, I believe this is mostly talking about current that is flowing between two hands, because that's the other thing is in order to kill you most effectively, you would need a shock to go across your heart, or it would need to go across your brain, right? Anything else is less likely to be an instantaneous kill. So like if you use an extreme example, if you applied voltage to, right, let's say you just have like your hand, and I'm going to draw the world's worst hand. This person's got some fucking weird fingers. Who would have that? Right. So if you apply, right, positive voltage here and negative voltage here, you could probably survive a very large amount of current. Your hand would get burnt. You might be permanently disfigured, but because it doesn't have a path across your heart, you probably would survive with just really severe electrical burns. In order to kill you, it needs to cause damage to vital organs. So that's why I say that I think this chart is talking about an electrical shock that goes between two hands, because if it goes between two hands, that means that it has to cross across your entire chest, which means that it's going to find paths through vital organs. So, right, you're down to, 6 to 16 milliamps is enough to cause loss of muscular control. This is what is referred to as freezing current. That's the scary one where if you touch a wire and it delivers this amount of current through you, it's freeze current. It's also called hold on current because it's the current at which you can't control your muscles to let go of the wire. Now, these are, DC values.
I've been exposed to like the hold on currents to a washing machine once.
Yeah,
I touched the wrong part of it as a child. Now, it was just one hand, so it's not like I had a heart attack or anything. It just fucking hurt.
Right.
And my dad just kind of kicked me in the chest to get me off of it.
Yep. I mean, that's the correct way to do it. So I don't remember I'd have to find the source for it, but I have looked at, and I have found sources that do talk about, so this is current external. This is current flowing across the surface of the skin. Current internal to kill you is less than 10 milliamps. If you, and this is a grotesque example, but the one that I've read about actually having happened was some jackass took a multimeter and he took the resistance test, right? He took the continuity test and he punctured both of his thumbs with the probes to try to measure the resistance across his heart. And he died. Due to heart failure. The Fluke multimeter passes like a 1 or like 5 milliamp test current to check resistance. So less than 5 milliamps delivered intravenously across the heart will stop it and will kill you. So doesn't take a lot.
I see.
All right. Okay, so why do pickled vegetables have such a high resistance? In elementary school, I won the science fair by turning a pickle into light. Why are potato batteries a thing? You'll learn when you're older. If so, I'm near only 1.22 grenades. Am I safe? Thinking about it, rather than very flawed water tower analogy for capacitors, would a more accurate analogy be a reservoir or a dam? Arlock asks. Allows immediate flow through depending on designed circumstances, or it can build up a large potential storage or even outflow. Ooh, okay.
The reason I never thought of dams or water reservoirs is because we don't have those here.
Interesting.
We only have water towers and underground, I guess reservoir, but aquifers.
Yeah. So, that's interesting. I had never thought about the dam analogy, at least as far as working with like the AC component, right? Where I was talking about, a really fast rush of water shoots through and some of it gets through, but then, right, slow DC amounts of water are able to be handled. That's not a bad way of thinking about it. I guess the one thing about that wouldn't work necessarily is if it's a hydroelectric dam, right, then a constant flow of water, right, it would need to have a bypass, or you need to have something like that. But I guess if this is just like a retaining dam for, say, like you said, like a reservoir for drinking water or something, and there's not a strong inflow, then I guess.
Oh, with the
that kinda works.
meticulously counted weighed like counterweights, meticulously designed counterweights, where the counterweight moves up in accordance with how much water is in it based off of weight pressing down on the restricting plate that the counterweight's attached to. And so it's all like allowed to pivot. So if it gets too high, the water is able to push the counterweight up until it equals out and actually gets less weighty than the counterweight. It's just a way of controlling dams without using electronics. So those methods would endure theoretically forever if we disregard material wear.
Right, yeah.
Eventually it will break down and rust and decay, but it'll be functioning for a very long time because it's just like made of concrete and steel.
Oops. All right, I'm just writing some scary equations on the board for next time. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Next time we will discuss complex impedance. And, right, so I kind of talked about how capacitors and inductors, they kind of behave weirdly under transient conditions as opposed to DC conditions. And that's because when you write out the equation for their complex resistance, which is this symbol here, X, which is called reactance, it's because there's this little funny term right here. This little funny term right here is frequency in hertz. So that means...
have you ever thought about like making educational videos? You did not lose me once.
I mean, I have, but I don't. I mean, I wouldn't be able to I don't think I'd be able to make money off of it, or I don't think I would be sufficiently motivated enough to turn it into a financial endeavor.
It's just like whenever you think of something that's like, hey, it's kind of cool to share.
I mean, I like teaching people. In my past, I may or may not have had a teaching role for several years, and I enjoy watching the light bulb go off in other people's head. So getting to share my knowledge and break it down to a point where most people can follow and understand is enjoyable to me. So yeah, so next time we'll talk about that. And oh yeah, just to scare people as well, that J, this is the imaginary number. This is the square root of -1. Whoops, I drew that wrong. -1.
But what's an imaginary number?
It's not real. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's what happens, I think, when you divide two negative numbers by each other.
The imaginary number. Well, let me plot a Smith chart.
Well, okay, so isn't that right? Whenever you divide a negative by a negative, you get an imaginary number, technically, because you can't have a negative group of negative things. And so therefore it's used for theoretical whatever. It doesn't...
Do you want to see what happens when you divide a negative by a negative? I can draw it out.
Oh, wait, no, it becomes positive. I'm trying to fucking remember what an imaginary number is. There's some... Oh, I'm trying to fucking remember, okay? From high school algebra.
No, I have it drawn right here. An imaginary number is what happens when you take the square root of a negative number.
Oh, yeah.
Because there is... Right, because the definition of a square root is two numbers multiplied times themselves that equal that number. And there are no two negative numbers when multiplied together that give you a negative number. So you cannot possibly have the square root of a negative number.
This is exactly the spot in algebra and in high school I started having issues with.
Yeah, this is where a lot of people started having problems because the imaginary numbers, right?
It doesn't make sense for like
right,
regular out and
right,
about math.
Calling the imaginary number as though it's its own standalone thing is incorrect, because what the imaginary number is it's representative of basically an entire other field of numbers, right? It represents what's called the imaginary plane or the complex plane of numbers. It's a whole different numeral system, basically. Right. So, you have, real numbers, whole numbers, 1, 2, 3, 100, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Then you have imaginary numbers like 3 plus 5i and 7 plus, or, 7 minus 3i. Right. Those are a whole different number system.
So
it's
all right.
because
So with
people
that you
lack
set up right there, that's just one
imagination.
I.
Sorry, what's smooth?
Well, that thing you put up there, the square root of
Is it-
-1, that's just one I.
Oh, I was gonna say, is it scary because people lack imagination?
Possibly. Yes. Yeah. So
that's quite probable.
Imaginary number I. Yes, I is the square root of -1.
I have 5 minutes. I have to reset the stream so that everything VODs correctly.
Teehee.
Yeah.
A to the E J omega. Fuck, what's the other one? It's J omega.
None of these things you're writing right now mean anything to me at the moment, but I'm sure if you sat down for a while, I would understand it.
Oh, T. This is the phasor representation of a alternating current voltage.
Nice.
AE to the J omega T, which is a different way of writing.
Yeah, I'll just stay in my basic physics side of it and keep watching my water flow. I think.
Yeah, these two equations are equivalent to each other. It's just the one on the left is a very weird way of representing the right using something called phasor notation, which when we go to talk about complex impedance, we'll have to necessarily talk about phasor notation. And then we get into the whole fun world of frequency domain analysis, that's really where I will absolutely start to lose people and they will not come back. Because all the rest of this stuff is like tangible, like you've seen this stuff or you know what a circuit board looks like and you can kind of follow along. And then when you get to frequency domain analysis, it becomes hand-waving fucking bullshit magic. Oh, and the note that I'll leave you all on before I go and have a drink of water because my throat hurts is that everything that I've told you about circuit theory is only correct insofar that we deal with frequencies that are below like 100 megahertz. Because once you start to go above 100 megahertz, circuit theory ceases to actually function. Circuit theory actually breaks down. Circuit theory no longer works. And the reason is because circuit theory works on a abstraction of the true nature of how electricity actually works. Electricity is not electrons flowing in conductors. It's propagation of electromagnetic waves.
But it works in that the former sense for very small amounts of electricity.
For low frequencies, which for the longest time in human history, we were operating at low frequency. So it all worked.
It's all we had.
And then we started developing semiconductors and things started going really, really fast. And all of a sudden things started breaking.
And we were just thinking, fuck, man.
Well, I mean, there's a guy called Maxwell who derived equations back in like the 1800s that, we knew this was going to happen. It's just for all intents and purposes, for practical purposes, circuit theory works and it's still valid and applicable and it has its uses. But you have to know that once you start to get to a certain point, it breaks down and you actually have to start using Maxwell's equations and you have to start treating everything like a transmission line. It's really fucking confusing, especially the first time you encounter it. So thank you, everybody. I hope your brain's not bleeding too hard. It's been fun talking. I'm going to let next person come on. Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, it was good having you again, Meister. I might just kidnap you alone to finish explaining some of the stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, sure. I'd have no trouble doing that, or no problem doing that. So I will hand it off to Mr. Cyrus / Maximilianos / whatever. So
Yes. Give me a moment
take it
to
away.
reset the stream. Up next is Cyrus or Maximo is going to talk to us about like workout stuff. It's cool.
Yeah, get my fellow snooters in shape.
We are chronically out of shape. Yes. Anyway, give me a moment to switch the broadcast.
Yep. I need to see like where you are in the slideshow as well, because the stream is like behind.